you talking about? Remember that being your answer?
I don't remember that, yes. I don't remember, but yes.
You saw that on the deposition and you agreed that's what you'd said.
Yes.
And then when asked again, or when you were talking about that same thing again, instead of saying, what are you talking about, it became, what you doing around here? Correct?
Yes. And
then at your deposition, when I took your deposition, you said in the letter that you wrote.
I'm going to object again as to restating what occurred yesterday as opposed to asking a question.
Okay, it's a preliminary question. I'll allow it. From an overnight recess, just to set where we are.
In your deposition, you said, in fact, that in the letter that you wrote to Sabrina Fulton, you said, what you doing around here was what you attributed to Mr. Zimmerman.
Yes.
At your deposition is when we learned for the first time that you had written a letter, correct?
Yes.
You had never said that in any of your other statements.
No.
The letter was the one that you and your friend put together, the one that you gave to Ms. Fulton on March 19th.
Yes.
And you had never mentioned that to anyone prior to you mentioning it to us in Miami in March of this year.
It was a personal letter for her.
Of course, I know that's what you said. You didn't even tell the prosecutor about it?
No.
You met with the prosecutor, though, in Jacksonville in early August, correct?
Yes.
And that's when you told him, oh, I didn't go to the hospital. I lied about that.
Yes.
But you didn't tell him you'd written the letter?
No.
May I have the letter, please? I can look real quick. Marked as defendant CC for identification. Let me approach you for a moment and show you this letter. It's a copy, of course. Would you take a look at it? And
Judge, if the intent is to introduce it, I have no objection to it being introduced as evidence.
Are you seeking to have it introduced?
yes.
Okay. It'll come into evidence as defendants next. I don't. 17. Thank you.
Should we mark it now?
You can have. Sarah.
Okay. Ms. Gentile, let me show you the letter. It's now marked as Defendant's Exhibit 17. And let me then ask you a few questions about that.
I'm going to object to this witness. The letter, there's a reason why, and I don't want to make a speaking objection, but
Okay. Well, please approach.
Ms. Gentile, would you take a look at that copy of the letter, and let me ask you a couple of questions about it. Do you recognize that letter as being one that you said earlier was prepared to be given to Ms. Fulton?
Yes,
And that letter was prepared with the assistance of a friend of yours named Francine Serve?
yes,
And you and Ms. Serve talked about what you wanted to be in the letter, and then she helped write it in a way that was legible, correct?
yes,
But the contents of the letter are yours.
yes,
Are you able to read that copy well enough that you can tell us if it's in fact the same letter?
no,
Are you unable to read that at all?
some of them I do not.
Can you read any of the words on it?
I don't understand. Cursive. I don't read cursive.
Did you sign it at the bottom?
Yes,
What name did you use?
Diamond Eugene.
I'm sorry.
Diamond Eugene.
Downey,
Diamond Eugene.
Are you saying that,
I have no objection. This thing keeps flashing right here on the computer. I wonder if we could do something. I don't know if it's
Without
distracting.
putting the screen up, can we take the flashing off?
that's your name that you signed at the bottom?
Yes,
But it's not actually your name.
no,
That's a name that you made up,
that's my nickname.
but your last name isn't Eugene.
That's my mother.
Right,
Last
so
name.
you signed it Diamond Eugene so as not to use your real name?
Yes,
I'll read the letter then. Can you not read this here?
yes.
What does that say?
March the 19th, 2012.
And can you read this at the bottom?
Thank you.
And then you signed your name.
Yes,
And you can't read any of the words here?
not all of them.
But you can read typewritten words, just not cursive?
Yeah.
Subject to correction by the state, the letter reads as follows. I was on the phone when Trayvon decided to go to the corner store. It started to rain, so he decided to walk through another complex because it was raining too hard. He started walking, then noticed someone was following him. Then he decided to find a shortcut.
There's an objection here.
Should be then, you stated he.
Would you like to read it?
I don't mind, but I don't mind you reading. I think.
Okay, direct your comments to me, please. Go ahead and read and correct the sentence.
I'll start it.
Okay.
I should take the podium probably. I was on the phone when Trayvon decided to go to the corner store. It started to rain, so he decided to walk through another complex because it was raining too hard. He started walking, then noticed someone was following him. So I'll read that again. I was on the phone when Trayvon decided to go to the corner store. It started to rain, so he decided to walk through another complex because it was raining too hard. He started walking, then noticed someone was following him. Then he decided to find a shortcut because the man wouldn't follow him. Then he said the man didn't follow him again. Then he looked back and saw the man again. The man started getting closer. Then Trayvon turned around and said, "Why are you following me?" Then I heard him fall, then the phone hung up. I called back and text, no response. In my mind, I thought it was just a fight. Then I found out this tragic story. Thank you, Diamond Eugene. Is that the letter that you and Ms. Cerv prepared to give to Sabrina Fulton?
Yes.
And contrary to what you said at the deposition, this letter does not in fact contain any response that the person gave to Trayvon Martin when he said, "Why are you following me?"
Yes.
Further, you say that you thought this was just a fight.
Yes.
This was the letter that you gave to Ms. Fulton on the same day that you talked with her and told her basically what happened.
Yes.
And you told her, I take it, then the same thing that you said here, or did you tell her more?
Told her more.
Did you tell her that the man that Trayvon said, "Why are you following me?" to responded in some way?
Yes.
And what did you tell her that he said?
Repeat your question again.
Mm-hmm. Did you tell Ms. Fulton what the man said when Trayvon Martin said, "Why you following me?" Did you say to Ms. Fulton what the man said in response?
Yes.
And what did you tell her?
What you doing around here?
I'm sorry.
What are you doing around here?
So that's what you told Ms. Fulton.
Yes. In the car. Yes.
And you're sure you actually had a conversation with Ms. Fulton?
Not
where-
for that long. Not for that long.
Mhm. Agreed. I'm not challenging that, but you're saying that you had a conversation about the facts of the case, if you will.
Yes.
Right? And those facts included you saying that Mr. Zimmerman said, "What you doing around here?"
Yes.
You do acknowledge, though, the first time that you were asked that question in your interview with Mr. Crump later that day, your response was that Mr. Zimmerman said, "What are you talking about?"
Yes.
Are you sure those were the words that Trayvon Martin said, or could you have been sort of trying to figure out what was said, and that's what you came up with?
I'm sure.
Which are you sure about? That he said,
Why are you
"What are you
following
talking
me?
about?" or "Why are you following me?"
Why are you following me, both?
But-
Why are you following me? What Trayvon said, why are you following me for?
But you first said in response to that question, "What are you talking about?" was the answer.
I cannot hear you, sir. I cannot hear you, sir.
Your testimony today is what you heard on the phone, the man say that George Zimmerman was, "What are you doing around here?"
Yes.
And in the first statement that you made to Mr. Crump in his interview of you, you said what Mr. Zimmerman's response was, "What are you talking about?"
Yes.
It was in the interview with Mr. Crump that you said you thought this was a racial thing.
He had asked me if it was a racial thing.
What did he say?
Do you think this situation was a racial thing? And I had
Mr. Crump asked you that on the recording.
yes.
Have you had a chance to look at the transcript or listen to the recording? Did you ever hear him say that on the recording?
Darrell, I'm going to get to the compound
Yeah, you need
questions.
to break your question up.
Sure. Do you remember him saying that specifically to you during that phone interview?
Yes.
Have you ever seen a transcript of the recording or ever listened to the recording to know whether or not, in fact, it's there?
Yes.
And is it there?
No.
But your comment is that you think it's a racial thing.
Yes.
So in other words, Mr. Crump didn't record that part of the conversation where he asked you if you thought it was a racial thing, but only recorded your answer when you said you think it's a racial thing.
Objection as to what Mr. Crump did or did not do.
Sustained. She can't testify what he thought. She can only testify as to what she heard. Your question is, did Mr. Crump ever do that? If she's not around him, there's no way for her to know if he did that when she's not there. She could testify as to what she heard.
Yes, what I'm
Rephrase.
focusing in on is this. You believe that Mr. Crump asked you in that recorded interview whether you thought it was a racial thing.
Yes. It was true.
And then when you've had a chance to listen to the recording or look at the transcript, you can't find his question anywhere in it.
No.
You have had a chance, though, to review your transcripts or prior statements, haven't you?
Yes.
So you decided it was a racial thing because someone told you it was a racial thing, or you came up with this on your own, or why did you conclude that this was a racial thing?
How the situation happened.
How about what was being said on the news?
On the news.
Mhm.
The interview between me and Crump happened before the news even knew about it. Before the nationwide knew about the situation.
So your belief is that you had the interview with Mr. Crump before this story was in the news about George Zimmerman racially profiling and murdering Trayvon Martin.
Yes.
You'd never heard that before.
I told you I don't watch the news.
Well, how about when you talked with Tracy Martin? Did he say, would you please come forward because we are saying this is a racially motivated murder?
No. He just asked me, can I talk to his attorney?
How about when you talked to Ms. Fulton? Did she say, would you please come forward and talk to our attorney and record it because we think this is a racially charged event?
No.
And you didn't have any information from the news that this was a racially charged event?
No, I had told you I don't watch the news.
Okay. Are you okay this morning?
Yeah.
You seem so different than yesterday. I'm just checking. Did someone talk with you? Yes. Did someone talk with you last night about your demeanor in court yesterday?
No, I went to sleep.
So your testimony is that you hadn't heard anything on the news about this being a racially charged
I'm
incident.
going to object to ask the answer now. He's repeating the answers.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach, please?
No.
You didn't know anything about this case on the news following the shooting on February 26th, prior to your interview with Mr. Crump on March 19th.
No, sir. I haven't. I had told you that yesterday.
Mhm.
I don't watch the news.
And no one else told you that
No,
there was
sir.
a lot of noise about this being a racially charged event?
No, sir.
So when you answered Mr. Crump's question, that's not on the recording, what you think about it being a racially charged event, you said, yes, it was.
Yes, sir.
And what did you base your answer that you thought it was a racial thing? What information did you base that on?
Because how the situation happened.
Tell me, what is it about this event specifically that convinced you it was racially based?
Trayvon was being followed, and it was around 7, and it's not that late, and it's in the rain. Like, come on now.
It is in the rain.
It's in the rain. Around it's raining.
All right, so it's raining,
Yes,
and he's out by himself walking around,
yes.
and
Not walking around, just standing under a shade when it's raining.
you don't really know what he was actually doing, do you?
Under a shade, yes.
You don't actually know that, do you?
I know I asked him where he at. He told me he's under a shade in
Right.
the mountain area.
So what you know about this whole event is what Mr. Martin told you and what you interpreted it to mean.
Objection, argumentative, that's the question.
Overruled.
Repeat your question again.
Sure. That you didn't see anything, you weren't there.
No.
You still don't know where the mail thing is, or where any of the streets are, or where on the map Trayvon Martin was staying, correct?
No.
You don't know how far the man was from him at any given point in time.
He wasn't that far because Trayvon told me that the man was is watching him.
Right. So, before I lose track here, everything that you've told us is based upon whatever Trayvon Martin told you that you can remember,
Yes.
and then what you interpreted it to mean.
Yes.
So when you say it's a racial event,
Yes.
what did he tell you that made you think it was a racial event?
Somebody just watching him, and then he described the person that was watching him and following him, and that was kind of strange. That a person keep watching you and following you,
So he
like
said,
he being stalked,
I'm sorry.
like he's being stalked from that person.
what makes that racial?
That wouldn't make that racial. It was made that racial.
What's one thing about what Trayvon Martin told you that made you think this was racial?
Describing the person.
Pardon me?
Describing the person.
I just didn't.
Describing the person that was watching him and following him.
I see.
Sir.
Describing the person is what made you think it was racial?
Yes.
And that's because he described him as a creepy-ass cracker?
Yes.
So it was racial, but it was because Trayvon Martin put race in this.
No.
You don't think that's a racial comment?
No.
You don't think that creepy-ass cracker is a racial comment?
No.
Well, you didn't mention it in your letter, correct?
That's just a personal letter to the mama.
All right, you didn't tell Miss.
That's just a personal letter to the mother.
You didn't tell Miss Fulton that the man that was following him was a creepy-ass cracker, did you?
No.
You didn't tell Mr. Crump in the recorded interview that Trayvon Martin described George Zimmerman as a creepy-ass cracker.
No.
And when you met with Mr. Della Rionda for the first time on April 2nd, 2012, you never told him in your interview that Trayvon Martin said a creepy-ass cracker was following him.
No. I did say creepy, sir.
Yes, I agree. You did say creepy.
Yes.
So the reason you didn't say that, though, was because you didn't think it was relevant?
Nobody asked me. You come ask me what exactly that Trayvon said that night about the person that was following him and watching him. That's what you asked me when I met up with you.
So never before I met with you in March did you ever tell anyone exactly what you heard Trayvon Martin say? correct?
About the person, describing the person?
Yes, in any of the interviews where you were asked what was said, what happened next.
What was said, yes, I did. By describing him, no, I did not. I
You
just
said
said creepy. The only
Some
thing-
dude's following.
One at a time, because the court reporter has to take down both voices. If you'll allow her to please finish her answer. Are you finished with your answer?
Yes.
Okay, you may ask your next question.
Of course you wouldn't say it to Sabrina Fulton because it was offensive, correct?
Yes, that was disrespectful.
Pardon
That
me?
was disrespectful.
Of
if
course
I
it
say
was, yes. You may not consider it a racial comment, but it's
No.
certainly offensive, isn't it?
No,
You don't think calling someone a creepy-ass cracker is offensive?
no,
So, but you specifically chose not to tell Ms. Fulton that's what Trayvon Martin said,
no,
because you thought it would hurt her feelings, didn't you?
no,
You didn't think that would bother her if you said that her son described the man that was following him in a car on the phone
I didn't think
was
that
a
was
creepy-ass
important.
cracker?
I did not think that was important.
Not important enough to put in the letter, and
No.
not important enough to tell her.
Objection has been answered.
Okay. Can we move on to another topic?
Just to be clear then, you didn't include that in the letter, and you didn't include it in the conversation you had on March 19th with Ms. Fulton.
No,
And when you were interviewed by Mr. Crump later that day, you didn't say it.
no,
And then you were interviewed but you did say to Mr. Crump that you thought the event itself was a racial thing.
yes. He had asked me, and I said yes.
And I was asking you then, what made you think that? And then you were saying just because of the description. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
The description being there was a man on the phone in a car watching him.
yes.
And you met-
follow
you-
him.
Pardon me?
And follow him.
Right. So you took that to be racial
Yes.
without any additional information.
No.
On April 2nd, you had an opportunity to meet with the prosecutor, correct?
Yes.
Up until that point, you had never spoken with law enforcement.
No.
Even following your interview with Mr. Crump, you didn't then go to the police.
No.
Even after hearing part of your interview on national television, or hearing about it, you didn't go to the police.
No.
And apparently the police hadn't contacted you.
No. They were trying to find me.
Pardon me?
They was trying to find me
What makes you think that?
because they just had my, fake name, Diamond Eugene, and they couldn't find me.
How did they have your fake name?
By the parents did not know.
Would you speak
By the parents did not know my real name. They only knew me as Diamond.
But they had your phone number, right?
Yes.
Because there were text and phone calls.
Between who?
You and Ms. Fulton.
No.
She sent you a text.
That was March the 19th.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
After March 19th, you didn't go to law enforcement, and law enforcement never contacted you, correct?
Correct.
But Ms. Fulton had your phone number,
Yes.
so she could have given that to the police.
Yes.
She could have given it to the Sanford Police Department, couldn't she?
Yeah.
Objection, no. object as to what somebody else could have or not done. and speak.
Sustained.
She didn't have your real name because you'd lied about that, but she did have your phone number.
Yes.
And in between March 19th and April 2nd, nobody from the police department called you.
I can't recall, but no, because my phone was,
I can't recall.
I can't recall, my phone was off. I shut it off.
Did you shut your phone off, are you saying, between March 19th
No,
and...
I shut it off. It was a lot of phone calls.
I'm sorry.
It was a lot of phone calls.
Was it disconnected?
No. I shut it off.
You turned it off.
I turned it off.
How long did you leave your phone off?
In a day, it'll be 3 hours or 4 hours.
Well, when you turned it back on, you would get voicemails, wouldn't you?
Yes.
You'd get any text messages.
I ain't getting no text message.
But you would, if someone had sent you one after you turned the phone on, you get your text messages.
Yes.
And when you turned your phone back on between March 19th and April 2nd, there weren't any text messages from Ms. Fulton telling you to please go to the police,
No.
or any messages from law enforcement saying, would you please
By me
contact?
watching the television, I thought the police was already in the case.
Say that again.
By me watching television, I thought the police already knew about the case.
So I didn't think you watched television, I'm sorry.
That was before
Mhm.
March the 19th. When March the 20th, that's when I started watching the television. That's when my voice became on television. That's when I started paying attention to the news.
So on March 20th, when they had the press conference about you,
No,
Is
I
when
didn't
you
see the press conference. They only showed half it. Say Trayvon Martin was on the phone with the final moments.
did the news then you're talking about that had your voice on it was the recording made by ABC News?
Yes, I think.
Did you talk with somebody from ABC News separately from your interview with Mr. Crumb?
Yes.
And when and where was that, please?
I don't remember, but it was by phone.
I don't remember that.
I don't remember, it was by phone.
And when, approximately? After March 19th was the day that you were interviewed. When did you, after that, talk with the reporter from ABC News?
I don't remember.
Roughly.
Before I even talked to the state attorney.
Sometime between March 19th, when you gave your interview to Mr. Crumb,
Yes.
and you didn't know you were being recorded then by ABC, correct?
No.
But after that, though, you had a separate phone interview with ABC?
Yes.
Was it the next day, the day after, a week later? Any idea?
No.
And who was it that you talked with?
I don't know his name.
Did he know your name?
He didn't know my real name.
What, did you give him a name?
He told me.
I can't hear the witness. Would the court ask the witness?
Could you speak up a little bit, please?
He had told me he had got my number. Well, she had got my number from the ABC reporter. She had texted me saying she wanted to know about Trayvon, what kind of person he was. Can I have a talk with her boss, I think, about Trayvon, what kind of person he was.
So you got a text from somebody where the media wanted to talk with you further.
It was an ABC woman.
Right.
It was an ABC woman.
And then you gave,
She had called, she texted.
and then you agreed to have a separate recorded interview.
Yes.
And do you know the person that interviewed you?
No.
Did you tell them the name Diamond Eugene?
I just told him, he had asked me how do he want me to call me. He had asked me how he want me to say in the media. I said Dee Dee. That's when Dee Dee started popping up.
So you used the nickname Dee Dee to
Yeah.
identify yourself?
Yeah.
Did you tell that person how old you were?
No, he didn't ask me that.
Did he didn't ask you your real name?
No.
So that was sometime after March 19th, but before April 2nd, correct?
Yes.
And did you have any other interviews with anybody between the ABC interview and April 2nd?
No.
On April 2nd, you were interviewed by Mr. Della Rionda, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there were other agents there with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, sir.
So this was your first interview with law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
When you interviewed with Mr. Crump, you were rushed, you didn't take it seriously, and you weren't under oath, correct?
Yes, sir.
But on April 2nd, you were
Well,
under oath,
Yes, sir.
and you were being interviewed by the police.
Yes, sir.
And it was recorded.
Yes, sir.
From the state attorney's office, now at this point, the Jacksonville State Attorney's Office was involved in the case as opposed to the Seminole County State Attorney's Office, correct?
Yes, sir.
So Mr. Della Rionda said, I'm from Jacksonville, I'm down here to interview you, and introduced you to the FDLE agents that were present and his state attorney investigator, Mr. Osteen.
Yes, sir.
And you already had met the other people in the room?
What other people?
Well, tell me, who else was in the room with you when Mr. Della Rionda was conducting the first interview by law enforcement?
Trayvon's mother.
Trayvon's mother, Sabrina Fulton, correct?
Yes.
Was in the room with you
Yes.
when Mr. Della Rionda was asking you questions for the first law enforcement interview.
Yes, sir.
And where was she in the room?
Beside me.
So she's sitting right beside you as Mr. Della Rionda is asking you questions as his office has been assigned to investigate this alleged murder case.
The objection?
Our objection, he keeps repeating the answers that the witness previously gave as opposed to asking other questions, being repetitive, and also the nature of the questions.
Sustained.
May I have a little latitude on cross-examination,
Well,
please?
you're be giving a lot of latitude as you're entitled to. The objection is because you repeat the answer of the last question in your new question. And I think that you're required to just ask a new question. If you want to ask another question that gives an answer, you may do so. But the objections to continuing to repeat the answer in your new question.
I
So that is
apologize. My
sustained.
efforts to be precise so that the witness knows exactly what we're talking about, but I will try to do it a little differently.
Thank you.
Right beside you during this interview was Trayvon Martin's mother, Sabrina Fulton, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Martin was also there, but not in the room, correct?
No, sir. He left before I even stepped inside the living room.
He left the living room, in other words.
Yes, sir.
You don't know that he left the residence, though, do you?
No, sir.
He may have still been there, but just not in the room with you.
Yes, sir.
Also in the room was one or more Martin family attorneys, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who were they? You know Natalie Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Was she there?
On top of the stairs, sir.
I'm sorry.
On top of the stairs.
So you knew she was there and present, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Crump present?
No, he left before I even stepped inside the house.
But you saw him that night.
Not that night, that afternoon.
When you say that afternoon, tell me about that. I'm sorry, maybe I misspoke. The interview itself took place in the early evening, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
So you met with Mr. Crump earlier that day?
No, sir.
Tell me then what you mean, that you saw him.
When he went to, when the detective and Miss Sabrina and
I'm sorry, when the detective and
Miss Sabrina and Crump, he had joined in,
he had,
came with them to have pick me up from my friend's residence, so I could go back there to have an interview with the state. That's when I met Crump. That's my first time meeting Crump.
The other time it was only on the phone, when you
Yes.
talked with him.
When the interview, yes.
And this day, on April 2nd, 2012, you met him because he was one of the people that went to your friend's house to pick you up,
Yes.
to bring you to Miss Fulton's house, correct?
Yes.
This interview actually took place at Sabrina Fulton's home in her living room, correct?
Yes, sir.
So Mr. Crump came to your friend's home to pick you up along with whom?
I was outside already. I
Okay.
met him.
But of your friend's house.
Yes.
So
sir.
Mr. Crump came to get you, correct?
Not come to get me. He was in another car. And I
Two-
was
Two cars came to
with
get you.
detectives and stuff.
So that afternoon, Mr. Crump was in one of the cars that was dispatched to go pick you up.
Yes, sir.
And you were in the front yard of your friend's house.
Yes, sir.
And law enforcement also was involved in picking you up?
Yes, sir.
You don't know why then law enforcement would permit Mr. Crump to come with them.
I don't know,
Objection,
sir.
argumentative, beyond the witness's knowledge.
Sustained. It's beyond her knowledge.
I'm asking whether she knew or not, and she said no. If the court would give me a little leeway on this.
Ask your next question.
Do you know why law enforcement allowed Mr. Crump to come with them to pick you up?
No, sir.
Who else was there? Was Miss Fulton with them?
Yes, sir.
Do you know why law enforcement allowed Miss Fulton to be there?
Cause she's the only person who knew where my friend lived at. She lived by my friend area.
Ms. Fulton lives near where your friend lives,
Yes, sir.
but law enforcement had your phone number. They could have just called and asked you where you were, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Crump had your phone number. He could have called and asked where you were.
On it.
Pardon me?
I don't know if Crump had my number.
I don't know.
I did not know. I do not know if Crump had my number.
In the interview he took of you on March 19th, didn't he say, "We're having trouble with this phone, let me call you back,"
Okay, he had my number then.
from a 904 number? And he called you back on your phone.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Gentile, I'm not saying you did anything wrong, so please don't take it that way. I'm trying to understand the
I-
dynamics of this, though.
I know I did nothing wrong, so
I'm sorry.
I know, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. If I'm harsh in my tone, it's not because I'm suggesting you did anything wrong here. But I'm trying to understand what the overall context of this first law enforcement interview was. So the people that came to pick you up included law enforcement, but it also included Ben Crump and Sabrina.
Again, he's repeating the answer that the witness already gave.
Yeah.
Can we approach the
Ask
bench,
her the
please, Judge?
question. Just ask her the question, who was there?
I'd like permission to ask leading questions of this witness on cross-examination, one step at a time.
And I'm asking that you do it one step at a time.
My question is this, just to be clear as to who was present. Law enforcement, FDLE agents were present.
Yes.
Ben Crump was present, Sabrina Fulton was present in these two vehicles that came to pick you up on the afternoon of April 2nd, 2012.
Yes, sir.
And was Mr. Delarianda present?
I don't remember him. I was in the back of the car.
Do you know of anybody else being present?
I do remember a tall dude,
I do remember,
a tall person.
Did you ever see him again later that evening?
Yes, sir.
Was he in the room?
Yes, sir.
You don't recall his name, though.
TC?
TC. Do you know that person to be an investigator with Mr. Delarianda's office?
Yes, sir.
Was there anybody else?
In the car?
Either of the cars?
I don't know who was in the other car, but I did know who was in the car. It was.
I can't hear you, ma'am.
Could you speak a little louder?
I do not know who was in the other car, but I do know who was in the car I was in.
Let's start there then. Who was in the car with you?
TC, and I think he was in the car. I think he was in the car.
Mr. Delarianda?
Yeah, I did see a ball dude, no offense. And,
Okay, we have a juror who didn't hear the answer. Could you please speak up? If you could face the microphone a little bit better.
TC,
That's the wrong microphone.
speak to her. That's what they told me.
Yes, try that. They're supposed to put it in.
TC, the front of the car was TC, bald-headed dude.
This
Yeah.
guy?
Yeah. Sorry, man. I didn't know you. And Sabrina and me.
And you went from your friend's house to Miss Fulton's house.
Yes, sir.
And the people that you've already identified so far were in the room with you when the interview took place?
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? Any other family members?
No, sir.
Any other lawyers?
Another lawyer from the Martin family.
Right. Remember
A
kind
big
of a big guy?
A big guy, yes, sir.
Do you know his name?
No, sir.
Would you know it if I said it?
No, sir.
No. So when the interview began in Miss Fulton's living room, you were seated next to Miss Fulton, and were the other people that you've identified other than Tracy Martin in the room then, or close by?
Yes, sir. Was in the living room.
I take it you knew that Miss Fulton would be hearing exactly what you said because you were sitting next to her.
Yes, sir.
And you certainly didn't want to say anything that you thought would hurt her feelings or make her grief even worse.
Yes, sir.
So because of that, you were very sensitive to Miss Fulton's feelings when you answered Mr. Delarianda's questions.
Yes, sir.
And that is why, for example, that you cleaned up some of the language that Trayvon Martin used.
Yes, sir.
You wanted to be helpful because you wanted to help the prosecutor arrest George Zimmerman.
I never thought I was a witness, a serious witness around that time.
At that point, being interviewed by law enforcement under oath, you still hadn't concluded that you would be a witness in the case?
Not an important witness.
Not an important witness.
No.
Because of that, did that also shape some of the things you said and why you said them?
Yes,
So
sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
For other reasons, you didn't want to hurt Ms. Fulton's feelings, and that you really didn't think you were going to be an important witness in the case.
No, sir.
Is that why when Mr. De La Rionda wanted to know what Trayvon Martin said, you said, "This man's watching me," rather than what he actually said?
Yes, sir.
You thought that would be offensive to Ms. Fulton and to the other people in the room?
Yes, Mr. Fulton.
Just Ms. Fulton?
Yes, sir.
So when you answered the questions that Mr. De La Rionda asked you about what was said by whom, you were concerned about how Ms. Fulton would feel or react if you actually spoke the accurate words or the accurate truth.
Objection, the compound question is complicated.
Did you understand? I'm sorry. Did you understand my question?
the
Yes,
question?
sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Could you answer it?
No, sir.
Let me see if I can say it better then. When Mr. De La Rionda was asking questions about what happened and who said what, you were making it sound different than it actually was, to keep from hurting Ms. Fulton's feelings.
Not all of them, sir.
I'm sorry.
Not all of them, sir.
Not all of the answers, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But some of the answers.
Yes, sir.
Some of the answers about language, for example.
Yes, that's the only.
Yes.
That's the only thing that I changed around. Yes, I did not
That's the
say
only thing that I changed around.
that. I did not say.
So the only thing that you didn't say that was accurate was the language that Trayvon Martin used?
Yes, sir. I didn't think it was that important. He did not ask me what was Trayvon. He did not ask me if Trayvon was describing the man. He just told me I didn't think it was that important at all. He had asked me how Trayvon think the man looked. I said creepy. The only thing I said was creepy. I'm not going to say it in front of the whole world, in front of people.
You weren't going to say what Trayvon Martin actually said in front of his mother.
Yeah, that's disrespectful.
Of course. Of course. No one's arguing with you about that. But that's the decision that you made, was basically to clean it up.
Yes, sir.
You knew she was grieving. She had just lost a son. You were very sensitive to that, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, as you were explaining what happened and answering Mr. De La Rionda's questions with Ms. Fulton sitting there right beside you, she was crying, wasn't she?
She was not crying, just tearing a little up about when I started telling what happened that night.
Again, it's so hard to hear, but did you say that she meant she wasn't crying, but she was tearing up?
Yeah, just tearing up.
Tears coming out of her eyes.
Yeah,
Do you associate that with pain and grief and suffering?
of course.
You also, though, told Mr. De La Rionda under oath that you'd gone to the hospital. Correct?
He had asked me, did I go to the hospital? I said, yeah.
So I know that you had said that earlier to Mr. Crump and to Ms. Fulton to give a plausible explanation to them for why you didn't go to the memorial service or the wake. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then when Mr. De La Rionda asked you about it again, you gave the same answer.
Yes, sir.
But you knew that was a lie.
Yes, sir.
Again, you lied because you wanted to give a plausible answer to Ms. Fulton as to why you didn't go to the wake.
Yes, sir.
But on the April 2nd interview, you were in fact under oath.
Yes, sir.
And you knew that.
Yes, sir.
And you made a decision then, because of how difficult the situation you had just been put in, you decided to lie about going to the hospital rather than say something that might be painful.
Yes, sir.
In the interview, in the first conversation with Ms. Fulton on March 19th and in the letter on March 19th, at no time did you mention that you heard Trayvon Martin say a little get off, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that yes? You did not say that?
Yes, sir. Repeat your question again.
In the meeting you had, the conversation you had with Ms. Fulton on March 19th, before you did the interview later, and in the written statement that you and Ms. Cerf prepared for Ms. Fulton, the personal statement, in neither of those instances did you say that you heard Trayvon Martin say, as you said later, a little get off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's because you didn't think that was important at that point?
Because Carl and Miss Fulton did not ask me. Carl and Miss Fulton did not ask me about when the fight started in the grass. They did not ask me about that. He asked me about that.
So when you decided what part of what you knew to tell Ms. Fulton, you decided not to tell her that part.
She didn't ask me.
Well, I'm not sure that that was her answer, so you need to re-ask the question. I believe she said they never asked her that.
All right, now I'm asking about this witness's thinking. So when you decided what part of the information that you had about the events on the evening of February 26th, you decided in what to tell Ms. Fulton, not to tell her that you'd heard a little get off from Trayvon Martin.
Objection. Compound, question, argumentative, and mischaracterizing what this witness has previously said.
Okay, as far as compound, do you understand the question?
No, ma'am.
Pardon?
No, ma'am.
Okay, you need to break it down then. She says she doesn't understand.
Okay. On March 19th,
Yes, sir.
you had a meeting with Ms. Fulton
Yes, sir.
out in front of her home.
Yes, sir.
You had already written the letter with Ms. Cerf to give to her.
Yes, sir.
When you wrote the letter about what happened on the evening of February 26th and decided what to put in it, you made the decision not to include that you heard Trayvon Martin say a little get off.
Yes, sir.
And then when you went to Ms. Fulton's house to talk with her, and she was so anxious to know what happened,
I
that
did
she
not go
needed.
inside her house, sir.
I know that, you're out front.
Yes, sir.
When you went to Ms. Fulton's house with the letter in hand to talk with her, and she so desperately wanted to know what had happened, you, among the things that you chose to tell her, decided not to tell her that you'd heard her son say a little get off on the phone.
Yes, sir.
And you're saying that's because she didn't specifically ask you?
No, sir.
Could you explain your thinking?
I didn't want to be there, sir.
Of all the things that you decided were important to tell her, to write in the
She
letter
did not-
and to...
She did not ask me for examples.
She did not
Ask me for examples,
She did
definitions,
not ask me for
no
examples.
examples, reasons, none of that. The state asked me that. Crump did not ask me that either. So, oh, sir.
Well, how would they know to ask you if you didn't tell them what you knew?
Objection, now, he's wanting the witness now to get in my mind as to why I asked something or not.
Okay, to the extent of her explaining why or why not the state did something, I'm going to sustain.
Whether or not someone specifically asked you, you made the decision not to volunteer that information.
I didn't think it was important. I wasn't being asked about the situation. I did not think it was important, so I was not being asked for that that part, so it didn't matter. He had asked me that. The state had asked me that.
All right, we'll talk about that in a little more detail in a minute, but let's progress now to the interview that you gave to Mr. Crump on the phone on March 19th, later the same day. You acknowledge that nowhere in that, what was it, about 30 minutes altogether?
You asked me?
The interview.
I don't remember.
But nowhere during that interview did you say, in response to any question, specific or general, that you'd heard Trayvon Martin say a little get off.
He did not ask me when the fight happened. I had told him the phone had just shut off. He didn't ask me, did you hear when there was fighting going on? Did you hear something was going on between the fight? No, he did not ask me that. The state asked me that, sir.
Well, what you told Mr. Crump was that you heard Trayvon Martin say, "Why are you following me?" And then you heard Mr. Zimmerman say either, "What are you talking about?" or "What are you doing around here?" And then you heard something that you described as sort of a bump, and that the phone cut off.
I had told him the bump, it gotta be his headset. His headset is always on his left ear.
And
he's a
what,
speaker.
yes, and what you said to Mr. Crump was, at that point, the phone cut off.
Yes, I kept it simple and quick.
Right, so once the phone cuts off,
I had to call back.
there's nothing else that you have to say, correct? Because once the phone cuts off, you certainly can't hear anything else that might have been said because the phone had been disconnected.
Yes, sir.
So you told Mr. Crump that the phone cut off.
Yes, sir.
So if you say at the point where there was this exchange, the conversation, the exchange, and the bump, and the phone cut off, doesn't that leave the impression that there was nothing else you could hear after that?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't at that point say, "Oh, by the way, no, I heard more after that,
He
actually."
didn't ask me more. sir. The state had asked me more, sir.
Well, are you saying then that when you told Mr. Crump that after you heard the bump and the phone cut off, that you decided not to tell him that after the bump, but before the phone cut off, you heard Trayvon Martin say a little get off, get off?
That's a compound question.
Do you understand the question?
Yes, ma'am.
You may answer.
Like I told you from the beginning, that interview, I think it lasted like 13 minutes, I don't know, but it didn't last for that long. So I had to rush on it because I really did not want to be on the phone, sir. So I did not take my time, just like I took my time. I had more time when I was talking to the state. With Crump, no. So the question is no.
So of all of the things that you thought might be important for them to know about what you knew,
I had told
you decided not to say that before the phone shut off, you heard Trayvon Martin say a little get off, get off.
Objection asked and answered.
Okay, let's have it answered one more time and then move on.
May we approach the bench, please?
No, she can answer the question. Go ahead and answer.
yes, sir.
So you made the decision then not to tell Mr. Crump that you'd actually heard Trayvon Martin say, get off, because you were in a hurry?
Objection asked and answered.
The word in a hurry is an additional part to that question, so I will allow it. You may answer.
Yes, sir. Because Crump is not law enforcement.
So you weren't worried about telling him, first of all, the truth
He's
or
not.
the whole story?
First of all, Crump is not law enforcement. He's not an officer. I knew that he was not an officer. So, like I told the mother from the beginning, if officer wants to talk to me, know the exact story, everything about what happened that night, they will reach me at my number. You got it?
If I got it, what I heard you to say is that you told Ms. Fulton that if they wanted to hear everything, that an officer, that you would tell everything to an officer.
Yes, sir.
But they didn't put an officer in contact with
I
you.
don't know about that, sir.
Well, you know you didn't get any messages or get any calls from an officer.
Objection
No.
been asked and answered.
Overruled.
No, sir.
So when you were then talking with Mr. Crump in this recorded interview, for the first time ever being asked to tell the story about what you knew, you were in a hurry, and among the things that you chose not to say was that before the phone cut off, but after the bump, you heard Trayvon Martin say a little get off, get off.
Objection asked and answered.
This will be the last time the question will be asked and answered. You may answer.
Yes, sir.
So let's move then to the April 2nd interview, where you did have a chance to tell Mr. De La Rionda everything.
Yes, sir.
And that was your purpose?
Yes, sir.
This was the interview by law enforcement that you'd been waiting for,
Yes, sir.
that you knew was coming,
Yes, sir.
and that you were ready to tell everything just like it was,
Yes, sir.
even if that was different than what you'd said before.
I never thought that the interview would be in the mother house with the mother. No.
I never thought the interview would be at the mother house with the mother. No. Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had a chance to read the transcript of your interview with Mr. De La Rionda on April 2nd, 2012?
Not all of it.
When's the last time you had a chance to look at it?
2 weeks ago.
Pardon me?
2 weeks ago.
When and where did that happen?
FDLE.
I can't hear you. Can you speak up just
I
enough? that we-
said FDLE.
The Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Yes, sir.
2 weeks ago at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, you had a chance to review the transcript of the interview you gave with Mr. De La Rionda.
No, listen to it. I had a chance to listen to it.
Oh, so you had a chance to listen to the recording.
Yes, sir.
This was at the FDLE in Miami.
Yes, sir.
And who was present, if anyone, from the state attorney's office?
No, sir. 2 detectives. 2 FDLE detectives.
Do you remember the date that this took place?
No, sir.
A couple of weeks ago, though, you went to FDLE in Miami and they gave you a chance to review the statement.
Yes, sir.
And did you?
Yes, sir.
Did you review any other statements at that time?
The interview I had with you. I watched the interview that I had with you.
That would be a videotaped deposition?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a chance or did you review any other material in anticipation of coming to court?
No, sir.
Did you review the transcript or listen to the recordings made by Mr. Crumb?
No, sir.
So let's talk a little bit about the interview on April 2nd, 2012. What I know that you talked about in this case already and that you talked about in that interview, the idea that the phone kept hanging up that day.
Yes, sir.
So in other words, you and Trayvon Martin would be talking and for no apparent reason the call would be lost.
Yes, sir.
Not because you hung up, correct?
No, sir.
Or because that you know
Bad
of.
signal.
Pardon me?
Bad signal.
So you were plagued with a bad signal all day.
Yes, sir.
And you really never knew when the phone was going to disconnect.
No, sir.
And usually what would happen is that when the phone disconnected, one or the other of you would call each other back.
Yes, sir.
So throughout the course of the day, you wound up actually speaking with each other several hours.
Yes, sir.
What you remember about this case, though, and the phone disconnecting was that there were points in time within the conversation after George Zimmerman saw Trayvon Martin and began watching him that the phone hung up and that you dialed Mr. Martin back or that he dialed you back.
Yes, sir.
And then there were points in time where you would remember what was happening after the call was reconnected.
Yes, sir.
It's your recollection that while at the mailbox, that's when the phone hung up at least once?
Yes, sir. And
before that, after Mr. Zimmerman was keeping his eye on Trayvon Martin, do you remember the phone hanging up and having to reconnect?
Yes, sir. As he began walking back home to try to lose the Georgian, George.
First, before you get to that, we were using this this point where Trayvon Martin says to you that Mr. Zimmerman is watching him. So from that point, you've said the phone did cut off a couple of times after that, but think this first. Before that point, do you remember talking to Trayvon Martin after he entered the complex and having the phone disconnect?
Yes, sir.
Where was he and when in the conversation did that take place?
The melon area. The melon area.
The only time you remember the phone disconnecting prior to learning from Mr. Martin that George Zimmerman was keeping his eye on him was, well, what you believe to be when Mr. Martin was at the mail area.
Yes, sir.
And after that, so after Mr. Martin left the mail area, as best as you know, and began walking towards where Trayvon was staying,
Yes, sir.
did the phone cut off again?
Yes, sir.
And then did you call him back?
Yes, sir.
And then after you called him back, that was in fact the last call of the evening between you and Mr. Martin.
Yes, sir.
That's the call that you cut off.
Yes, sir.
The call that you lost or that was disconnected before the last call was when Mr. Martin was walking toward where he was staying.
Yes, sir.
And he had told you at that point that the man was in the car,
Yes, sir.
the man was on the phone,
Yes, sir.
and that he had decided to go ahead and go on home.
Yes, sir.
And you told him to do that, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you told him to run.
Yes, sir.
And as far as you know, he did.
Yes, sir.
And at the point that he ran, Mr. Zimmerman was still in the car.
I don't know about that, sir. Because he told me the man started following him, sir.
Well, let's break it down step by step. At the point that you told Trayvon Martin to run, your understanding from piecing it all together was that Trayvon Martin was headed towards the back of where his father was staying.
He's going to
Run from the back,
Yeah.
which means to go in the back of the house as opposed to the front.
Yes, to try to lose the man who was following him.
Gotcha. So at that point, when he was walking and decided to go on home,
Yes,
that
sir.
Mr. Zimmerman was still in the car.
Still following him, sir.
In the car.
Yes, sir.
And that Mr. Zimmerman was on the phone.
I didn't know about the phone, sir.
I thought you said that Trayvon Martin
That's
told
when he
you
was
this
watching
guy's...
him. That's when he was watching him. Trayvon had told me the man was just on the phone watching him.
So Trayvon Martin had told you that when he noticed the man watching him, that the man was in a car and that the man was on the phone.
And just watching him, yes, sir.
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
And that he started walking in the direction of his home
Yes, sir.
and that the man followed him.
Yes, sir.
And
Kept
at that,
following him.
yes, in the car.
Yes, sir.
And that you had a conversation with Mr. Martin where you told him, well, just run on home.
Yes, sir.
And as far as you know, he did, correct?
No, sir. He had me. I told him run home, and then he said no is no, and then a second later he come and tell me he gonna make a run from the back area where his fiance lives.
Let's break that down just a little bit. So at the point that he says, the man's following me,
Yes, he was trying to lose the man.
let's break it down this way. Mr. Martin leaves what you think is the mail area and walks in the direction of where he stayed.
Sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, Mr. Zimmerman was still in his vehicle.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Martin continued to walk,
Yes, sir.
and he observed and told you that the man's following him in the car.
Yes, sir.
And then you said, well, run.
Yes, sir.
And he did run.
From the back area to try.
Well, he wasn't he was on the street or on the sidewalk in front of Mr. Zimmerman's car at the point that he decided to run.
Yes, sir.
And he ran.
Yes,
Correct.
sir. From the back area to try to lose him.
You don't know whether he ran in a direction where you could only travel by foot or whether you could drive.
No, sir. I don't live in that area.
Agreed, no. What you knew at that point, though, was that Mr. Zimmerman was still in his vehicle, probably still on the phone, because Trayvon Martin never said he wasn't. And
There's a witness to speculate as to what Mr. Zimmerman was doing or not regarding the phone.
Sustained, rephrase your question, please.
Mr. Martin never said he wasn't on the phone.
The only time that Trayvon told me the man was on the phone when he was at the Mellon area. That's the only time. I never knew about he was still on the phone. I never knew about that. He never told me about that.
Right, so,
He just told me the man started following him.
and that he was on the phone, and he never told you that he wasn't on the phone,
No.
but he was still in the car.
Yeah.
And
Yes,
at the,
sir.
and then that you said, well, run, and he ran, correct?
Yeah, from the back area to
That's
try.
what's confusing me. When you say ran from the back, are you saying that at the point that he decided to run,
Yeah.
that he decided to run from where he was to the back of where he was staying?
Yes. To
And you
try.
don't know what direction he took to head that way,
No, sir.
because you don't know where he was at the point that he decided to run.
No, sir.
But you do know that he ran,
Yes, sir.
and you could tell because you could hear the wind.
Yes, sir.
And then the phone cut off.
Yes, sir. I think, yes. Yes, sir.
So at that point, you knew that he was running.
Yes, sir, when I called back. When I called back.
Right, well, let me take it a little slower. So at the point that he ran, you knew he was running.
Yes, sir.
You didn't know if he was running around on the street or sidewalk where Mr. Zimmerman could continue to follow him in the vehicle, or whether he ran through a cut-through or something where no vehicles.
Objection, argumentative as to what Mr. Zimmerman was doing, if she has no knowledge of Mr. Trayvon Martin is telling her.
Well, it would be speculation if you have to ask her what she knows, what she thinks somebody else may have been doing.
Yes, of course. What I'm focusing on was at the point that Trayvon Martin ran. You have that point pretty clear in your mind, correct?
Yes, sir.
You don't know whether he ran around on the street that he'd been walking on, or
No,
whether
sir.
he ran through a part of the community where you can't drive.
No, sir, I had told you. When he ran, the phone lost contact. It shut off, so I had called back again. And
So at the point that he
Yes.
ran, the phone cut off,
yes, sir.
and then you called back.
Yes, sir.
And how long was it in between you losing the connection and you calling back?
I don't know, sir.
Well, do you think the phone was shut off by somebody? You didn't hang up, right?
No, sir.
And you have no reason to think that Trayvon Martin hung up.
No, sir.
So it seemed to you like what had been happening all day, that for no apparent reason, maybe bad signal, the call was lost.
Yes, sir.
So you talked with him then again. Was that a minute, 2 minutes, 5 seconds? Do you have any sense of after he ran, when it was that you talked with Trayvon Martin again.
I don't understand what's your question.
If I might have a moment. Let me show you defendant's 16. It's that call chart that we talked about yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and take a minute and look at it. Yesterday, you said that as far as you knew, those were accurate times of the calls that you and Trayvon Martin had on February 26th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because it was represented to you that those times were taken from the actual phone company records.
Yes, sir.
So you don't have any argument with that.
No, sir.
Well, take a look at the second to last call.
Yes, sir.
It began at 6:54:16 p.m. and disconnected at 7:11:47. You see that?
Yes, sir.
The next call picked up at 7:12:06. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And disconnected at 7:15:43. Correct?
Yes, sir.
So let's work backwards. Let's assume that at 7:15:43, the phone cut off when you were describing the interaction between Mr. Martin and Mr. Zimmerman.
Yes,
Okay?
sir.
So that call had started at 7:12:06, which was a little over 3 minutes, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there weren't any interruptions in that phone call.
No, sir.
And frankly, you don't know at 7:15:43 when the phone cut off, whether it cut off for any reason other than it was just one more lost call.
No, sir.
So look at the other call, though, the one before it, where it says it disconnected at a 7:11:47. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And that the next call started at 7:12:06.
Yes, sir.
If you do the math and figure out how long it was between 7:11:47 and 7:12:06, to me, that is...
Can you please keep your, if you need to take a copy of that.
Of course, I'll step back. That's about 19 seconds, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, does that seem to you to be about right? That when Trayvon Martin ran towards the back of his father's house while George Zimmerman was in the car, that about 20 seconds elapsed before your call reconnected?
Yes, sir.
So the only time from before 7 o'clock, before any part of this case actually started,
Yes, sir.
you were on the phone with Mr. Martin for all of that time except about 20 seconds.
Yes, sir.
And it was the 20 seconds we're talking about where Mr. Martin had decided to run, and then you reconnected with him.
Yes, sir.
Would this be a good time for a short recess?
You all need a brief recess? Yes. Okay, we're going to take a 15-minute recess. If you'll just remain seated, Ms. Gentile. Ladies and gentlemen, put your notepads face down on the chair and follow Deputy Corporal Demps back to the jury room. Ms. Gentile, we're going to take you may be seated. We're going to take a 15-minute recess. You're going to be able to leave the stand, but I'll remind you not to discuss your testimony with anybody while we're on recess. Corporal Lapp, if you'll please help Ms. Gentile out. Is there anything we need to take up before we take a 15-minute recess? Okay, thank you. Court will be in recess for 15 minutes. Please be seated. We're back on the record. If counsel will approach for one brief moment. The jury back in.
That I would like to take up with the court before the jury comes in.
Well, they're on their way, so come on and approach. Ladies and gentlemen, gotten some information that there may be some confusion as to what occurs when objections are made, so I'm going to go ahead and read to you the instructions that I read this when we began this trial Monday morning, and it's 2.1 preliminary instructions, the portion of which deals with objections. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer. Does that help clear that up? Okay, thank you very much. Mr. West, you may proceed.
Would the clerk please drop the screen? I'd like to display.
Yes. To dim or?
Well, I'm asking the assistance of the state's. We just want to display
It's on, it
this.
just has to warm up. It's warming up.
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. I don't know how long that'll take. In the meantime, I could just use this board. So- Just for the record, State's Exhibit 1 is being published and available for the jury to see during the witness's testimony. And may I inquire?
Yes, you may.
Ms. Gentile, you see State's Exhibit 1 that appears to be a map, do you not?
Yes, sir.
I take it from your testimony you don't know what that is.
No, sir.
So I won't ask you to identify anything if you don't know what it is.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but I do want to talk with you about where we left off before the break, and
Yes,
that was
sir.
at the moment.
May I object to that exhibit being on, since this witnesses can't identify what it is, there's no purpose in this exhibit being.
Are you going to be questioning about the exhibit?
Your Honor, I want the exhibit on so the jury can put this witness's testimony in the context of what has already been acknowledged to be the community retreat at Twin Lakes.
Okay.
So what I'd like you to do, ma'am, is pick up at the point where we left off before the break, and that was when Trayvon Martin began to run and the phone disconnected. Okay?
Yes, sir.
You knew that he was running at that point because you could hear wind.
Yes, Mr. West. Yes, Mr. West.
So not only had you told him to run, but you believed that he was running.
Yes, sir.
And that's when the phone cut off.
Yes, Mr. West.
And then about 20 seconds later, you reconnected and you were able to talk with him.
Yes, Mr. West.
And you don't know where he was exactly at that point, correct?
He had told me he's in the back of his father's fiancé house.
So what you believed at that point was that when the call reconnected about 20 seconds later, he was already at the back of where he was
By
staying.
his father's fiancé house.
By the back of the father's fiance's house.
Yes.
That's where he was staying.
Yes, sir.
And while you didn't know where that was, your sense of it, your belief was that he was close to home.
Yes, sir.
So after he reconnected, that's where he said he was.
Yes, sir.
And then did you continue to talk with him?
Yes, sir.
And I know you think that's where he was, but what could you tell by his voice at that point?
Breathing hard.
He was breathing hard. Okay. Are you sure?
Tired.
Are you sure he was breathing hard, or that might have just been wind noise from the signal
No.
on the cell phone?
It was him breathing hard.
And
He sounded tired.
he sounded tired from running?
Yes, sir.
That was your impression.
Yes, sir.
And that he breathed hard.
Yes, sir.
And his voice changed too, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
It got kind of low,
Yes, sir.
almost like a whisper.
Yes, sir.
And then he continued to talk with you in that voice for a couple of minutes.
Yes, sir.
And about a couple of minutes later, he said he saw the man again.
Yes, sir.
And he saw, what he told you was the man was close to where he was.
Yes, sir.
And that's when Trayvon Martin decided to say to this man, "Why are you following me for?"
Repeat your question again.
A couple. Could we have that read back? Sorry, I've lost track.
Is the question or the answer?
My question.
And that's when, okay, and that's when Trayvon Martin decided to say to this man, "Why are you following me for?"
Right.
Yes, sir.
And he didn't say it, "Why are you following me for?"
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
He didn't say it, "Why are you following me for?" He said, "Why are you following me for?" Didn't he?
No, sir. Not that kind of way, sir.
It was just a question. "Hey, mister, why are you following me for?"
He didn't say, "Hey, mister, why you following me for?" He just asked a question. "Why are you following me for?" And the man replied in the breathing voice that, "What are you doing around here?"
We've already been over that, what he said and what you said he said. But
Yes,
let's
Mr.
focus on that.
Your Honor, she's trying to answer the question.
Okay, did you finish answering your question?
Yes,
too?
sir.
Thank you.
Ma'am.
You may ask your next question.
So, however, you'd been talking to Mr. Martin on the phone for a couple of minutes at this point.
Yes, sir.
He was talking kind of low, in a whisper,
Yes, sir.
and he said he saw the man close to him.
Yes, sir.
And then he decided to say to the man, "Why are you following me for?"
Objection has to answer.
This will be the last time that's asked.
Yes, sir.
And at that point, you heard a response of some sort.
Yes, sir.
Either, "What are you talking about?" or "What you doing around here?"
What are you doing around here, sir?
And that's when you heard what you described initially as a bump.
Yes, sir.
When you talked to Mr. Delarianda on April 2nd, down at Sabrina Fulton's home,
Yes, sir.
at one point in the interview, you said to him, "So the last thing you heard was some kind of noise, like something hitting somebody." And your answer was yes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Like something hitting somebody, correct?
A bump, sir.
I'll say it again. So the last thing you heard was some kind of noise, like something hitting somebody.
That Trayvon got hit. Trayvon got hit.
You don't know that, do you?
No, sir.
You don't know that Trayvon got hit.
He could. He had.
You don't
to.
know that Trayvon
He
didn't, at that moment, take his fist and drive it into George Zimmerman's face.
Please lower your voice.
Do you?
No, sir.
What you heard after that, though, when you talked to Mr. Crump, was nothing else. That's when the phone cut off.
Yes, sir.
That's what you wrote in the letter, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's what you told Ms. Fulton earlier in the day on March 19th.
Yes, sir.
However, on April 2nd, when you were talking to Mr. Delarianda in Sabrina Fulton's home, with her sitting next to you, when Mr. Delarianda says, okay, when you heard that noise, something hitting somebody, did you hear the man say anything, or did you hear Trayvon say anything? Remember that question?
Yes, sir.
And up until that point, you had never told anyone that after this hit, that you heard anything else, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you said on that day, with Miss Fulton sitting next to you, I could hear a little bit.
Yes, sir.
And you said that I could just hear, like, I guess, like the headphone, because the headphone he might got off. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Delarianda said, okay, what could you hear? And you said, like a little get off some stuff.
Yes, sir.
And that was the first time you'd ever said that to anybody, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Delarianda said, could you tell who was saying that?
Yes, sir.
And you said, I couldn't hear it was Trayvon. I couldn't know if it was Trayvon. Something like that.
Objection, Profer.
If
Impeachment
you,
of
if you
evidence.
have what she said, you need to read that.
I have to play it. I can't, the transcript isn't accurate enough because of the way it was said. We can mark that and maybe come back and play that.
Can I read it, sir? Can I read it? I'll tell you what I said.
If it has my notes on it, you can disregard
I
those.
don't need your notes. Just let me read it.
I'll see if I have one, I think. We can play it, Judge.
She's asked for the transcript so she can tell you what she said. I think that we should try that first.
Okay. It's a multiple page transcript. Let me find the one.
I've got a transcript.
I've never seen that transcript. Do you have an extra copy of that one?
I've got a good one right here.
Yes, you may.
Well, take them both up there. How's that? May we do that?
Yes, you may.
May I first witness citizen for showing ownership?
Yes, you may. Please don't block the view of the jury or get too close to the witness.
Ms. Gentile, this is a transcript, I believe, of that part of the conversation we've been talking about that I was referring to. And then this is the same part of the conversation from the transcript that Mr. Del Rionda had. Would you just take a moment and look at the pertinent sections of each of those? Yeah, take your time. Have you had a chance to look at those?
Yes, sir.
So, does that refresh your recollection? Do you remember now what you said?
Yes, sir.
What is it that you said?
I had said he had asked me to make it clear.
In the microphone, please.
All right.
He had asked me to make it clear. I don't understand what you had said.
Make it clear.
To make it clear, did you say that he heard get off? I had said, yeah. I heard Trayvon saying get off a little bit. So as I was calling his name.
No, the question was, didn't you say to Mr. Del Rionda on that tape-recorded interview, when he asked you if you knew who it was, you said...
It was Trayvon. I heard him.
Uh,
I know that's what you're saying today, but I'm asking what...
Objection, Profer, impeachment.
If you'll read what she said on that date, that would answer that.
I'm going to read both of them, because there's an issue on that. I thought the witness could straighten out. So, according to this transcript that you just saw, when Mr. Del Rionda said, could you tell who was saying that, you said, I couldn't hear Trayvon.
I could hear it. You read the next page, sir.
I got that, but I'm talking about this one now, correct?
Yes, sir.
On the transcript that Mr. Del Rionda has, on page 14, could you tell who was saying that? Your answer was, I could have heard Trayvon. I could have heard Trayvon.
Objection, Profer, read the whole part as opposed to only
Do you want to
part.
complete her answer, please?
Well, sure. Could you tell who was saying that? I could have heard Trayvon.
I could hear Trayvon.
Could have is what this says.
Trust me, they messed up. I could hear Trayvon.
What you said was, on that recording of that interview that you had a chance to listen to within the last couple of weeks, you said, I could...
Stop. Again, one at a time. You need to Finish your answer, and then you can ask your next question. Don't ask your question while she's trying to finish her answer. Complete your answer, and then
I
we'll have the
had
next
told him,
question.
because my voice is low, I had told him I could hear Trayvon. Can you read it? Just read it. You
Right.
can finish reading this, sir.
On this transcript, it says, could you tell who was saying that?
I didn't write
And the
that.
transcript here says, let me finish
I did
reading.
not write that.
Okay,
I
you
know.
need to do the same thing. Wait till Mr. West finishes his question before you give the answer. And the reason I have everybody do that is because the court reporter can only take down one person talking at a time.
Yes,
So
sir.
listen to the question.
So, according to this transcript, it says, could you tell who was saying that? And your answer was, I could have heard Trayvon. Mr. Delarianda said, I'm sorry, as if he couldn't hear what you said or understand it. You then said, I could have heard Trayvon.
I would ask that the,
And
thank you, could read the next half of the page, which gives us a complete answer as to this issue.
well, there'll be lots of opportunity. What I would like to do now, though, Judge, is play the recording and let the jury decide what this witness said.
Is it in evidence? Is it in evidence?
I don't think it was pre-marked as in evidence, but we can offer it. We just want to play that part to see if it refreshes
I
this.
understand what you want to do. My question is it in evidence?
No.
And you don't think it is. Then it needs to be marked for identification. The state needs to say whether they object or not, and then I'll make a ruling as to whether it gets admitted. So if you want to take a moment to have it marked, you may do so.
Your Honor, okay.
May we approach the bench, and I'd ask that we approach with the transcripts so the court can read the actual transcripts in that part of it.
You may approach the bench. to take up a short matter outside of your presence, so if you'll please put your papers, notepads face down on the chair and follow Corporal Demps back into the jury room. Ms. Gentile, please remain seated. Stay seated. They're going to play a portion of the tape for you to listen to. Okay, has it been marked? Please be seated. Has it been marked?
Did you ever get any response?
No, they didn't text me.
Okay, so the last thing you heard was some kind of noise, like something hitting somebody?
Yeah.
Okay, and, when you heard that noise, something hitting somebody, did you hear the man say anything, or did you hear Trayvon say anything?
I can hear a little bit.
Okay, what could you hear?
I could have just hear like it's like the headphone, cause the headphone he might got off, but I could still hear a little bit
Okay, what could you hear?
like a little get off some stuff.
You heard get off?
Like a little get off. Now
Okay,
I call
that-
it
That
like
makes- Could you tell who was saying that?
I couldn't know Trayvon.
I'm sorry.
I could have heard Trayvon.
Okay,
You're all right.
And your question to Ms. Gentile is?
That she said on the recording that I couldn't hear was Trayvon, or couldn't hear Trayvon, or could have Trayvon, whatever you can tell us that said.
Your Honor, I object this, not a complete in terms of this witness being able to hear, because the next part, she clears up what it is. The answer, they have cut it off midstream.
That's true, Judge, but the theory is that Mr. De La Rienda walked her right down the path, suggested things to this witness
Okay.
under the circumstances that she just followed along and agreed to.
I asked you, what is your question to this witness?
What did she say? What did you say right there?
I could hear Trayvon.
I could hear Trayvon.
Yes.
Let's play it again.
did you hear the man say anything, or did you hear Trayvon say anything?
I can hear a little bit.
Okay, what could you hear?
I could have just hear like it's like the headphone, cause the headphone he might got off, but I could still hear a little bit
Okay, what could you hear?
like a little get off some stuff.
You heard get off?
Like a little get off. Now
Okay,
I call it
Could you tell who was saying that?
I couldn't know Trayvon.
I'm sorry.
Stop. What exactly did you say there? Would you just tell us exactly what that says?
Could hear Trayvon.
That's your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I understand the answer, and I want to play it from the jury and let them make up their own mind what she said.
Okay, any objections to this being introduced into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the objection?
My objection is she's already stated what it is. I guess they're trying, the interpretation or defense is arguing that this say something different.
Okay, please approach. I don't take speaking objections.
I apologize.
before the jury comes in, just. Well, it would be very helpful for this court if somebody would give me a copy of that transcript.
Okay.
Thank you. Can somebody direct me as to what page you're looking at?
I guess maybe we have an agreement then for this purpose.
Okay, thank you. Let's bring the jury in.
Let's be sure there's no technical issues, if we could just hold for 1 second, swear.
waiting for them to come in.
Okay, so the last thing you heard was some kind of noise, like something
Yeah.
hitting somebody?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've told them to bring the jury in, we're just waiting. I understand you're ready.
Jurors are present.
Please be seated. Mr. West, you may proceed.
Okay, we're back. Ms. Gentile, we're going to play part of the recording that we have been talking about. And if you would just listen to the piece from beginning to end of the section that we're playing, I would then like to ask you some questions after that, okay?
Okay, so the last thing you heard was some kind of noise, like something
Yeah.
hitting somebody?
Yeah.
Okay, and when you heard that noise, something hitting somebody, did you hear the man say anything, or did you hear Trayvon say anything?
I can hear a little bit.
Okay, what could you hear?
I could have just hear like it's like the headphone, cause the headphone he might got off, but I could still hear a little bit
Okay, what could you hear?
like a little get off some stuff,
You heard get off?
like a little get off. Now
Okay,
I call
that-
it
That
like
makes- Could you tell who was saying that?
I couldn't know Trayvon.
I'm sorry.
I couldn't hear Trayvon.
Okay, let me make sure I understand. You could hear, it was Trayvon saying
Yeah,
that?
that's why I was calling his name.
And he was saying what now?
They're like get off.
Get off?
Yeah.
Is that clear that you were hearing that, or you think you heard that?
Yeah, I could hear it a little bit. Get off, get off. Then the phone just hung up.
Okay, all right. Now, before all this started, earlier in the day, had Trayvon been talking to you, right? So you recognize his voice, right?
Yeah,
And you had heard him on prior occasions, so it was crystal clear this was Trayvon talking to you,
Yeah.
right?
Did you hear that clearly enough?
Yes, sir.
So, at one point, you said you could hear a little because the headphone might got off.
Was on the grass, sir.
What? Right, but what you're saying here is the headphone, meaning you think that maybe the
Headset fell.
headset might have fell. That's what you were thinking might have happened?
Yes, sir.
But you believe that it was not in the usual position,
Yes, sir.
and that even though what you think the headset was off or got off in some way,
Yes, sir.
that you could still hear a little bit.
Yes, sir.
And what you said was you could hear a little like get off.
Yes, sir.
And when Mr. De La Rianda said who was saying that, didn't you say, I couldn't know it was Trayvon or I couldn't hear it was Trayvon?
I couldn't hear it that well. It was Trayvon. But when I heard get off, and I started calling his name, Trayvon, what's going on?
I couldn't hear that heard get off, and I started calling his name, Trayvon, Trayvon.
Could it sound like his voice?
Does it sound like his voice?
Yes, ma'am.
It sounded like his voice, or it kind of sounded like
It sounded like his voice.
So help me understand this better. As far as what you said on the recording, when Mr. De La Rionda said, could you tell who was saying that, are you saying that what the jury just heard was you saying, I could hear it was Trayvon?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't say, I couldn't hear it was Trayvon, or I couldn't know it was Trayvon?
I said I could hear it's Trayvon. It's how I speak. You cannot hear me that well.
All right. You were having trouble hearing him because
He
you
had
couldn't.
trouble hearing me.
And now I'm really confused. Are you saying that
The state attorney had trouble hearing me. Him, next to you. The bald-headed.
that doesn't help much, does it?
No.
So, I'm sorry that I'm not quite clear on what you're saying. You're saying, first of all, to the jury, that what you said is, I could hear it was Trayvon.
I could hear it's Trayvon.
And then he asked you again, and you said, that's why I was calling his name.
Yes.
But by then, the phone was disconnected.
Yes.
So you heard, when you gave the, when you answered the questions and gave, for the first time, that you heard this little get off on April 2nd, the phone cut off right after you heard get off.
Yeah. Not cut off. Like you could hear grass sound, wet grass, and you hear Trayvon just saying get off, then now it's saying Trayvon, and the phone hung up. Ended. The phone ended. The phone had ended. Ended. Ended.
So what you're saying is that after you heard something hitting somebody, then you heard grass.
Repeat your question again.
After you say that you heard something hitting somebody, then you heard grass.
I didn't say that. I didn't say somebody was hitting. Somebody I heard get off. That's what I said. I started hearing somebody saying, Trayvon saying, get off, sir.
At the beginning of the recording we just played, Mr. De La Rionda said, so the last thing you heard was some kind of noise, like something hitting somebody, and you said, yeah. Do you agree?
If I said yes, sir.
Well, you just heard it, right? Did you hear that?
No, sir.
Could we play that again?
No, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Could we play that part again?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so the last thing you heard was some kind of noise, like something hitting somebody?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
Is that you?
Yes, sir.
And then when Mr. De La Rionda said, basically after that, did you hear the man say anything, or did you hear Trayvon say anything? And you said, I could hear a little bit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So this is the point where in prior statements you said the phone cut off, correct?
Yes, sir.
But today, in Ms. Fulton's living room, and he asked you, could you hear anything else? You said, yeah. As a matter of fact, I could hear a little bit, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the first thing you said, well, I could just hear, like, I guess, because the headphone might have come off, or you might got off. So you're saying there that you heard the headphone, in your mind,
Came out.
came off. And then the next thing you heard was grass?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe that for me? When you say you could hear grass, or even wet grass, like you said yesterday, could you tell me how wet grass sounds?
Wet, like leaf rolling all over.
When you describe the sound as you could hear wet grass, what is it that you actually heard that led you to make that opinion?
Somebody rolling on top of the grass.
Are you
Sir.
saying now that you heard people rolling on the grass?
Session, improper characterization of what she stated.
You sustained, you asked her to describe, and she gave you what she could give as a description. It's,
Well, let's hone in on that just a second. So you said in this interview, and then you said today, that after the sound of something hitting somebody, and you think the headphone might have been off, you heard wet grass. And I want to know what it is you actually heard that made you form that opinion.
The headset.
I'm sorry?
The headset. All you can hear is somebody rolling on the headset. Cause Trayvon had his headset. So
Are you saying now that you heard somebody rolling on the headset?
yeah, on top of the Trayvon. It had to be on top of the Trayvon. That's where his headset be at.
Are you saying that the sound of wet grass that you used to describe this yesterday, as you describe it today, you're saying that you believe that was people rolling around on the ground?
Yes, sir.
And what's that based on? What is the sound you heard that led to that conclusion?
I really don't know how to describe it. I really do not know how to describe that
Do you know how one of those headsets works?
like this.
Right. So if something brushes against it, you hear just like what you heard here, right?
Yes, sir.
So it could have been fabric. It could have been wind. It
No,
could have
I
been
know how it-
1,000 other things than somebody rolling on the ground, couldn't it?
Yes, sir.
And for that matter, you don't even know what get off means. Whether that means somebody on top saying that the person underneath was saying get off, or somebody was backing up and saying get off, or
Session, argument.
what,
let me hear the rest of the question.
or what may have been meant if in fact you even heard it.
I did hear get off, sir.
But you don't know what it meant because you didn't see any of this, correct?
No, sir.
And you don't know now how long that took from the point that you heard something hit somebody until you heard the wet grass, until you heard the get off, until the phone disconnected. How long did that take?
I don't know, sir.
Is,
I was not timing
Well, in fact, I take it that you were in your house trying to fix up your hair.
Trust me. Trust me, I had stopped.
Yesterday, didn't you say that when this conversation was taking place,
When we was
you were
ta-
fixing your hair?
Yes. As Trayvon was waiting for the rain to slow down from the Mellon area. That's what I
At
said.
what point then, if any, in this conversation did you pay particular attention
When I had called back.
when he was sort of whispering in the low voice after
When
he
I
said he
had
lost the
called
man?
back. Yeah, after he finished running.
All right, so were you still working on your hair or did you stop?
No, sir.
Were you paying particular attention at this point?
Yes, sir.
So were you on a handset or Bluetooth at that point?
Bluetooth.
Were you doing anything else other than listening intently to what was being said?
Yes, sir.
What were you doing?
Trying to listen what's going on. I'm trying to listen to Trayvon because I had my Bluetooth on.
You were still at home?
Yes,
Were you
sir.
doing anything else?
I was in the bathroom.
Was the water running?
No, sir.
Why not?
Why I need the water on?
I don't know, I'm asking.
I'm trying to fix my hair. I don't need the water on. I put the iron down, the hair iron down, after I called Trayvon back. And I called back. He answered. He told me he ran from the back.
So at that point, you were still in the bathroom?
Yes, sir.
Any background noise at all?
No, sir.
And you had stopped fixing your hair? And you were listening only to the phone call?
Yes, sir. I had called him back.
Right, and that's when he had stopped running and that he was speaking in this lower, more like whispering voice. Correct?
No, sir. I told you he sounded tired. Because I had told him keep running. He said, no, he'll just walk faster. And I said, okay, because it sounded to me like he was tired. His voice had changed, sir.
So this was after he had lost the man.
Yes. He
And
ran from the back.
He was tired from running,
Yes, sir.
is what you assumed,
Yes, sir.
as if he had run a long way,
Yes, sir.
and that you knew his voice was lowered, as
Yes.
opposed to his normal talking voice.
I didn't say his voice was I did not say his voice was lower.
You told Mr. Del Riondo on April 2nd that it was.
It sounded like he was tired. That's what I told you.
We'll come back to that in a moment, but don't want to lose track of what we're doing here. So you were in the bathroom, and because of what Trayvon Martin was saying, you were paying more attention at this moment than you had been previously,
Yes, sir.
and that you knew at this point that he had run and that he had lost
Yes,
the man, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that his voice had changed,
Yes, sir.
and you thought it was because he was tired from running,
He sounded tired, sir.
and you don't know how far he may have run.
Judge,
No,
that's
sir.
the answer.
Overruled, that will be the last time for that question.
You don't know how far he'd run.
No, sir.
And you have this conversation with him for a couple of minutes. And then he says he sees the man again.
Yes, sir.
And are you really paying attention now?
I was been paying attention, sir.
I'm sorry,
I was been paying attention, sir.
I was.
Been paying attention, sir.
So after you're talking to him on the phone, he seems out of breath for a couple of minutes. He says to you he sees the man again. And you pay particular attention now?
I was been paying attention, sir, when I had called him back.
answer is yes, you were focusing on this.
Yes, sir.
And as he says, he sees the man, and as he confronts him and says, "Why are you following me?" you're really paying attention then.
Objection to this characterization in terms of the word confront.
Okay. Ask her a question, let it be her words.
He confronted him by saying, "Why are you following me?" didn't he?
Yeah, objection, Your Honor.
We'll listen to your answer, you may answer.
And he told me to do was close to him.
Right. At that point, he decided to approach this man and say, "Why are you following me?"
Yes, sir.
And he could have just run home if he wasn't there.
He was already by his house. He told me.
Of course, you don't know if he was telling you the truth or not.
Why he need to lie about that, sir?
Maybe if he decided to assault George Zimmerman, he didn't want you to know about it.
That's real retarded, sir.
I'm sorry?
That's real retarded to do that, sir.
I-
And you don't know the person. Why a person? Trayvon did not know him.
Okay. What I'm trying to get at is, you're paying attention to this. Somebody or something hit somebody. In all your statements before, you said that's when the phone cut off. And in your statement on April 2nd, you're saying you heard a little get off, get off. And today you're saying it sounded like somebody rolling on the ground, correct?
Objection to dictionary characterization as to the prior statements that she
Okay,
made.
I think that response was because you asked her to describe what she meant by wet grass. So, objection sustained. You may ask your next question.
And what I'm focusing on now is how long did that take for you to hear all of that stuff going on before the phone cut off?
I don't know, sir. I was in timing it, sir.
What your sense of it? I know that you weren't timing it. You'd never said that before. So when you said it to Mr. De La Rionda, how long do you think it took since you were so concentrating on that?
Objection, ask and answer.
You may answer the question.
I don't know, sir.
But you knew something had just happened.
Yes, sir.
And in the statement on April 2nd is when you said, get off, and it was kind of low, correct?
Yes, sir.
Kind of low for a couple of reasons. One, because it wasn't said very loudly, or because the headset was somewhere else.
I don't know, sir. I was in there, sir.
And you don't really know who actually said that, even if it was said, do you?
Yes, sir.
It could have been Trayvon, is what you said, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, at the point, though, that all of that happened, you are saying now that you knew something had taken place.
Yes, sir.
But the reason you didn't do anything about it, tell anybody what you had heard, come forward to the police, is because in your mind it was just a fight. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, it was just a fight that Trayvon Martin started. That's why you weren't worried. That's why you didn't do anything. It was because Trayvon Martin started the fight and you knew that.
Objection, compound question, badgering the witness.
Okay, you may answer.
No, sir. I had told you before. I did not knew this man was out of jail.
I'm
So,
talking. Go
I
ahead.
don't know what you're talking about.
I'll say it again. After you were concentrating so closely on that last part of the conversation with Mr. Martin, where he's speaking in a lower voice for a couple of minutes, and then he says, I see the man again.
I'm going to object to this characterization as to the time that this witness heard Mr. Martin.
Okay, please rephrase your question.
After Mr. Martin ran, and you reconnected with him, you were talking with him for a couple of minutes before he told you he saw the man again, correct?
Yes, sir.
And during that time, he was speaking in this somewhat low, that you considered to be out of breath tone.
Yes, sir.
And you started paying particular attention because he said to you, he sees the man again, or the man's following him.
Yes, sir. You can still hear the wind, sir. That's you can hear the wind, sir. I could hear the wind. That's how I know Trayvon was still walking, sir.
As opposed to hiding.
Yes, sir.
So you think he was walking as opposed to hiding because you could hear wind on this headset?
Yes, sir.
As if he couldn't be standing still and there could also be wind?
Trust me, it's not windy. Yes, sir.
At the point, though, where he tells you that he sees the man again, or as he said, the man's right there,
Yes, sir.
he decides to approach the man and say, why are you following me for?
Objection, argumentative, and misstatement of the facts.
Sustained.
No, sir.
The objection's been sustained, so wait for another question. Thank you.
There's no question in your mind, is it, that Trayvon Martin, based upon what you said and what he said and what you heard, that he approached the man and said, why are you following me for?
Same objection, Your Honor, and also compound question.
Okay, sustained.
May we be heard at the bench, please?
No. Ask your question again.
You believed at that point that Trayvon Martin approached the man and said, why are you following me for?
No, sir.
Well, you want to explain that?
Trayvon told me the man was behind him and kept being close by him. That told me a lot. Close.
Trayvon told me that the man was behind him and kept being close by him. What you said after that?
That's gave me a point. That gave me a point that the man was behind Trayvon, sir.
So he told you that he could see the man again, the man was behind him,
Yes.
correct?
Close.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
And if he were hiding somewhere and the man walked close to him, they would be close together, correct?
Objection, argumentative, and in fact.
Sustained.
Ju- In any event, your sense of it was that they got close together at that point.
He got close to Trayvon. Yes, sir.
And you don't know whether the man was approaching Trayvon at that point and getting closer, or whether Trayvon was approaching the man and getting closer.
Trayvon would have told me he'll call me back, sir, if he was going to approach him, sir.
So you're assuming that Trayvon didn't approach the man because he would have told you if he was going to confront the guy, he would call you back when it was over?
Yes, sir.
In any event, you knew something was going to happen, I take it.
No, sir.
You knew that he had said to the man, why are you following me for?
Yes, sir.
And you knew in your mind that it was going to be a fight.
No, sir.
But when you...
Maybe an argument.
You thought Trayvon Martin would approach a man he'd never seen in his life, and
I did
that
not
he
say
would...
Trayvon approached the man, sir.
Either way, Are you saying that you thought that Trayvon would have the discussion with that guy that he'd never met in his life, didn't know who he was, didn't know anything about him, this creepy ass cracker, and have just a gentlemanly conversation about why you following me for?
The dude was close. The man was close to him, sir. He just.
So Trayvon decided, instead of just running away, to confront this guy.
Objection, argumentative.
Of course
Speculation.
it's.
No, sir.
All right. But at the end of all of this, after you heard something hitting somebody, what you thought
bump,
might.
Sir.
Hmm?
A bump, sir. A bump.
We played it right at the beginning of this recording. Mr. Delarianda said the last thing you heard was something hitting somebody, and you said yes.
Objection, improper impeachment. Based on I'll be glad to clarify.
Thank you. You may answer the question.
I don't remember saying that, sir.
Given all of that, whatever it was, whether it was a bump, whether it was somebody hitting somebody, I thought, in fact, that you said that it could have been, for all you know, Trayvon Martin smashing George Zimmerman in the face, is what you actually heard.
What?
Yeah, just earlier today.
By who?
By you.
You ain't get that from me?
After all of that happened, you decided not to do anything because you thought it was just a fight and that you didn't need to come to Trayvon Martin's aid, did you?
What? Repeat what your question again, sir?
Whatever that was happening that you were paying particular attention to, you decided that you didn't need to call anybody, call the police, report anything because you thought it was just a fight.
I did call him back, sir.
Of course, but you didn't get an answer. Didn't that make you even more worried?
I called back again, sir.
And I would assume that would heighten.
And I had text, sir.
Still no answer.
No, sir.
A couple of calls, a text, and no answer.
No, sir.
And the reason you didn't do anything was because you thought it was just a fight.
And I thought his father was around there.
But you thought it was just a fight because it was one you knew that Trayvon Martin was planning to start.
No, sir. He would have told me, sir, and told me to call him back or he'll call me back, sir.
So you figure then that if Trayvon Martin was getting ready to sucker punch somebody and get in a fight, that he would have told you, let me take care of this and I'll call you right back?
Argumentative, speculation.
Is that what you're saying? That you're saying that if Trayvon Martin was getting ready to assault this man, that he would have said, hang on a minute, I'll call you back?
Say objection, argumentative, speculation.
Just 1 second. Overruled.
No, sir. He would not let me on the phone.
But you wouldn't.
No, sir.
You,
No, sir, he would not.
Allow me on the phone with him if he was about to have a fight.
I didn't,
Sir.
I didn't understand it. Say that again. What about that he would have told you if he was getting ready to have a fight?
If he was going to confront the man, he would have told me, oh, I'm about to confront the man, see what he wants. He did not tell me that, sir. He just told me he trying to get home, sir. But the man was still following him, sir.
So you're assuming that if Trayvon Martin were planning to confront this man and assault him, that he would have given you a heads up?
Objection is a mischaracterization of what this witness said.
The witness's answer is what it is. And,
Well, has he ever told you that before? That he was going to assault someone and he'd call you back?
Objection, improper questioning.
no, that's not a
Honor,
proper
I'll be glad to,
objection, so.
I didn't want to make a
overruled.
speaking objection, Your Honor. We've had this issue before.
Counsel, please approach.
In any event, you didn't take any steps or even have any particular concern about what you heard, because in your mind it was just a fight.
I did, sir.
In the conversation that you had with Mr. Della Rionda on April 2nd, he asked you some questions about whether Trayvon Martin had told you that the man had gotten out of the car. Do you remember those questions?
No, sir.
Let me take a minute and find the reference. So Mr. Della Rionda said to you in a question, I can read it exactly or paraphrase it, but the conversation was that Mr. Della Rionda asked you,
May I see it, sir? May I see it, sir?
yes, but let me set the stage, if I might. Mr. Della Rionda said, but did he ever say the guy got out of the car?
I don't remember, sir.
You don't remember that
Who are you
Mr.
talking
Della...
about?
Here's what I'm talking about. That Mr. Della Rionda asked you, did he ever say the guy got out of the car? And your response to him was, you want that too? Do you remember that?
I don't remember, sir.
Let's play.
May I
Asked for you to show her, so if you'll please give her a copy. Yes, you may. Yes, you may.
right, let me direct your attention to this paragraph, ask you to read that, and it's my note here underneath is what I thought I heard your answer was. So I want you to see if you remember that, and if that was your answer, and I'll ask you that.
No, sir.
What is it that you say no?
That's not what I said.
You
That's,
did-
I can't hear you.
that's not what I said. That's your opinion, sir.
All right.
That's what you thought I
On the
said.
paragraph where Mr. Deliranda asks you, did he ever say the guy got out of the car?
Keep reading this, sir.
And I said, the transcript says that you said you want that too. And you're saying you didn't say that?
No, sir.
Do you remember what you said instead?
No, sir. But I did not say that.
You do specifically remember that when Mr. Deliranda asked you, did he ever say the guy got out of the car, that you did not say in response, you want that too?
No, sir. I did not even say, you want that too. No, I did not say that, sir.
Okay. Could we play that portion, please? I think we have a few.
Judge, I have no objection to that
Thank you.
sentence only, or whatever.
Well, let's just play.
I'm gonna object to the rest. I mean, I apologize, I don't mean to make a speaking objection.
Well, let's play that part first.
Improper impeachment in manner in which it is being played, my objection.
What is the purpose for it being played, sir?
So the jury can
No.
hear for themselves whether or not Ms. Gentile gave the answer that she just denied giving.
She said those were your notes, not hers.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know what transcript both sides have. I have somebody's transcript, and there's supposedly difference in the transcripts.
Well, Mr. Delagrande's transcript has the witness's response the same way that I do.
Could you show me what page it's on? Because I don't know whose I'm looking at.
Just let the jury hear what.
Well, I've asked a question. Could you tell me, first of all, whose transcript do I have?
May I
Ours.
just clear up as I gave it to you? I gave it to you, it's ours, it does not have an answer on it because it was added in earlier. So what you have just has asterisks, that's not gonna help you.
Could you please tell me what page?
Now page 15. May I approach and just get you to the page? The end of the last line of the page is when he was at the bail thing. You can find that way.
Okay, I must have a different one.
May I approach you on it?
Yes, The pages are not numbered.
Here is the night. And it's where the asterisks are, 3/4 of the way down.
I think it's page 14.
Where it doesn't have it.
There's more information about that, so I think you need to play both.
do that, and I think we had,
Well, the transcript I have from that question, it has asterisks. There's no answer.
You know, my proposal is that that question and that answer, and her answer be provided, and
But for what purpose? If it's for impeachment, because your transcript doesn't have an answer.
that's right.
It has
because
4 asterisks.
Yes, the transcriptionist seemingly couldn't hear it. Mr.
Okay.
Delariando's
But your
transcriptionist could, and I believe it's audible enough that the jury can hear it if we just play the recording.
I don't have the other transcript. Is it at all possible for me to get a copy of that?
That would be in the state's possession.
Your Honor, I can see if I've got a clean one. Mine's all,
Just show the court if you'd like.
I think I've got it. For the record, on our transcript, it's at the bottom of page 16, and it continues all the way through page 17.
Thank you.
Sorry. I'll make sure because this has got bottom of page 16 all the way through page 17.
Thank you. Guess I don't see the language that you had indicated what was said, Mr. West. Where your asterisks are?
Yes, where the asterisks are on this transcript, Mr. Delariando has a phrase.
Okay, counsel, please approach because I, Ladies and gentlemen, your lunch is here, so I'm gonna, the hungry grumblings I hear in your stomachs will be satisfied. During the lunch period, you're not to discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. You're not to read or listen to any radio, television, or newspaper reports about the case. You're not to use any type of an electronic device to get on the internet to do independent research about the case, people, places, things, or terminology. And you're not to read or create any emails, text messages, Twitters, tweets, blogs, or social networking pages about the case. Do I have all of your assurances that you will abide by these instructions? Okay, with that, if you'll please put your notepads face down on the chair and follow Corporal Debs out to the jury room. Stay seated for just a moment. Be seated for just a moment. Everybody be seated. Court is going to be in recess until 1:45. Ms. Gentile, you need to be back here at 1:45. Again, you're not to discuss what your testimony has been or will be with anybody, including any of the lawyers. Do you understand? Yes, ma'am. Okay, can we have a deputy escort Ms. Gentile out of the courtroom? Is there anything else that we need to take up before we recess for lunch? Okay, thank you very much. We'll be in recess. Back on the record, case number 12 CF 1083A, State versus George Zimmerman. Okay. We're getting Ms. Gentile back on the stand. Are you ready to play the tape for her?
Yes, ma'am.
Guy now, he's out of the car and he's chasing, I think.
Yes, we are.
Ms. Gentile, we are back on the record after lunch, and we are going to play for you part of the recorded interview that you gave to Mr. De La Rianda in person on April 2nd 2012. We're going to play a piece of it. So I'd like you to listen in particular to the first question, the first comments that Mr. Delarianda makes, and then your answer right after that. Do you know what we're focusing on now?
Yes, sir.
And we're going to continue it a little longer after that. Feel free to listen to it carefully, but the one thing we want to know for sure is what you said following Mr. Delarianda's first comments and question.
Yes, sir.
Did he ever describe, yeah, the guy now, he's out of the car, he's chasing. I know you said he said the guy was following, but did he ever say the guy got out of the car?
You want that too?
I want to know the truth, did he say that or not? If he didn't say that, that's fine. I mean, I don't need to know.
Like when he walking.
I know Trayvon is running, right, or walking.
Yeah.
My question is, did Trayvon ever describe to you, hey, you know, like if I see a football game, I say, yeah, the guy was running fast, or the guy, you know, ran to the left. Did he ever
When you was at the mail thing,
Yeah.
the man was on the phone.
Right.
That's what he's telling me.
I'm sorry, wait, what?
He's telling me the man was on the phone. He put his hoodie on.
Right.
So the man was still in the car. Then Trayvon started walking. And then he said, I think the man got off by some reason. Cause he
That's
said
what you believe? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he said the man was still following him.
Okay, so he didn't say like the man got out, but you
Yeah.
just believe that?
Yeah.
But Trayvon didn't tell you the man got out of the
Yeah.
car? Okay, all right.
Your Honor, that's the video, or the audio clip that we wanted to proffer to this witness.
Well, then ask her your next question for the proffer.
After hearing Mr. Delarianda's comment and question that ends with, but did he ever say the guy got out of the car? Your answer was, in fact, you want that too, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You know, I'm going to ask that this be played for the jury. Thank you.
She's agreeing with it. It's improper. It's not a dispute, so why is it being played? And I apologize, I'm just not trying to make a speaking objection, but,
I understand what you're saying, then it would not be impeachment.
right.
The objection is, why is it going to be played? Because it's not impeachment, since she indicated that that was her answer.
You know, the court ruled, I thought, a moment ago when I said I'd like to play it for the jury, and the court assented.
That there is an objection, and the objection was that that statement was not impeachment, since she had said that, yes, that's what I said.
This witness squarely denied having said it before the jury.
Okay, well, you can ask her that question
And I
again.
want to play the recording for the jury so they can hear it for themselves, not just the sort of naked answer, yes, I did say that, you want that too. I want the context of it. And I want the nuance of the language and the idea that this witness was, in a sense, saying to Mr. Delarianda, do you want me to give you an answer on that too? And Mr. Delarianda's response is, I want to know the truth.
I understand, because I've heard it too, and I understand your argument, but for impeachment, you have the witness, in this case, listen to, in other cases, it's read to themselves what the question and answer was, and then you ask them, is that what you said? And they admit it, or they say, yes, I did, or no, I didn't. If they say, no, I didn't, then that's impeachment, and you play it for the jury, and she's admitting that that's what it was. So
Your Honor, my response there is that...
I'm not finished.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. So to play that in front of the jury is not impeachment. That's the objection. And you can ask Ms. Gentile in front of the jury, did you have an opportunity to listen to your statement? Yes. And do you now, I'm going to ask you the question again, is that your answer? If she gives an answer that is not what you think is appropriate, then you play it to the jury.
May I respond briefly?
Yes, you may.
When this witness was confronted with a transcript before
She
the jury.
wasn't given a transcript on that. She asked for one, and you said you wanted to play the tape. And that's when I said we'd do that outside the presence of the jury. She was not provided a transcript on that questioning.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, but I believe that she was. I handed her 2 transcripts, and my transcript said, you want that too. Mr. Delarianda's transcript said, you want that too, but it had another word or two after it, and the witness under oath in front of the jury said, I never said that. I want to let the jury hear this witness's own words. Now, I have the right to confront her with her own words in front of the jury, and her own words are on this recording. So I want to play the recording for the jury as to what this witness denied, first of all, under oath, which has now been, I think, indisputably proven to be true.
Okay. You can ask her that question, and if she denies it, you can play it for the jury. But you've given her an opportunity to listen to it and review it as if it were a transcript that she would review that had that on there, and she's now giving you her answer. If she answers differently when the jury is present, then you may play it.
Our position is we had the right
I
to
understand your position. That's my ruling. Okay, are
May I
we
be heard
ready?
any further?
No.
Thank you, Judge.
I'll refer you back to the court's rules. Are we ready to bring the jury in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Jurors are present.
Please be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And while you're getting settled with your notepads and stuff, I'm going to ask you questions. If your answer is yes to any of my questions, please raise your hand. During the lunch recess, did any of you have any conversations amongst yourselves or with anybody else about the case? No hands are being raised. Did any of you read or listen to any radio, television, or newspaper reports about the case? No hands are being raised. Did any of you use any type of an electronic device to go on the internet to do independent research about the case, people, places, things, or terminology? No hands are being raised. And finally, did any of you read or create any emails, text messages, Twitters, tweets, blogs, or social networking pages about the case? Okay, no hands are being raised. Thank you, Mr. West. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gentile.
Good afternoon.
Before the lunch break, we were talking about a statement that you made to Mr. Delarianda on April 2nd, 2012. Specifically, a part of that interview where Mr. Delarianda asked you did Trayvon Martin ever say that the guy got out of the car? Do you remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
And you remember me presenting you with a transcript of that interview where your answer was, you want that too. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you also saw the transcript with from Mr. De La Rionda that said your answer was, you want that too, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when I asked you, did you in fact say that, you said, I did not say that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the break before we reconvened, we have actually played that recording for you, have we not?
Yes, sir.
And we played that particular portion where Mr. De La Rionda said, did Trayvon Martin ever say that the guy got out of the car? Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
And you heard your answer as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in
Yes,
fact,
sir.
your answer was to Mr. De La Rionda's question, you want that too, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much. Redirect.
And please report. Well, let's get first things out of the way. I gather I'm the bald-headed dude for purpose of the record. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I've got one of those last names that most people can't pronounce. And so, anyway. I'm curious. You grew up, I guess, in a Haitian family?
Yes, sir.
Your mother speaks Creole or Haitian?
Creole. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And the reason is, I wonder in terms of from a culture or just from learning English. English was not my native tongue, and I spoke Spanish first. So, in doing that, did you learn Creole first, or did you learn English first? In terms, and I'm curious. Sometimes there's a cultural thing when we say things, it isn't as clear to everybody.
Creole and Spanish.
Okay. You also mentioned that you were shown a letter, correct? I believe it's a defense exhibit. Madam Clerk, do you have that in front of you? Oh, I'm sorry. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Defense exhibit 17. You recognize this here?
Yes, sir.
That is, please stand up and leave. You may proceed.
It's defense exhibit 17, which is the letter that you wrote to, actually you didn't write, you had somebody else write on behalf of you to Sabrina Fulton, the victim's mother?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you need to speak, it's confusing because there's two microphones here, you need to speak into that one. You recognize the letter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you had a friend of yours write it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because you can write in cursive, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also can read in cursive, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is redirect.
I'm glad to rephrase it. Can you read in cursive? Can you read cursive?
No, sir.
Can you write in cursive?
No, sir.
You were asked about the friend that wrote that letter, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's a friend that you asked to write it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were also asked about numerous questions about the interview that you gave me, the statement you gave me when I went down to, and I apologize, me in terms of with an investigator too, down in Miami. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. West asked you about the fact that the state attorney's office from Jacksonville had been appointed by the governor, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, in terms of you found out that we were handling the case.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you agreed to speak to me, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in fact, as you stated, 2 cars went to a place where you were at a friend's house and we picked you up and took you down to take a statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were pretty emotional at that statement, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
Was it hard for you to talk about this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in that statement, you, as best you could, attempted to tell what you remember?
I'm objecting now. This is the third in a series of leading questions. This is redirect. There should be direct questions rather than leading.
I'll be glad to rephrase it, Your Honor.
Thank you, sustained.
You recall in that statement stating that, I'm sorry, the April 2nd statement that Mr. West asked you about, that Trayvon Martin was running away from the person?
Yes, sir.
And you also made reference that Trayvon Martin said the man described him as a creepy white.
Object that it is, well, at this point, beyond the scope of the cross-examination and not responsive to one of the issues raised during the cross. And it's also leading.
Overruled, and as to the first 2 objections, as to the leading, I will give a little leeway to get a frame of reference, and then make sure your questions aren't leading.
Yes, Your Honor. My question is, do you recall Mr. West asking you that Trayvon Martin referred to the man that was following him as a creepy white cracker?
Yes, sir.
I didn't say that. That's a mischaracterization of the testimony.
I'm sustained because I think the words were creepy ass cracker.
I apologize. Were the words creepy, pardon my language, creepy ass cracker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you recall Mr. West asking you about that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also, and to you, is that a derogatory, or is that the way people speak in your culture, your age group?
Objection leading. Suggesting an answer.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
You also made reference at some point that Mr. Trayvon Martin also referred to the person also with the N-word. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when I say person, he's talking about the person that was following him, he referred to using the N-word.
Yes, sir.
By the way, in that letter, may I post?
Yes,
again?
ma'am.
That letter, Defense Exhibit 17, you actually read it, Trayvon Martin's name is misspelled. Were you aware of that?
No, sir.
It's spelled T-R-E-R.
I object it's leading.
Overruled.
It's spelled T-R-E-V-O-N. Were you aware of that?
No, sir.
You mentioned also, when asked by Mr. West about the statement that you gave to Mr. Crump by phone, correct? Was that by phone, just to make sure the record? You weren't there in person, or were you?
By phone.
Okay. And Mr. Crump did not ask you specific questions about certain items or certain questions that I asked you specifically on April 2nd, is that correct?
Objection
Yes,
leading.
sir.
Overruled.
Did Mr. Crump ask you specific questions like I did?
No, sir.
You were asked by Mr. West in terms of what happened, and you recall in the interview that you gave me on April the 2nd, the statement you gave, you referred to the man approaching Trayvon Martin, and it sounded like a bump. Do you recall using the word bump?
Yes, sir.
Objection. I guess I don't quite understand what what's going on here. Is this confronting the witness with her prior statement that he was present for?
What is your objection?
Well, it's leading, and it is improper impeachment. If anything, it's bolstering by a supposed prior consistent statement of some sort.
Overruled on all three.
Do you recall using the word bump in describing what occurred to Trayvon Martin?
Yes, sir.
For the record, do you still live, Mr. West asked you about meeting with two individuals from FDLE in Miami. You still live in Miami, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You were asked by Mr. West about the phone calls that you had with Mr. Trayvon Martin that day on February 26th. Would you agree that the phone records are the best records about that in terms of the length of the calls, whatever the times are?
Yes, sir.
Let me have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Do you have any recross?
Briefly, thank you, Judge.
Ms. Gentile, you were born and raised in Miami, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you spoke English at home?
What age you talking about, sir?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Are you saying that English is your third language? That you spoke Creole and Spanish first?
I spoke 3 languages first. I learned how to speak 3 languages first, but Creole was the first one.
Does your mother speak English?
Not that well, sir.
Does she speak English?
Not that well, sir.
I understand she may have an accent or some limitations, but do you speak to her in English?
Sometimes, sir.
And if you're not speaking to her in English, you're speaking to her in Creole?
Yes, sir.
And your father, do you speak to him in English?
Yes, sir.
And when you went to school as a child, kindergarten, did you speak English at school?
Yes, sir.
And have you spoken English to your teachers and classmates in school up through today?
Yes, sir.
Are you claiming in any way that you don't understand English?
I understand you. I understand you. I do understand English.
My question is, when someone speaks to you in English, do you believe that you have any difficulty understanding it because it wasn't your first language?
I understand English really well.
You've spoken it all your life.
Yes, sir.
And there's nothing that I've said to you today in English that, or yesterday, that you haven't understood, correct?
No, sir.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about is Mr. Delarianda said in reference to Trayvon Martin saying creepy-ass cracker and using the N-word, that people speak like that in your culture. Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
Well, what culture is that where people describe other people as creepy-ass crackers?
A pervert.
I'm sorry?
A pervert.
Do you understand what I mean by the culture that you were raised in, the culture that
The
you live
area
in?
I was raised in? What you trying to say?
Right. I'll say it this way. Do people that you live around and with call white people creepy ass crackers?
Not creepy, but cracker, yeah.
So the creepy is the pervert part that you were talking about?
Yeah.
So forget that for a second. You're saying that in the culture that you live in your community, people there call white people crackers.
Yes, sir.
And do they use the N word regularly?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying, so did Trayvon Martin. Trayvon Martin referred to white people as crackers, correct?
I don't recall, sir.
Okay, thank you, nothing else.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May Ms. Gentile be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. You may be excused. If the state will please call your next witness.
Yeah, we're going to ask that you remain under subpoena.
Okay, we're gonna have to,
Excused for now.
well, she's gonna return to Miami. Will we have notice before she would be called back? The state's releasing them from their portion.
We would
If-
like a few minutes to proffer some testimony is what I'm thinking. It could be at the end of the day today, or it could be at another time later in the proceeding.
Okay. Then I need to know if the defense has any objections to her returning to her home and then bringing her back.
Well, could we do it at the end of the day? And rather than inconvenience the jury, just have Ms. Gentile wait until the end of the day? Or
Okay, if counsel will please approach. There's a brief matter that we need to take up outside your presence. Thank you for your patience. If you'll please put your notepads face down on the chair and follow Corporal Dempsey out of the courtroom. Please be seated. Yes, you may approach. Ms. Gentile, we're going to allow you to go home, but I want to remind you that even though you're being excused from the court today, there is a possibility you may be called back to testify. So the subpoena that has been issued requiring you to be at court is still in full force and effect. So if you all are called back to testify, arrangements will be made for you to come back here, and you must be available under that subpoena until you are released by me, okay? You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, if you'll please follow Corporal Dempsey out of the courtroom, and after that, if we'll get the jury back in.
Judge, before they come in, do we have permission to set the document camera up and make sure it's...
Yes.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Can I use my phone?
Pardon?
Can I use my phone?
As soon as you're out of the courthouse room, you can. Okay, is the defense ready for the jury to come back into the courtroom?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury back in.
very threatening on them.
Please be seated. Mr. Manti, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. This court is called Ray McDonald.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall present will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McDonald, if you would, please go ahead and spell your last name for a court reporter. Tell us who you are, where you work, and what you do.
Okay, first name Raymond, last name MacDonald, MacDonald. And I'm a senior manager at T-Mobile, the wireless phone company.
Where do you operate from?
Our corporate headquarters is in Bellevue, Washington. Our office is in Parsippany, New Jersey.
And when you say our office, which office specifically, which branch or sort of agency of T-Mobile?
I'm with the Law Enforcement Relation Group. We're part of the legal department.
And as part of your duties there, do you have occasion to review, collect, and authenticate records of phone calls for T-Mobile customers?
Yes.
Okay. Are those records normally kept in the course of T-Mobile's business because you, of course, have to bill people?
Yes.
And are they made at or near the time that the calls are documented?
Yes, they are.
So this is sort of your monthly phone bill, and you guys keep all that stuff?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald, I'm showing you what's been marked for, and I think sort of by agreement, sections of phone records for 2 T-Mobile phones marked currently as States Exhibits 166 and 167. You're familiar with the records reflected in those exhibits?
Yes, I am.
If there's no objection, I would be moving 166 and 167 into evidence.
No objection?
No.
166 will come in as 166, as will 167 come in as 167.
Mr. McDonald, if you would please go ahead and tell us sort of how it is that these records get generated. How does T-Mobile get a paper record of a cellular phone call?
When a call is made, as the call goes through the T-Mobile network, on the switches in that network are billing gateways. Those billing gateways capture the information for billing purposes. That information is then sent out to the billing computers where it sits in a digital format until which time it's called upon for whatever need the company has for those records.
The first set of records that I'd like to discuss is the one that's affiliated with the phone number, the T-Mobile phone number, area code 407-435-2400. Do you see that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And which exhibit is that, sir?
This is States Exhibit 167.
Okay. And Mr. McDonald, if I could direct your attention up to the large screen. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to show you a portion of that record. Oh, boy. Here we go. It's better. And I'm going to ask you to tell us sort of what it is that we're looking at here, what kind of columns we're talking about. If I start with the left-hand column, is that the phone number that the records are associated with?
The left-hand column under the heading Misden, which is just a fancy term for the phone number, That is the phone number for the subscriber for those records.
If I'm looking specifically at the records for the 2/26/2012 date, you see that column there with the dates?
Yes.
And then I look in the destination column. I guess I'll start with the very top of that column. That series of numbers there starts with 216. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. What is that column?
That is an IP addressing. It's all I can tell you. It's some type of IP session, some type of web session. That number is IP addressing.
So you're talking about an internet provider?
Yes.
If I go to the next sort of the next word, which is incoming in that column, what is an incoming call?
When you see incoming on the destination, it just simply means that the call is an incoming call, that it came into the subscriber's handset.
Okay. And so if it were a call being made by the subscriber, what would it say?
It will be, you see under the incoming, it will have a destination. Like in this case, it will say Sanford, Florida.
Okay. As it does in the next line?
Yes, that would indicate an outgoing call.
Okay. And as for time, is that military time there, sir?
It is.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to move over for a moment to the call type. Tell me what that F means and what that D means over there in that column.
Well, the F is a mobile-to-mobile call. It's a T-Mobile to T-Mobile phone. And when you see a D, that indicates that it's a text message.
And if I go out just a little bit to number of minutes, what is that column designed to measure?
That's the number of minutes for the call.
So the duration of the call?
Duration of the call,
So
yes.
under the time column, is that the start time of the phone call?
Yes, yes it is.
And then the number of minutes tells you how long it lasts?
Yes, we bill out to the minute. So it's, if you see the first one is 3 minutes, that would be anything between 2 and 3 minutes.
So let me guess, you round it up?
Yes.
As far as T-Mobile phones go, in your familiarity with their records, as far as the clock, the time that a call starts, unless the phone is altered in some way by the user, are all the T-Mobile phones going to use the same time?
The phones, if they're in auto time, then they would pick up the time for the area that they're in. Of course, most phones, people can set their own time on the phones also.
Okay. Now tell me about text messages and times.
Text messaging, the timestamp for text messaging is in Pacific time because it's default routing, and it picks up default routing, and it picks up Pacific time for the timestamp.
So if I look there, for example, the first D column I see for text message says incoming text message at 2014. Does that mean that the text message actually arrived at 8:14 p.m. Eastern time or Pacific time?
That would be Pacific time, and you would just add the 3 hours for Eastern time.
Okay, so that text would actually arrive in the phone at 23:14 instead of 2014?
Yes.
If the phone were in the Eastern time zone?
Yes.
To determine the length in seconds of the phone call, do you have to actually measure the recording itself and time it? In other words, you say, for example, if I look at the third call up there, the incoming call that says 3 minutes, you said that could last anywhere actually between 2 and 3 minutes. Would I have to actually time the phone call itself to get to the actual seconds?
With looking at these records, this type of billing format, yes.
Okay. And the same would be true of all the calls in that column?
Yes, with the exception of text messaging, it's going to show a 1. That's more or less a placeholder. It'll usually always show a 1 or a 0.
Okay. So I see 2 calls that I just want to direct your attention to in particular. One at 19:08. Do you see that one?
Yes, I do.
So that would be made at 7:08 p.m., and I think the column indicates that that lasts 5 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. And then there's a second one at 19:18 that lasts 1, and both of those calls are made to 407-688-5070.
Yes, they're both outgoing calls to that number.
When you see a 1 in the number of minutes, does that mean that there actually was any conversation, or could it simply mean that there was a call and then a connection and an immediate hang-up?
In order for it to come on to these building records, there would have to be some type of connection. I couldn't tell you what that connection is, but a connection on the other end.
All right. And as long as there's 1 second of connection, it's going to show a minute. Am
Yes.
I right? Because you get a bill for it, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move, if I could. Not yet. You're good at 166. And now in looking at these records, I'm going to start, I guess, let me do it this way. If I look over to the left-hand column, that number I see there, 17863129558, what is that number?
That is that would be the number for these records. That would be the number of the subscriber for these records.
Okay, so that's the phone number.
Yes.
If I ask you the second column there that says voice, what does that mean?
That's the type of activity. It may say voice, it may say SMS, which short message service, it's a text message, or you may see data in there also.
Okay. And the third column, where we have a date, what appears to be a time, including seconds, what is that column?
That is the date and time of the call, or the activity of the phone.
And incoming and outgoing, does that mean the same thing as it did in 167?
Yes.
All right. As far as the next column where I see another long number, what does that column signify?
That would be the phone number that is either calling to the subscriber number or the subscriber is calling to.
Okay. And TMO-US, I can bet that stands for T-Mobile?
T-Mobile US, yes.
Okay. If I look at the last column, actually the last two columns over here, what do those columns signify in terms of, I'm going to ask duration for minutes and then durations for seconds?
Yes, these are the first column, on second from the right to the left. That's your time of the call or activity in seconds, and it's actually rounded out, in minutes, and the seconds are rounded out in hundredths of a minute.
All right, so the far right column is seconds, and the
Yes.
second to the right column is in minutes?
Yes.
And again, you're rounding up?
Yes.
So if I were to, for example, look at the highlighted call, which is the first highlighted call, 2/26/2012 at 7:12:06 p.m., does that tell me that that is an incoming phone call to this phone that connected at 7:12:06 on the evening of February 26, 2012?
Yes.
Okay. And the phone number that called that phone is 786-419-3726?
Yes, that's correct.
And that phone call lasted 218 seconds or 3.63 minutes?
Yes.
The very first call on this sheet, it's not highlighted, but it shows a connection time of what, sir?
6:54 and 16 seconds p.m.
Okay, and it's that same phone number that ends in 3726?
Yes.
And it is for 17.53 minutes?
Yes.
Let me ask you, the second highlighted call here, and in fact every call thereafter, where we alternate incoming, outgoing, all the way down the page?
Yes.
Okay. Beginning with that second highlighted call, it looks like it is 43 seconds or 0.72 minutes.
Yes,
Can
that's
you
correct.
tell me what these records indicate to you as far as the nature of that call and why we see alternated incoming and outgoing all the way?
Well, starting on 2/26/2012 at 7:16 p.m. and 24 seconds, you have the incoming call from 786-419-3726, and under that you see it appears to say outgoing to a 1-805-637-7249. That 805 number is our voicemail platform. T-Mobile's one of the voicemail platforms. So what you're seeing is the 3726 number is calling into the subscriber's number. It's not being answered, and it's dropping the voicemail. The reason it would appear to be an outgoing call, where it says outgoing, is a call drops into voicemail, the phone pushes that call over to voicemail. So on the records, it gives an indication of an outgoing call, but it's just going to voicemail.
So after the call at 7:12:06 p.m. gets disconnected, is every call thereafter go straight to voicemail?
To the bottom of that page, yes, that's what's happening.
All right. Thank you, Henry. Judge, I have no. Your Honor, thank you. I have no other questions.
Very
Thank
briefly.
you. Mr. O'Mara, are you going to need the lights on or off?
On for now. I may not need the records. So we're clear on the first call that we looked at. That was more of a truncated or a smaller amount of data was actually identified on that first record that we have. Didn't have the exact minutes and seconds, for example, correct?
You mean the first set of call records we looked
Yes.
at?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
that's correct.
By mine. I'm not going to approach you, but we're talking about the one that was on here.
Yes.
Correct? Any reason why we don't have the detail on this one that you're able to show on this one?
It's just depends upon the application that's being utilized when the records are pulled. The first set of records is a different application. The second set of records, when we have certain requests, we'll go to that application to pull those records.
Sure. You could have been asked to bring these same records for the first number, right?
Sure.
Right. You just didn't. You were only asked by the state to bring the, I'm not diminishing it, but the more generic or less specific numbers for the first record that we reported or you testified about than you did for the second one, correct?
It would appear that way, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because had you been asked similar records for both, there would more specific detail, you would have brought them?
Sure.
Okay. Talking about the first phone call then for just a minute, we noticed that there were two phone calls. There was one for, I think, 3 minutes and one for 1 minute. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. That would be like if I called the number right now, was on the phone for 3 minutes, put the phone back, maybe I was nervous or something had happened to me, and I dialed and it pushed again. As long as it connected to that second call for even a second, it would show up as a minute, right?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
Yes.
You don't document that there was a conversation that second time, do you?
No, I can only say by looking at the records that there was a connection, but not what the connection was.
Sure. And as to the second, more detailed records that we just had you testify concerning, it seems as though, from this report, there are the phone calls that he had you focus on, that he highlighted, correct?
Yes.
One lasted about almost 4 minutes, 3.63 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Is there a reason why you do minutes and seconds? I just have to ask. Why you have minutes and then you also have a column for seconds?
That's the way the application pulls the information.
Just a great
Yes.
computer telling us that?
Yes.
Okay. So there were those 2 phone calls that I think you testified did in fact connect because we know the timing of them, correct?
Yes.
But then we go down the list, and you can tell by outgoing is when it kicks it automatically over to a voicemail?
If I see a call coming in ahead of the 805 number, which is one of our voicemail platform numbers,
Right.
and yes, I can determine that call dropped into voicemail.
Right, because if I'm calling this number, then you see the next thing is outgoing from that call, because that phone has basically called over to voicemail.
Pushed it to voicemail.
Push it,
Yes.
okay. And then there are a number of those lasting, I know you don't have this in front of you, lasting 20 seconds, 27 seconds, 7 seconds, 7 seconds. That's just whatever the length of the then voicemail is, correct?
Yes.
Or whatever the connection delay time is, and then the message being left on voicemail?
Yes.
Thank you, Ron. No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Just wondering, as far as getting a more detailed set of records or something, do those records have to be ordered within a certain time frame of their creation or their loss?
The records, the second set of records, because of the information that it contains, we only maintain those for a period of 6 months in the system.
So if they were asked for within 6 months of that time, you could have given us to them, but anything after that, you couldn't?
Yes, that's correct.
Another question, Chad.
No, sorry, just because I thought I knew it, now I'm confused. Which records do you only keep for 6 months?
The ones on your left, my right.
Okay, so this one, the more detailed one, you only keep for 6 months?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Any further questions?
No, Your Honor, I'd ask you to be excused.
Thank you, Mr. Any objections?
No.
Mr. McDonald, you may be excused. Thank you very much, sir. Call your next witness, please.
Then we call Jennifer Lauer.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you have presented is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Please support. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury by giving us your name?
Jenna Lauer,
Okay, and could you spell your last name?
Lauer.
Ms. Lauer, it's a little confusing because you've got 2 microphones in front of you, but that's the one you need to use. The other one that appears bigger is actually another one.
Okay.
What do you do for a living, ma'am?
Real estate.
Okay. And could you briefly tell us about your educational background?
I have a master's degree in business.
Okay. Are you married, ma'am?
Yes.
And is your husband's first name Jeremy?
Yes.
How long have you been married?
A little over a year.
Okay. Do you have any kids?
No.
I'm not going to ask you for your current address, but do you and your husband live in Seminole County at this time?
Yes.
Okay. I want to draw your attention back to February of last year, 2012. At that time, were you living at the Retreat at Twin Lakes Townhomes in Sanford, Seminole County, Florida?
Yes.
And was your address at that time 1211 Twin Trees Lane?
Yes.
Is that a townhome?
Yes.
Okay. The jury's already had witnesses testify about the townhomes, but are they 2-story?
Yes.
And are the bedrooms upstairs?
Yes.
Okay. You keep breaking up, and I think it's just the way the microphone is set up.
Okay.
Maybe the deputy can adjust it. Okay. Sorry, let me make sure everybody heard you. The bedrooms are upstairs?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's a lot better. And are you in a corner, I guess the corner townhome of a building?
Yes.
Okay. And there are what, like 5 or 6 townhomes in that building, or are there more, do you know?
There's either 5 or 6, I'm not sure.
Okay. Could you describe briefly the layout? Are living quarters downstairs?
Yeah, when you walk in, the front door, the kitchen's on the left, and then the dining room and living room are in the back.
Okay. So is the living room facing the back courtyard or backyard, I guess?
Yes.
Is there a sliding glass door that lets you out into the backyard or back courtyard?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a porch in the back?
Yes.
Okay. The porch that you have, is it enclosed?
Yes.
And how is it enclosed?
Screen enclosure.
Okay. I know we're talking back in February, where you were living there back in February. It's screened in. How is it screened in? Just regular screens, or is it kind of glass screen, or?
It's just regular screen.
Okay. Does it have a regular screen door too?
Yes.
Okay. In addition to the screen patio, do you have any kind of blinds on the screen itself or on the porch, I guess, if I'm asking right?
Yes, we put in some like bamboo blinds over them.
Okay. And the day I'm going to talk about is February 26, 2012. That's Sunday. This porch that you had, the bamboo blinds, were they down, do you recall, or up, or how were they?
Down.
Okay. And down would mean what? I think I know what you mean, but we got to make sure the jury follows.
All the way down.
Okay, so all the way down to the floor?
Yeah, there's maybe a foot gap at the bottom that you can see out of.
Okay. Is there kind of, at the bottom part of the porch, is there kind of like a knee wall or something, or?
Yeah, it's probably about 1.5 feet high.
And then from there up is screen?
Is screen for about 1 foot, and then the blinds start.
Okay. So the blinds cover the majority of the screen porch, I guess?
Right.
Okay. And going back to February 26, 2012, how long had you lived at that residence approximately?
About 3 years.
Okay. Now, obviously Sunday the 26th of 2012, were you home that evening?
Yes.
Okay. And was your husband also home? Was Jeremy also home?
Yes.
Okay. At around 7 p.m., a little after, what were you and your husband doing that evening?
Just watching TV in the living room.
Okay. And if you could just briefly describe the living room in terms of couches, recliners, what were you and your husband positioned in relation to the TV?
We have a couch and a love seat, and the couch faces the TV, the love seat faces the sliding glass door.
Okay. So if I were looking out into the backyard or the courtyard from your sliding glass door, if I were looking out, the TV would be to the left or to the right?
To the right.
Okay. And is there more than one couch or more than one sofa?
Well, there's a sofa and a love seat.
Okay. Do you recall where you were and where your husband were that evening?
I was on the love seat facing the sliding glass door,
Okay.
and Jeremy was on the couch.
Okay. So he would have been on the opposite, I guess, or not, is it at an angle, I guess, or?
They're perpendicular.
Okay. You mentioned watching TV. Do you recall what you were watching?
Celebrity Apprentice.
Okay. And was that a recorded program or was it playing live at that time?
It was recorded.
Okay. How would you describe the volume on your TV when you and your husband were watching TV that evening?
It was pretty loud. I mean, where we normally keep it, but.
All right. Now, that evening, do you recall the weather conditions?
Yes, it was raining.
Okay. As a result of it being raining and being February, do you recall whether you had your sliding glass door, whether it was open or whether it was closed?
It was open. We had it all the way open.
Okay. So in terms of the courtyard or the backyard, I'm going to call it, is there another name that you guys describe what you call that?
In the backyard.
Okay. The backyard, your view of the backyard and your husband's view on your vantage point from the couch and the love seat, are you able to see directly into the backyard or is your view obstructed?
It's not obstructed.
Okay, so are the blinds down is what I'm saying that evening? Were they down?
Yes.
Were you able to see through the blinds, or what? Describe, if you could, the
During the
blind.
day, I can see all the way through. At night, you cannot see past the blinds.
Okay, so your view is obstructed by the blinds, I guess is what I'm trying to
At night, yes.
Yes. Okay. The sliding glass door was open, but you had, I guess, was there a breeze coming in or at all, or?
No.
Okay. And when you say it was raining that evening, was it like at around 7 o'clock? Do you recall if it was pouring rain or just intermittent, or?
It was a pretty steady paced rain for most of the day. That's why we had the door open. It was relaxing.
Okay. At some point that evening, close to 7 o'clock, 7:05, 7:10, around that time, did something draw your attention outside?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you could, as best you can describe, what first drew your attention outside?
I just heard voices.
Okay. The voices that you first heard, your TV was on?
Yes.
When you heard it?
Mhm.
The volume was on?
Yes.
When you first heard the noises, could you tell it was outside?
Yes.
Could you tell whether it was outside in the backyard or the front yard or somewhere else?
I could tell it was the backyard.
Okay. And the voices that you heard, were you able to make out any words from those voices?
No.
Okay. In relation to your backyard, specifically your porch, or let's get more specific, your living room, could you tell from what direction they were coming, or could you just tell they were outside somewhere?
I could tell they were coming from the left of where I was sitting.
Okay. And would that be, if you're looking out your porch, if I'm looking right out and your porch is right there, would they be to the left of you talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell how far away they were?
No, people walk their dogs in that area a lot, and it sounded like that area where I always hear them throwing out their trash and stuff, so.
Okay. And you mentioned words, or how would you describe what was going on? You could hear some noises. You could not make out any words?
Right, it just sounded like loud talking.
Okay. Could you tell whether at that point, whether it was one individual, 2, 3, 4, could you tell how many?
No.
Okay. The voices, was it just like voices just going, or was there a gap in between? In other words, was there silence, or how would you describe that?
I keep calling it like a three-part exchange. Like one person said something, then another, then another. So.
But could you make out any of it? Who said what?
No.
Okay. Could you tell there was definitely two persons, or did you just assume that?
I assumed it by the way they were speaking,
Okay.
because it just sounded like one was answering the other.
Okay. But in terms of the tone of the voices, could you tell whether one was louder than the other, or were they the same, or?
It sounded about the same volume.
Okay. And would you describe the tone as flustered as opposed to confrontational?
Yeah, I would say more flustered.
Now, in terms of the voices that you first heard out there, when you heard them, did you do something and your husband do something in relation to your TV?
I muted the TV as soon as I heard the voices.
So you had control of the remote versus your husband?
Yes.
Okay. So you muted the TV, and what happened then?
Immediately after the voices and me muting the TV, I just heard them, whoever was out there, start scuffling around. I keep saying scuffling, so it sounded like sneakers on pavement and grass.
Okay. There's been, or let me ask you this. When you say grass, what do you mean by that? It's like movement on the grass, or I can't answer, I can't tell you what to say.
Like if
What do you
someone
mean?
was running on the pavement and on the grass,
Okay.
it sounded like that.
Okay. And on the grass and on the pavement, is there like a walkway back there?
Yeah, there's a sidewalk right next to the grass. So it's like you were playing basketball right there or something, and you're just like moving around on the pavement in the grass.
At that point, could you tell whether there was one or two individuals?
I couldn't tell how many.
And you heard what appeared to you to be like a running? Is that how you described it?
No, I describe it as scuffling.
Scuffling, excuse me, okay.
Right.
And the scuffling, in terms of where it was it both pavement and grass, or just one, or can you tell the difference?
It was a combination of the both.
Okay. Is that the first time you ever heard noises outside?
No,
That residence?
no.
Okay. Was it common to hear noises outside, or was that a first time?
No, like I said, people walk their dogs back there all the time, but not normally in the rain, so that was uncommon.
Okay. In terms of the second series of noises that you heard, if I understand it correctly, you heard some noises that drew your first attention to it. You couldn't make out what was being said. Is that correct?
Right.
And then how long after that did you hear additional noises, the second round of noises that we're talking about?
It was immediate after I muted the TV.
Okay. Was there any gap at all?
No.
Okay. So it was just a continuation?
Yes.
Okay. How long did those noises keep going?
I honestly couldn't say.
Okay. You described it as a scuffle. Could you at that time, other than hearing scuffle in grass and concrete, could you hear anything else? Any exchange of words or any at that time?
No, after the scuffling, it gradually went into like a grunting noise.
Okay. All right. And when you say scuffling, were you able to actually hear somebody hitting somebody, or more just tell me how you describe it?
It sounded more like if two people were rolling around. I mean, at first it sounded like maybe people were standing up because I could hear sneakers on pavement. And then after that, it kind of just sounded like wrestling, because at one point I felt like they were about to come through the screen. I mean, it sounded like it kept getting closer and closer.
Okay. So the movement of that was closer and closer to your residence?
Yes.
Or the back of your residence?
Right.
Okay. And you mentioned rolling or doing something on the ground, on the grass, is that correct?
That's how it sounded.
Okay. And I gather, just to get to the point about this subject, did you at any time see anything going on outside?
No.
And it's your knowledge that your husband see anything going outside?
No, he did not.
So it is the recount you're giving us of what occurred there just on basically what you heard as opposed to what you saw?
Only on what I heard.
You mentioned a sound, did you say like something besides the scuffling or movement on the grass? What else did you hear at that time? Any kind of grunting or something?
Yeah, it turned into a grunting, and then it gradually turned into yelping.
Okay. And are you sure whether the grunting started at the beginning when you heard the scuffling, or soon thereafter? Are you able to time it in terms of when it happened?
I couldn't give you a time, but it was soon thereafter the scuffling.
Okay. At some point, was there a decision made by you or your husband to call 911?
Yes.
And do you recall, in relation to when you first heard the first noise until you made a decision to call 911, how much time had expired?
I couldn't say. I mean, we decided to call 911 as soon as we heard the scuffling noises.
Okay.
So
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I think you're trying to get to if we've ever tried to time it out or figure out. So from the time that I heard the noises that made me mute the TV to the time that I think my call actually got picked up from 911, I believe is about 30 seconds.
Okay. And what you and your husband did at a later date is just kind of recount in your minds and try to,
reenact it.
All right. But at the time, you were just estimate as to how long you took from one time to the other? You understand my question? My question is, how long after did you reenact it, I guess?
I mean, it was a while.
Okay. And were you going just based on what your husband and you remember in terms of occurring?
Yes.
In terms of coming up with about the 30 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. I guess my question, and I've been inartful asking this, you did not look at a watch when it started to say, okay, it took 20 seconds or 30 seconds. You weren't looking at a clock or as it was going on?
No.
Okay. Your focus was on calling 911?
Yes.
Okay. Did you or your husband attempt to call 911, or did you do it at the same time, or how did that occur?
He tried to call first, but his phone had locked up on him, so I picked up my phone and called.
Okay. You mentioned some kind of noise, were you able to make out any words at that point?
Which point?
At the point where you're getting ready to call 911? Or at this point, are you able to make out any words at this point?
At the point where I'm dialing 911, it's what I describe as yelps. It wasn't actual words that I could make out yet,
Right.
but it was definitely yelling noises.
Okay. So, if I understood correctly, you are the one that actually calls 911?
Yes,
And you use a cell phone to call 911?
yes,
Were you able to get in contact with the operator?
yes,
And were you able to speak to her?
yes.
Okay. When you're calling 911 and you're actually using your cell phone, where in your residence are you when you're calling 911?
I got up off of my couch and kind of went over to where the stairs are
Okay.
to call over there.
Right. Now, are there stairs closer to your sliding door porch, or are they closer to the front door of your residence?
They're actually like on the same level, just down some.
Right. And I've been there, so I know, but I want to try to get to the jury to understand where you're headed. Are you headed more away from the sliding door, or are you headed towards the sliding door?
It's the same distance from the sliding door, just to the
At an
side.
angle? To the side? Okay. And why did you proceed to the stairs? Were you going to plan to go upstairs?
No, I just didn't want them to hear me. I didn't know if it was just kids fooling around or what, so I didn't want them to hear me snitching on them and calling the
Gotcha.
police.
So you were trying to become less obvious so that somebody could hear you. You were trying to move away, I guess, where somebody outside would be able to hear you?
Where they would not be able to hear me.
I'm sorry, where they would not be able to hear you.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what your husband was doing at that time?
He had gone into the kitchen. I think at that point we were kind of sure that someone was in danger or needed help, and I don't know if he was trying to find maybe a knife or something to go. The way our house is set up, our porch, there's 3 different locks on the screen and everything. It would be too hard to go out the back and not be like on top of them. So he was going to get something and maybe go around the front to go see, but that didn't happen.
Okay. You were able to get through 911.
Yes.
Right, and you spoke to the operator. And as you're calling 911 and speaking to the operator, at some point, do you actually hear a gunshot?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall in terms of when you made contact with the 911 operator to the time you heard a shot, and the jury will be able to hear it, but did you time it at any time to see how long it took, or how did it appear to you how long it took?
I didn't time it, and I don't know.
Okay. And as you're speaking to 911, are you still in the same position, or have you proceeded to the kitchen or any other part of the residence?
After I went over by the stairs to call, and as she was asking me questions and stuff, she asked if they were saying help, and at that point they were saying help. And Jeremy was in the kitchen, and I was trying to stop him from going out there because I didn't want him to get involved. And so I went into the kitchen to kind of stop him from doing what he was doing. And while we were both in there is when the gunshot went off.
So you were multitasking. You were trying to call and provide information to the operator, but also making sure your husband didn't go outside?
Right.
Okay. Now, at the whole time, do you have your phone, do you have it like on speaker, or do you have it like right next to your ear?
It's to my ear.
Okay. But are you still communicating with your husband, I gather?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay. I guess an obvious question might be, at any time, did you get the phone and go out like to the porch or even to the sliding door and put it out so that whoever was on the other side of the operator on 911 was able to hear it clear?
No.
Okay. Was your entire conversation that's recorded that we're going to play to the jury, you talking to the 911 operator with your phone to your ear?
Yes.
In terms of what you referred to as, I believe you used the word they yell, do you recall how many times those yells were?
I don't.
Okay. Do you remember any particular words that you were able to hear other than you said, I believe, yelp, and did you say another word?
The yelps turned to helps.
Okay, so you were able to make out the word help?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall how many times?
I don't.
Are you able to say, based on what you heard, whether it was one person, two people, three people out there yelling help?
It was one person yelling.
How can you say it's one person?
It just sounded like the same voice the whole time.
Okay. And could you tell whether it was a man or a woman?
It was a man.
Okay. Could you identify the person in terms of describing the person's voice? Who it is?
No.
Okay. Tell me if while you're hearing this help or cries for help, you believe one individual, whether you were still hearing, you described grass noises or scuffling going on.
I don't remember either way because I was answering questions and multitasking.
Okay. Did the noises stop at some point? The cries for help or the...
After the gunshot.
Okay. When you heard the gunshot, what did you do?
We kind of just ducked down to the ground in the kitchen and then tried to scurry our way upstairs. We just wanted to get away from the door and...
Sure. And when you say we, you're talking about your husband and you?
Yes.
At any time did your husband end up going outside?
No.
Okay. Did you and your husband make it upstairs?
Yes.
When you went upstairs, did you remain upstairs? I know at some point you went back down.
Right.
But I'm pointing at the time when this was going on, did you go out upstairs and look through the window at all?
No.
At any time in the conversation that you had with the 911 operator, did your husband get on the phone and also talk to the operator?
No.
It was just you exclusively?
Yes.
Okay. While you were talking to the 911 operator, did you hear, in addition to the voices you talk about, or the voice that yelled help, do you recall hearing anybody else out there?
I did hear my neighbor
Okay.
open his door.
All right. And is he your next door neighbor?
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of your residence, you're on the corner, would that be right next to you?
Yes.
Right. And is his name John Good?
Yes.
Okay. And when you said him open the door, you actually heard the door open?
I heard it open and I heard him. I know his voice, so.
Okay. And when you say you heard, are you talking about the sliding glass door open?
Yes.
Does he have an enclosed porch like you do, or is his porch just an open piece of pavement on the ground?
It's just open.
And do you recall whether Mr. Good said anything when he opened the door? Do you recall hearing him say anything?
He said something along the lines of, what the hell are you doing?
Okay. And when you heard Mr. Good say that, at that time, did you continue to hear voice or voices in addition to Mr. Good?
Yeah, the yelling for help continued.
Is there a light in your back porch?
Yes.
Do you recall that evening whether the light was on or off?
It was on.
And just to make sure, the light would have been inside the porch, or is there an outside light too?
It's inside.
Okay. So does that only illuminate the porch itself, or does it illuminate outside too?
Just the inside because the blinds prevent it from shining outside.
Your Honor, at this time, with the court's permission, we'd like to play the state's exhibit. I apologize. Ms. Lauer, you've had an opportunity to hear that 911 recording, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, no, thank you. I apologize. And for the record, that's going to be, hold on, let me get that straight. It is going to be State's Exhibit 158.
911, do you need police, fire, medical? Maybe both, I'm not sure. There's just someone screaming outside. Okay, what's the address that they're near? 1211 Twin Trees Lane. Twin Trees Lane? Is this in the Twin Lakes Towns in Sanford? Okay. And is it a male or female? It sounds like a male. And you don't know why? I don't know why. I think they're yelling help, but I don't know. Just send someone quick. Say stop. Okay. Does he look hurt to you? I can't see him. I don't want to go out there. I don't know what's going on. So they're sending him. So you think he's yelling help? Yes. All right. What is your phone number? Just there's gunshots. You just heard gunshots? Yes. How many? There's one. Jeremy, get down. No, come here. Is he no longer yelling? No one, I don't know. Jeremy, get in here now. Jeremy, get up here. All right, is he right outside 1211 Twin Trees Lane? Yeah, pretty much out the back, yeah. Is he in front of it or behind that address? He's behind my house. Okay. Just stay away from the windows. I don't hear him yelling anymore. Do you hear anything? No, I don't because I'm hiding upstairs. There was a gunshot right outside our house. I mean, you've obviously sent someone already, right? Yes, it's in dispatch. What's your name and phone number? My name is Jenna Lauer, and my phone number is 407-701-8991. How do you spell your last name? Lauer. Lauer. Okay. Do you hear any vehicles leaving or anyone else? Do you hear anything like that? There's people yelling out there, but I don't want to go down there, so. Okay, multiple people are yelling now? Yeah. Okay. All right, well, we do have officers on the way. Just call us back if you do hear or see anything else suspicious, like any vehicles leaving or anything like that, okay? Okay. All right, thank you. Bye. Bye. 911, you need...
That is your voice, and is that you talking to your husband at some point too, and an operator?
Yes.
Okay, and is that your husband speaking in the background?
Yes.
Okay. Is that what you recall hearing in terms of when you say voice or voices outside? Is that what you recall hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at any time, did you hear anyone outside your residence saying, pardon my language, you're going to die tonight, motherfucker? Did you ever hear that?
No.
Did you ever hear anybody say, call the police as you're hearing the noises?
No.
In terms of the voices outside, I know we've got the recording. The only word you could make out is help, or did you make out any other word out there?
I believe help and help me.
Okay. Are those the only words you heard?
Yes.
Okay. I apologize. You heard something like a yelp, did you say?
Yeah.
Okay. Other than that, you didn't hear anything else out there?
Right.
At some point after you called 911, did you actually hear and at some point observe the police come out there to the residence?
I heard people out there, and then we waited a little while longer and saw lights and everything, so we knew the police were there.
Okay. And at some point, did you hear a person say, I have a gun, or take my gun, something like that?
I did hear someone say something along the lines of, I have a gun, take my gun.
Okay. And when you heard that, the person that uttered that, was that person just saying that? How would you describe how the person said that?
You know, like, just matter of fact, like, take my gun. So, you know.
And could you state, or you could identify who said that?
No.
Did you hear in the response to that person saying, as a matter of fact, just take my gun?
No.
Ma'am, I'm going to show you some photographs, and I know I'm going back to February of last year, the residents there at that time. And see if you can, thank you, Your Honor. First of all, do you recognize State's Exhibit 1? It's a Google zoom aerial photograph of the retreat at Twin Lakes. You see that, State's Exhibit number 1?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to attempt as best I can to zoom in. Is your residence right here on the corner that I'm pointing to, right there?
Yes.
When I say your residence, I'm talking back in February of last year.
Right.
Okay. And your backyard would be right here? Is that correct?
Yes.
And is this what's referred to as a dog walk or walkway or something?
Yes.
And would this be referred to as a T maybe?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see back in. Sorry, I need some assistance. What I want to also go back to State's Exhibit 1 and blow it up a little different this time because I want to take in. In terms of back in February of 2012, when this is your residence, would this be the front right here of the residence?
Yes.
Okay. And is this a walkway that I'm pointing to right here with the arrow with the cursor that leads all the way and then comes down this way?
Yes.
Okay. So your house is right here at the corner?
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, I'm going to show you now another photograph. Thank you. State's Exhibit number 3. Can you tell from that photograph your residence back in February of last year? Would it have been in the corner right there?
Yes.
Okay. And is this right here? Is this your back, the side right here of your house, and then the back porch area?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of how dark or how bright it was out there that night, and I know you weren't looking outside, but would you agree that the conditions, or would you describe the conditions as this dark?
Or darker. That looks lit up to me.
Okay, that looks lit up because of the photograph, the light on the camera maybe?
Right.
Okay. State Exhibit 5, what is that? Do you recognize that photograph at all?
Yes, that's behind our house by the T intersection.
Okay. And is that the residence that would be across the courtyard or from your house? In other words, that's where the people across from you would be living?
Yes.
Okay. State Exhibit number 6, is this just, is your residence, the back of it, back in February of 2012, back here?
Yes.
That I'm circling, is that the porch?
Yes.
Or part of the porch?
Uh-huh.
State Exhibit 33, what is that?
That's the front of our house.
Okay. And I gather this, I'm going to zoom up to a part of that. Is there an address in the front of that residence?
Yes.
And the address would be 1211 Twin Trees Lane?
Yes.
I know it just says the number's 1211, right?
You're right.
Okay. And again, that would be the front of the residence where you used to live back in February 2012. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. And I want to go back to State's Exhibit 1. And I want to zoom in again. That would be, am I pointing to the front of the residence right here?
Yes.
And so that address is visible from the street. If somebody were walking on right here, would be able to see the residence right there, right? The number on the street, on your address. Is that correct?
I guess it depends where they're at on the sidewalk, but yeah.
Right. I'm saying if they're walking right here, or if they're walking right here, they would be able to see, would they be able to see the address there?
I would object. To the extent she's answered it, it would be asking her to speculate at this point.
Sustain.
Have you ever walked outside your residence?
Yes.
Have you ever walked towards your front of your house?
Yes.
And in fact, is there a garage in the front of the house?
There
In
is.
the house, I'm sorry, the townhouse. Inside?
Yes,
And is there a place to park cars also?
yes,
And is there a street there that I'm pointing to right here? I'm sorry, let me point with the cursor, right here?
yes,
Okay. And if one were to walk this, have you ever walked before like this and been able to see the front of your residence?
yeah. And I get where you're going with this, but there's a truck there. That's my husband's truck. So, and there's a bush by the front. So depending on where I'm at on the sidewalk would depend on if I could see that
But the numbers are visible from the sidewalk.
in certain areas of the sidewalk.
Correct. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, in the entire Retreat of Twin Lakes, there's only 3 streets, correct?
Right.
There's one that circles the whole Retreat of Twin Lakes, and then there's your street, and then there's another street, correct?
Right.
And your street, in fact, is the street that you actually go into if you go in the front, Twin Trees, you go in right there, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Now, ma'am, sir, I'm sorry, ma'am, State's Exhibit 36. Do you recognize that there?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
The side of my house?
Okay, and is this leading into the courtyard or backyard?
Yes, and in that picture you can see what I'm saying about the bush.
Right here?
Yeah, and the numbers.
Okay. So you're saying the numbers aren't visible from the street there?
I'm saying if I was about 2 feet farther, I wouldn't be able to see the numbers.
Okay, all right. What about you? State's Exhibit 37, do you recognize that, ma'am?
Yes.
And what does that show?
The back side of my house?
Okay. And I know these are daytime photographs, correct?
Right.
Okay. State's Exhibit 39, what does that photograph show?
The back of my house?
Okay. And that would be the enclosed porch?
Yes.
Okay. And would this also show the walkway and then leading up to the front of your house, am I pointing to?
Yes.
Okay. Going back out to the street?
Right.
Okay. Ma'am, if I may approach the witness, Your Honor, and I'm sorry, I'm through with the lights. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, I'm going to refer you back to February of last year. State's Exhibit 139. Were you living at 1211 Twin Tree Lane?
Yes.
Okay. And if I put a sticker where you lived back in February of last year, is that the correct place?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the area, in other words, where you said your husband parked and then this is a walkway this way?
Yes.
Is that what we made reference to or you talked about?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go back, ma'am, to State's Exhibit 1, and I apologize if the court may assist us. Thank you, Your Honor. Again, this is the aerial view. You recognize that in terms of
Yes.
twin? And your residence would be right here, is that correct?
Yes.
And this is Twin Tree Lane coming all the way, this would be the front entrance, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if one were to come in and Retreat of Twin Lakes in the front entrance, this would be Twin Tree would be all the way here.
I'm not sure if that front entrance is Retreat View or if
Oh.
it starts as Twin Trees. I don't
Okay,
know.
okay, but this Retreat View Circle is all the way around, am I doing this right?
Right.
This goes all the way around.
Yes.
That's just, the whole name doesn't change, it's the whole circle is Retreat View Circle, correct?
Right.
And then Twin Tree either starts right here at the front or starts right here, correct?
Right. Yes.
And it goes all the way through and goes out to the back entrance, correct?
Yes.
Is this, I apologize, is this the back entrance right here that I'm pointing to?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you lived back in February 2012 in between the Twin Lakes, you were a member of the HOA?
Yes.
Homeowners Association, correct?
Yes.
All right. And I think the 3rd Street is actually this one right here, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there's only really 3 streets in the whole neighborhood.
Right.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm through with the lights. Thank you very much. As a result of back in February 2012, when you were living at Retreat of Twin Lakes, did you come to know a person by the name of George Zimmerman?
A little bit, yes.
Okay. And is that a result of you were a board member, I guess, of the Homeowners Association?
Yeah, and he was at a couple of the meetings.
Okay, all right. And so you had met him at a few of the neighborhood association meetings, I guess?
I never formally met him, but.
You just knew him from sight?
Right.
Okay. And were you aware that he was in charge of the Retreat of Twin Lakes Neighborhood Watch?
I wasn't completely aware of that. I know we were just kind of starting that program up, and I knew he was part of it, but I didn't know who was the head or.
Okay. Do you recall Mr. Zimmerman sending out some emails regarding the Neighborhood Watch?
Yes.
Okay. Now, ma'am, regarding the person or persons you heard outside yelling for help, could you identify the person or persons as one of them being George Zimmerman?
I couldn't. I didn't hear him yell like that in the meetings, so.
Okay. If I could have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were there that night and you were hearing what was going on outside, did I understand you to say that the yelling stopped as soon as you heard the gunshot? Is that correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Romero.
Thank you. Afternoon, Ms. Lauer.
Hi.
Yeah, if you don't mind, thanks. From reviewing your deposition, you're actually out that Sunday, right? I think at your grandfather's 92nd birthday?
Right.
And it was sort of raining the whole day?
Yes.
Right? Came back and just hung out at the apartment?
Right.
Watching TV?
Yep.
And then something caught your attention, and I know you've testified to this, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, but something caught your attention, correct?
Yes.
And as Mr., if I might approach the witness, as Mr. Delaviana suggested, I want to question you a few questions from where you are. I want to use this map to sort of orient you, and more particularly the jury. I'm going to put it behind you.
Okay.
Again, this is where you and your now husband and fiance, Jeremy Weinberg, were living.
Right.
When you, and I'm going to just point to you, you're sitting somewhere in this area then, watching TV?
Yes.
Because the TV is sort of maybe here.
A little bit more over here.
Got it. TV is over here, couch and love seat.
Right.
Okay. The first thing that catches your attention, you say, is sort of, I think you said a conversation, correct?
Right, or like a loud talking.
And that was out the back and to the left?
Yes.
I think you testified in your deposition that it was sort of by the T intersection?
Yes.
Did you mean this when you were talking about the T intersection?
Yes.
That's where you first heard the noise?
Yes.
And so I think you said it was sort of three-part. I'm going to make up words. These are not the words, but somebody saying something like, I think it was a red car. No, it was a blue car. No, I told you it was a red car. Was it that type of exchange?
Yeah, shorter than that, but
Okay, and it was one person saying one thing, another person responding, and then the second person responding again?
I would imagine.
Something like that?
I don't know how many people it
And that's
was.
the first thing that caught your attention?
Yes.
Okay. And did you hear anything like, what are you following me for?
No.
Did you hear anything like, what are you talking about?
No.
But you did hear voice 1, voice 2, voice 1?
Right.
Okay. And that's the first thing that caught your attention?
Yes.
And then you said at some point, almost very quickly, you muted the TV?
Yes.
And then you heard some scuffling sounds.
Right.
Almost like movement on grass or the sidewalk, right? And scuffling, you're truly talking about like
shoes.
That?
Yeah, just like if you were playing basketball on pavement or
Right.
something, that noise that shoes make.
Okay. Basketball sneakers?
Or just, yeah, shoes.
Okay. And was it your testimony then that that movement or the sound seemed to move from the T intersection down almost right in front of your, or back of your townhome?
Yes.
And did it seem to you that the noise was moving in that direction?
It was moving that direction.
It was?
Yes.
Now at that point, were you starting the process of calling 911?
Yes.
And I think you said that that took in the neighborhood of about 30 seconds to both make the decision to call 911, grab one or two phones, and connect the call.
Right.
And of course, we heard the call. The jury can determine exactly how long the screaming was going on for, but did you get a feel, having just listened to it, that it may have lasted, let's say, 45 seconds or so?
I'm really bad with that. I would
That's
have to
okay.
just time it.
It's in evidence, and the jury can listen and time it, maybe.
Right.
But in any case, that three-part exchange then became what I think you testified to, was some scuffling and then some yelps, correct?
Right.
And those yelps eventually became helps.
Yes.
And can you tell us how long those yelps or helps were going on before you connected with 911?
I couldn't tell you an exact time, but I would say there was probably a couple of yelps before it actually connected.
Okay, let's try it this way, knowing that we're talking about some inaccuracies, sort of as a premise. But if, in fact, it took you precisely 30 seconds to make the decision, to place the call, and to actually connect. So I know it may not have been 30 seconds, but from this conversation, say it was exactly 30 seconds. Can you tell us, was it half the time that there was a yelping or yelling, more than half of those 30 seconds, or less?
I couldn't tell you.
It's okay. But in fact, there was yelping or help being screamed or yelled before you connected with 911, correct?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Okay, because you've heard the 911 call, and actually the first thing on that call is a yelp or a yell for help, correct?
Right.
So you believe that it may well have been going on before the call was connected?
I believe so, because when she asked me, are they yelling for help the first time, I say I'm not sure, because it was still kind of yelping.
Okay.
And she asked me that pretty soon into the call, so.
Now, you could hear the call, the yelping and then the yells for help even better there that night than we could hear it on the phone just now, right?
Right.
It was much more current and available to you, wasn't it?
Yes.
Much more active.
Yes.
And I presume at that point, when the yelps became screams for help, that you were really paying attention?
Yes.
And you could hear it from both ears, not just from the cell phone?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like they were in our living room. It was right there.
Would you say that that was sort of a traumatic event that you, in fact, were going through at that point, listening to those screams?
Yeah, I mean, like I told him, we were multitasking and trying to answer questions, and
And it seemed, I think your testimony was, with the person who was yelling for help was in danger
Yes.
and needed help immediately.
Yes.
Did it seem, describe it. We heard it, but since you were there some 30 feet away from it, and we can only hear it because cell phone connected to a 911 call, connected to a speaker, tell us what it sounded like to you.
It just sounded like they were desperate, and whoever it was really needed help or wanted help.
And you, of course, said that you knew it was one person screaming for help, correct?
The yells for help, the voice was the same the whole time.
Okay. You never heard a second voice screaming for help, did you?
No.
Never heard a second voice screaming at all, did you?
The only other voice I heard was John Good when he came out.
Interesting, because Mr. Delaronda questioned you as to other things you didn't hear, so I'm curious. We heard what you heard, the screams for help. Oh, sorry, Your Honor. Not proper for me to say that. You heard on the call the yells for help, but we didn't hear John Good, though you did. Can you explain that?
I guess he was far enough away or quieter than the yelling.
So there were things that actually happened in that scene, such as John Good saying to those people out there, whoever it was, "What the hell are you doing?" Or something like
that.
Mm-hmm. And that was loud enough for you to hear it?
Yes.
But Mr. Delaronda said that you didn't hear someone ask to call the police, did you?
I didn't hear anyone ask to call the police.
So whoever may have said, call the police, you just didn't hear it.
I mean, if they said it, I didn't hear it.
Okay.
Right?
And he also asked you the question, I didn't write it down, "You're going to die tonight, motherfucker." Did you hear that?
I didn't hear that.
You're not certainly testifying that it was not said, are you? You're just saying that you didn't hear it.
Right, I didn't hear it.
We talked a moment ago about what you were going through with that event that you witnessed. So, phone call ends with 911, and you're upstairs hiding, aren't you?
Yes.
But a bit of an adrenaline rush that you went through? I don't mean rush in a good way, but just that trauma event that happens sometimes?
It was surreal. We were kind of just an autopilot.
Yeah. Felt drained afterwards? Did you?
Just a mix of emotions.
When you heard the person say, "I have a gun, take my gun," and you said he said it sort of matter-of-factly, right?
Yeah.
The officer was there by then, the police officer?
I'm not sure. I don't know who they were saying that to.
Oh, okay. Did that seem to you as though the person who you now know had just shot somebody, that matter-of-fact way was some indication to you as you heard it that he just didn't care that he had just shot someone, or?
I took it just as, the police, if he was talking to police, it was, I have a gun so that they know he has a gun.
Okay. So that didn't cause you any, you didn't think, oh my God, there's somebody who, obviously the one with the gun just shot somebody and doesn't seem to care at all about the fact that he just shot him.
I would have been more concerned if they had just run off.
Okay. Let me show you, if I might. This is already in evidence. My understanding is that, I'm going to fast forward for a second, then come back and go through it slower. Well, I'll tell you what. Wait on that for a second. So, everything then sort of ends, and at some point the police do come, correct? And you came down from upstairs?
Right.
Went outside and talked to some police officers?
Yes.
Okay. And actually, one of the officers came up to you, didn't they, and asked you to identify the identified the person at that point as the person who had shot the other person?
We walked up to them. They were roping things off.
Okay. And one of the officers asked you to ID the guy, didn't he?
He asked if we had known either one of the people involved.
And he told you at one point he wanted you to identify the guy who had the gun, correct?
Right.
And what was your response?
I said I didn't want to go over and let him see me, so I wanted him to just take a picture of him and bring it over for me to look at.
And did they do that?
Yes.
And I think this is 45. This is why, in fact, we have this picture,
Right.
isn't it?
Yes.
This is the picture that Officer Wagner took at your request, right?
Yes.
And you looked at this that night on his cell phone?
Yes.
And what did you say when you first looked at it?
I said I didn't know who it was.
Because even though you knew George Zimmerman from seeing him in a few meetings, you couldn't tell?
No, he didn't look the same.
Why not?
I just didn't recognize him, and I mean, obviously, there's a lot going on there, but the woman behind me said, "Oh, that's my neighbor."
Objection, hearsay.
Now you know that's George Zimmerman, though, don't you?
Yes.
Mr. DeLoiana asked you some questions about the neighborhood, and it's still up on the screen. Can you see that okay?
Yeah.
All right, I think we're okay for right now. Thank you, though, Your Honor. This is, in fact, your neighborhood, correct?
Yes.
The top middle is the main entrance, is it not?
Yes.
And if you went around, sort of retreat view circle counterclockwise till about the 9 o'clock area, that's where that green belt area is?
Yes.
What's just beyond that? Do you know? Just off the screen to the left. Is that another apartment complex?
Yes.
Being on the homeowners association, did you guys have some problems with open areas being easy areas of access for people who were not residents?
There was a lot of people that would walk through there, whether they were residents or not. I don't know if they were just...
And the homeowners association had some concerns about that, didn't they?
Yes.
Matter of fact, they ended up putting up gates and fences all along that area to the left, didn't they?
Yes.
To try and minimize the intrusion from people who didn't live there?
Yes.
It's not going to work. I might, yeah, I'm going to zoom it in if I can figure out your...
Here, I can show you.
Sure, that'd be great.
What
Just
part?
including the front.
Huh?
The front and side of her complex. No, I'm sorry, the front and side of her apartment.
Oh, you want smaller than this?
That'll work.
Is that, will that
Thanks
work?
very much. I appreciate the help. Are you oriented now to where we are?
Yes.
Okay. That truck, that I guess is your husband's truck right there in the picture?
Yes.
Where's the nearest street sign?
I guess either at the other end of that or at the beginning of that road.
Let me ask it this way. Is there a street sign anywhere near the front of where you used to live?
No.
Is there a street sign anywhere near if you would go out your front door? So now your front door, if we go past the truck and we're walking down that street, is there a street sign anywhere on that street?
No.
Is there a street sign even anywhere until you make that right-hand turn and get all the way to that corner?
It's on the corner there, yeah.
Okay. Now, if you were to take a left out of your driveway so that your husband's truck there is on your right and you come down towards the bottom, there's no street sign there either, is there?
No.
And I think you identified that though you had numbers on your house, that they were obstructed either by a bush or by Just not knowing where they were?
They're not always obstructed. I just said you couldn't see them from every angle.
And what was the lighting like that night?
It was dark.
The sidewalk, that is and by now I'm talking about the sidewalk, both the one leading from just in front of your husband's truck, back around, and then also including what we identified as a T intersection. Is that concrete?
Yes.
It's regular hard cement?
Yes.
You said that it was difficult for you to identify that screaming voice as that of George Zimmerman, correct?
Yeah, I couldn't tell whose voice that was.
Yeah. Have you ever heard George Zimmerman scream like the person was screaming that night?
Never.
Would you consider those screams to be life-threatening screams?
Yes.
Did it seem that there were the screams of somebody who was getting beat up?
They were being hurt somehow, yes.
Maybe somebody who was having this done to them?
It's possible.
You ever seen this picture before?
Yes.
Could those screams have come from somebody who was having this done to them?
Speculation.
Should I answer?
Oh, well, I'm thinking about it. You would need some kind of it's speculation unless she has heard those situations before, I would guess.
Understood, Your Honor. I'll withdraw the question. In your conversations and the little interaction you have with Mr. Zimmerman, did he ever seem or come across to you to be angry?
No.
Upset? What we might call a hothead?
No.
Any concerns at all that his involvement with Neighborhood Watch was unusual?
No.
Inappropriate?
No.
Some type of, I want to be a vigilante, so I'm going to go start a Neighborhood Watch kind of guy?
No.
Think he was acting appropriately in his interactions with other community members?
Yeah.
You think that his involvement with Neighborhood Watch was just also to help further benefit the community?
Yes.
I might have a moment, Your Honor. Thank you. There was a point, I think you testified to earlier, that your then fiance, Jeremy, was going to do something to try and see what was going on outside. Can you go back over that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess his first instinct was to get the closest kind of weapon he could find and then go out the front door because he didn't just want to go out to where it seemed like it was right out our back door.
Okay, and then, so he actually did arm himself with a knife, and was it the the gunshot then stopped him from continuing that?
He never did find a knife because he doesn't know where they're at.
This is, you know this is being televised, right? So
Yes.
You just embarrassed him on national TV. Okay, but he was trying to help
Right.
and just didn't get there in time?
Well, by the time, if he had found one even, it was right around the same time that the gun went off. And
In your apartment, we talked about the porch area, having the screened enclosure, and also the shades were down as well. So you really couldn't see anything, correct?
nothing.
But you could just hear what we've now had you testify to.
Right.
And when you went upstairs, do you guys have a balcony or anything that is upstairs looking out over this scene?
Yes.
Did you ever go out on that?
No.
Did you, by the time you got upstairs, had the shot already occurred?
Yes.
Did you guys just, let me ask you this way, I guess, why didn't you look out at the scene from the balcony?
I don't know. I guess I'm smarter than that. I'm not going to go look where the gun just went off. I mean.
That's great. Thanks for the time. No further questions from us.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Ma'am, let me refer you back to State's Exhibit Number 1. Yes, Your Honor, if we could. You see it there?
Yes.
Mr. O'Mara asked you about that there is a neighborhood next to it. I'm kind of pointing in that area, that direction. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did I understand you correctly to say that there was apparently a part of it that was not gated? Is that correct?
Right. There was no gate over there.
And did I understand you correctly on cross-examination to say that that was used by also residents as a cut-through? Is that correct?
Well, he said something about non-residents, but I'm sure it was used by both. I don't know.
By residents too?
I would imagine. I'm not sure though.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. I don't think I need anything else with the lights. You were asked about the sequence when you first heard something about there, and I think Mr. O'Mara asked you 1-2-1 in terms of, he mentioned red car or something, whatever the person was said. Can you say it was the same person that first said something and it was the third, or are you the exchange? Can you say one way or the other?
No, I can't.
And you could not make out who even those two persons were, assuming it was two people, correct?
Right.
In terms of whatever struggle or scuffling or whatever started, can you say where it started other than when you first heard it? You can only talk about when you first heard it, is that correct?
I can only tell you what I heard.
Right. You don't know where it started. You're not here to say it started right at the T, like you said.
Yeah, I can only tell you what I heard.
Right. And I think Mr. O'Mara asked you about the, before you actually got through to the 911 operator that you heard, I think you stated you heard a couple of helps, correct? Is that, you said two?
Yelps.
Yelps, I'm sorry, yelps.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That walkway, dogway, whatever we're going to call it, concrete, that is used for, kids use that out there too, do they not?
Yeah, I mean, everyone, you don't have to have a dog to walk on there. Everyone uses that.
I mean, do kids play on that? It's like a sidewalk that kids, I'm assuming, play on bicycles or on roller skates or whatever. I mean, is that used not just for people who walk dogs?
Right, for everyone.
Okay. And Mr. O'Mara asked you about the screaming. You felt, I guess, based on what you observed, that you were life-threatening, correct?
Yes.
But you don't know who was being attacked or who was not, correct?
No.
You can't say it was Mr. Zimmerman or Trayvon Martin who was screaming for help.
Yeah, we couldn't see anything.
You couldn't say it was Mr. Martin yelling for help because Mr. Zimmerman had a gun and he was yelling, help, help, help. You can't say whether it was or not.
Can't say either way.
And Your Honor, I do have a matter that I would like to proffer. We can either approach the bench, but I think it deals with the matter that was asked on cross-examination.
Okay. Up a very short matter outside your presence, so if you'll put your notepads face down on the chair and follow Deputy Jarvis back into the jury room. Go right ahead. Okay, please be seated. We need to wait for paper change. We need to wait for paper change. Thank you. You may proceed. This is a Profer.
Ma'am, you were asked by Mr. O'Mara in terms of your knowledge of Mr. Zierman, and I believe you stated that you've never seen him.
Let me object. I know it's a Profer, but I did not ask reputation, so we're very clear. I asked for personal experience, and that's a huge difference for where he's.
Okay, I understand that, but please let me hear the rest of the question, and then I'll hear your
So he just used the word reputation.
Okay,
and I
thank
went on over time.
Thank you. If you'll rephrase your question, please.
Ms. Lauer, Mr. O'Mara asked you about whether your knowledge of Mr. Zierman, whether you had ever seen, or whatever words you used to say, never angry, and he wasn't a hothead, and never seen him upset. Is that correct? You recall? I apologize, never seemed upset. You recall being asked those questions?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that Mr. Zimmerman had before been angry and upset with a woman that he beat up, that he used to, was his girlfriend?
I object, Your Honor. I should let him finish, I'm sorry.
Did you finish your question?
I just heard an objection, so I stopped.
Okay, well, go ahead and ask your question, and then I'll wait for the objection.
You have knowledge as to Mr. Zimmerman, the fact that he had previously had a temporary restraining order against him by a woman he lived with that he beat up?
No, we object, Your Honor, because that's a mischaracterization of evidence and testimony. And I guess she can say what she wants, but he can't argue, for example, that he's a terrorist, and she can agree. That is a mischaracterization of any evidence that they have, and I would object on that basis. It needs to be an accurate representation of what happened.
If you'll please rephrase your question.
Are you aware that a woman, his girlfriend at the time, got a restraining order against the defendant for the way he treated her?
Was I aware back in 2012?
I'm sorry, hold on one second. I apologize. Go ahead. Were you aware, in terms of Mr. Zimmerman's prior incident involving a restraining order that was obtained by a girl that he was dating? His
Was I
girlfriend?
aware when?
At any time?
I'm aware of it now.
Okay. Were you aware of it at the time? You testified now as to your knowledge of Mr. Zimmerman never being angry, not being a hothead, and never being upset, right now. You stated that. So my question is, are you aware that he did have a restraining order against him by a former girlfriend for violence against her?
I was under the impression he was asking if I'd ever seen him have a bad temper or be in a bad mood.
My question, ma'am, are you aware that the fact that he has a restraining order, or had a restraining order against him for violence against his girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay. Were you also aware that he had been arrested for a battery on a law enforcement officer at a bar?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware of the specific circumstances related to that man?
No.
Okay, you were just aware that he'd been arrested for a battery on law enforcement?
I heard it on the news before, but yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, that is in terms of establishing a Profer, that's what I would like to be able to ask this witness. We believe, well, I don't want to make the argument that I made to the bench already.
I might respond with questions as to the proffer.
Yes, you may.
Were you aware that the domestic violence injunction was actually a mutual one? He got one against her, she got one against him. Were you aware of that?
I did hear that, yes.
Okay, and that they were both dismissed?
I don't believe I heard that.
Okay. And were you aware that in the case where he was charged with battery on a law enforcement officer for going to the aid of an underage buddy of his who was sort of accosted by ATF agents, that case was dropped to a misdemeanor? Were you aware of that?
I didn't know the specifics.
Okay. And having been dropped to a misdemeanor, it then went into pretrial diversion program. Were you aware of that?
No.
And then having gone successfully through the pretrial diversion program, that the charges were completely dismissed back in, I think it was 2005. Were you aware of that?
No.
Nothing further.
Thank you. We're going to have to have argument. Go ahead.
Yes,
you have more questions?
I was just going to ask that this witness just remain subject to recall regarding this subject matter, and I'd like to be able to present case law and argument to the court, and I can even provide more specifics about both of those incidents. That's why I asked to proffer it, so that obviously it's done in front of the jury. Our position, but I don't want to make the whole argument here, but our position is that...
Do you not want to make the argument now and have the witness remain for recall, or...
In fairness to the court, since I know that I wasn't expecting it, I want to be able to provide the case law to the court, and I don't want to hold up
Well, I'm sure the
matters.
defense wants to be able to do so also. So we can release Ms. Lauer for now, subject to being recalled?
I do have one other matter. Yes, Your Honor, I would like to have one other matter, and I don't want to also, this matter does not deal with the subject matter we're talking about. I want to be able to ask her outside the presence of the jury.
You make proffer again?
Ma'am, do you by chance, in terms of following, do you follow Mr. Zimmerman's brother on Twitter?
No.
have you ever responded to any of his tweets or twits or whatever they call those things?
Let me object on grounds of relevancy.
Well, it's,
Even within a Profer, I think they just can't. My objection is on grounds of relevancy.
overruled.
You've never followed him on Twitter or tweet or anything?
Not that I know of. I hardly.
How about on Facebook?
I don't believe so.
The reason I ask is because, and I can, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
May I see?
And I'll be glad to show it to you. This one.
Can counsel approach for just one moment?
Ms. Lauer, I'm showing you your Facebook. You recognize it there? I'm sorry, Twitter, but I thought it was, okay. And it shows you that, let me just show you the front, or the top of it, I should say, if I can get to it. You recognize that? as
Yes.
your Twitter?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize one of the people that you're following is Robert Zimmerman Jr., Mr. Zimmerman's brother, right here?
I see it says that, but if you know anything about me and Twitter, I hardly know how to use that.
So how did this Robert Zimmerman Jr. get on your Twitter account?
I would imagine I've probably gone on, and I've been very careful to not talk with any media, pick sides on anything. So if I went on his page and accidentally hit follow, that's a possibility. But
Before we move on from that,
it doesn't make sense that I would be so staying out of the media and everything and do something like that. That doesn't make.
Your belief is that this was just inadvertent?
Honestly, I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. I don't know who half of those people are.
Do you know how they got on your Twitter?
It says follow. It doesn't say following.
So what does that mean?
It means if I want to follow them, I would click that.
Right, but there's limited people that are on here, but this is your account. You acknowledge that, right?
Yeah, but I don't acknowledge that I clicked to follow them. It's asking me to do it now.
Do you have any idea of how that got on here?
I'm sorry.
No.
I apologize. Do you have any idea how that got on there?
No, I don't know how half of those got on there.
Okay. And I think you also, on your Facebook, you have as a friend Frank Taffy too, is that correct?
I'm sorry. On your Facebook, you have as a friend.
I'm sorry, Ms. Lauer, we're trying not to.
Oh,
I apologize, Madam Court Reporter. On your Facebook, do you also have Frank Taffy as a friend?
yes, he friend requested me. He's a neighbor.
Okay. Not because he's good friends or a supporter of George Zimmerman.
Not at all.
Is your testimony that you are not supporting either side in this case, is that correct?
That's my testimony.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions while we have that here. If I might.
I apologize, you need to get on the record.
Would you just announce for the court how many tweets that you have performed on the entirety of your experience on Twitter as a entity?
0.
Okay. Nothing further.
I don't know how to use this.
So you just have 112 following, is that correct?
They're following me.
Oh, they're following you. Robert Zimmerman Jr. is following you?
That's what that means, following, right?
And you've got 36 that are followers. What does that mean?
I don't know what those mean.
Okay.
Honestly, you tell me.
I'm not a Twitter person either.
Yes, you may.
But Ms. Lauer, would it be fair to say that those things just don't appear on your Twitter, do they?
That's not fair for me to say. I don't know how that works.
So you just have a Twitter account, but you don't know how it works?
Exactly.
Okay.
I hardly use it. Try to see the last time I logged in.
Okay. Do you believe at some point you were friends with Robert Zimmerman Jr. or even?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
I don't think I would have done that. That doesn't make sense for me to do that.
Do you think maybe it was he got on there on his own, or maybe George Zimmerman? Were you ever friends with George Zimmerman?
No, I never was.
Okay. I have nothing else regarding the Profer.
Anything else regarding this proffer?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lauer, we're going to have you excused, but subject to being recalled. So that means that you're still under the court subpoena. The rule of sequestration for witnesses has been invoked, so that means you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody until this case is completed. And if called back to the courtroom, you must appear. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. You'll be excused. State have another witness available?
Yes.
Okay, let's get the jury back in, and then we'll have you call your next witness. Or does counsel need a break? The jury's been back there having a break. Do you need a short break? Why don't we take a 15, till 4:30 recess.
Judge, I will tell you that the next witness has a Spanish interpreter, so the court will need that instruction ready.
Okay.
I think it's 90.606.
You don't have jury instructions with you. I'll have to go print it out. Thank you. Please be seated. Sarah. Ready to call your next witness? So we're ready for the jury? Defense ready for the jury to come in?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Okay, come on in. Does anybody have that jury instruction? Let's see. I'll have to pull it up on the computer. I don't have it. No. Oh, okay.
Jury present, Your Honor.
Okay, please be seated. Mr. Guy, if you'll call your next witness, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall present will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Can I have
I
the
do.
interpreter raise your right hand, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly translate these proceedings from English to Spanish and Spanish to English, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, and you taking your seat.
Pasa por acá.
And before we get started, we'll need you, sir, to give your name for the record.
Yes, ma'am. The name is Jaime, Jaime, Sotomayor, Sotomayor.
Okay, thank. I'm sorry, what? He spelled his name, it's Jaime Sotomayor. Sotomayor. Mayor. And ladies and gentlemen, you're about to hear testimony of a witness who will be testifying in Spanish. This witness will testify through the official court reporter interpreter. Although some of you may know Spanish, it is important that all jurors consider the same evidence. Therefore, you must accept the English translation of the witness's testimony. You must disregard any different meaning. If, however, during the testimony there is a question as to the accuracy of the English interpretation, you should bring this matter to my attention immediately by raising your hand. You should not ask your question or make any comment about the interpretation in the presence of the other jurors or otherwise share your question or concern with any of them. I will take steps to see if your question can be answered and any discrepancy resolved. If, however, after such efforts, a discrepancy remains, I emphasize that you must rely only upon the official English interpretation as provided by the court interpreter and disregard any contrary interpretation. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. If you'd please tell the members of the jury your name.
Buenas tardes, señora. Por favor, ¿le puede dar el nombre suyo completo a los miembros del jurado?
Selma Mora.
Selma Mora.
In what city do you currently live?
¿En qué ciudad vive actualmente?
Miami.
Miami.
Could you spell your last name for us?
¿Nos puede deletrear el apellido?
M-O-R-A.
M-O-R-A.
Thank you. Are you employed?
¿Usted tiene empleo?
Sí.
Yes.
And what type of work do you do?
¿Qué tipo de trabajo hace usted?
Construcción.
Construction.
Specifically, what do you do within the field of construction?
Específicamente, ¿qué es lo que hace usted en el campo de la construcción?
Ventas de equipos para la construcción.
I sell equipment for construction work.
And approximately how long have you been in that type of work?
¿Y aproximadamente cuánto tiempo lleva usted en ese tipo de trabajo?
Un total de 9 años.
For a total of 9 years.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
¿Usted es ciudadana americana?
Sí.
Yes.
And where are you from originally?
¿Originalmente de dónde es?
Colombia.
Colombia.
How long have you been in the United States?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva usted en los Estados Unidos?
12 años.
12 years.
Do you speak English?
¿Y usted habla inglés? Yes, a little.
Do you feel more comfortable with the interpreter?
Pero se siente más cómodo usando intérprete.
Definitivamente en este caso.
Most definitely in this case.
All right. Tell the members of the jury, please, what is your educational background?
Por favor, ¿le puede explicar a los miembros del jurado cuál es su trasfondo educacional?
Soy arquitecto y diseñador interior.
I am an architect and an interior designer.
And where did you receive your degrees?
¿Y de dónde recibió usted sus grados?
Los he recibido en Colombia, los originales, y tengo estudios también hechos aquí en los Estados Unidos.
I received them originally from Colombia, but I also have continued courses here in the United States.
And let me turn your attention to February of 2012. Where did you live at that time? What was the name of your community?
Vamos a traer su atención entonces a la fecha de febrero del 2012. ¿Dónde residía usted? ¿Cómo se llamaba la comunidad donde usted vivía?
Twin Lakes.
Twin Lakes.
And what was your street address?
¿Y cuál era la dirección de la calle?
2831 Retreat View Circle.
2831?
Retreat View.
Retreat View. 2831 Retreat View Circle.
And when did you move into that address?
¿Cuándo fue que usted se mudó a esa dirección?
En el 2007.
In 2007.
In February of 2012, did anyone else live at your address with you?
Para febrero del 2012, ¿alguien más vivía con usted en esa dirección?
Sí.
Yes.
And who was that?
¿Quién era esa persona?
Bueno, mis hijos y mi amiga Mary Catcher con su hija.
My children and a friend, a female friend, her name is Mary
Mary Catcher.
Catcher.
How many children did you have?
¿Cuántos hijos tiene usted?
Dos.
2.
And what were your children's ages in February of 2012?
Para febrero del 2012, ¿qué edades tenían los niños?
9 y 14 años.
9 and 14 years old.
And was Mary Kuchar a friend of yours?
¿Y Mary Kutcher era amiga de usted?
Sí.
Yes.
And how old was Mary Kuchar's daughter in February 2012?
¿Qué edad tenía la hija de Mary Kutcher en febrero del 2012?
8 años.
8 years old.
You know, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Let me show you what's been marked as case 139 and ask you, just get back here. Let me ask you to stand over here if you can. Just so, do you recognize your address on that diagram?
Déjeme preguntarle, mostrarle este documento que se ha marcado como pieza de evidencia. ¿Usted reconoce en este diagrama la dirección donde usted vivía?
Sí.
Yes.
Is it marked correctly at 2831?
¿Está marcado correctamente con el 2831?
Sí.
Yes.
Specifically then, let me turn your attention to the evening of February 26th, 2012. Were you at home that evening?
Específicamente voy a traer su atención a la tarde, temprano en la noche del 26 de febrero del 2012. ¿Usted se encontraba en su hogar?
Sí.
Yes.
And was anyone else at home that evening?
¿Esa noche había alguien más en el hogar?
Mary.
Mary.
Were either of your children or Miss Kuchar's daughter at home that evening?
¿Alguno de los hijos de usted o la hija de la señora Kutcher estaba esa noche en el hogar?
No.
No.
Where were the children?
¿Dónde estaban los niños?
Los míos con su papá.
Mine were with their father.
Y
Do you recall where Mary Kuchar's daughter was?
¿Recuerda dónde estaba la hija de Mary?
a cruzar la calle donde mi stepdaughter.
Well, she was across the street at the, I don't know how to say it.
La hija mayor de mi ex marido.
She was with the eldest daughter of my former husband.
All right. Do you recall that weather that evening?
¿Usted recuerda cómo estaba el clima esa noche?
Sí.
Yes.
And what was that?
¿Cómo estaba?
Lluvioso y oscuro.
It was rainy and dark.
At some point that evening, did you hear any sounds coming from behind your townhome?
¿En algún momento de esa noche usted escuchó algún ruido que provenía de la parte trasera del hogar?
Sí.
Yes.
And what did you hear?
¿Qué fue lo que escuchó?
Un lloriqueo.
Like a crying.
And where were you when you heard that sound?
¿Y dónde estaba usted cuando escuchó ese sonido?
En la cocina.
In the kitchen.
And is your kitchen, was that in the back of your townhome?
¿Y la cocina queda en la parte trasera del apartamento?
Correcto.
Yes, that's correct.
And by back, do you mean back towards the dog walk?
Y por la parte trasera, ¿usted quiere decir la parte que queda hacia donde caminan los perros?
Sí.
Yes.
Did your kitchen have a window?
¿La cocina suya tenía una ventana?
Sí.
Yes.
And was the kitchen window open or closed that evening?
Esa noche usted tenía la ventana de la cocina abierta o cerrada.
Estaba abierto hasta la mitad.
¿Perdón?
Estaba abierto hasta la mitad.
It was open halfway.
Was there any other background noise in your kitchen at the time you heard the crying sound?
Al momento que usted oyó este sonido de como lloriqueo, ¿había algún ruido en la cocina, en el trasfondo?
No.
No.
Can you describe for the jury what the crying sound sounded like to you?
¿Usted le puede describir al jurado cómo le sonó a usted ese sonido del lloriqueo?
Era como en 2, 3 oportunidades como
It was like a
Could you tell whether or not the crying sound was coming from an adult or a child?
¿Usted pudo distinguir si ese sonido?
Speculation.
Sustained.
Was the crying sound, how was it soft or was it hard or what?
Ese sonido del lloriqueo era suave, bajo, era alto, ¿cómo era?
suave.
It was soft, low.
Could you make out any specific words that were being said?
¿Usted pudo distinguir alguna palabra en específico que se estuviera hablando?
No.
No.
When you heard the crying, did you look out your kitchen window?
Cuando usted oyó este llanto, el lloriqueo, ¿usted miró por la ventana de la cocina?
Sí.
Yes.
Could you see anything outside when you looked out your kitchen window?
¿Usted pudo ver algo hacia afuera cuando miró por la ventana de la cocina?
Estaba muy oscuro, no pude ver nada.
It was too dark, I was not able to see anything.
After you heard the crying sounds, did you hear any other sound that caught your attention?
Después de oír este sonido de llanto, de lloriqueo, ¿usted pudo escuchar algo más que le llamara la atención?
Sí.
Yes.
And what was that?
¿Qué fue eso?
Un sonido seco que lo describo como si fuera como un scooter o algún elemento de un niño que se hubiera caído.
It was like a dry sound, which I have described as, like the thump of a child falling, is what I have called it.
Como un longboard. Lo que tienen niños saben que ellos al brincar, cuando lo botan, suena de una manera seca y fuerte.
Okay.
Longboard.
Longboard. It's like a longboard, those of you who have children, you know that when you bounce on it, it sounds like this dry thump. It's strong.
Did you think it was a gunshot when you heard it?
¿Usted pensó que era un disparo cuando lo escuchó?
No.
No.
Did you hear any of the crying sounds after you heard that sound?
Después de haber escuchado este sonido que usted describe, ¿oyó más del llanto?
No.
No.
And what did you do when you heard the sound that we're discussing?
¿Y qué hizo usted cuando escuchó este sonido que estamos mencionando ahora?
Corrí hacia la parte de atrás, por donde queda el porch.
I ran towards the back where the porch is located.
Did you go outside?
¿Usted salió afuera?
Sí, hasta donde un screen que tengo
Yes, as far as a screen that I have.
me lo permitió llegar.
That's as far as it allowed me to go.
All right. And describe for the jury how your back porch was screened in. Was it screened in from the floor to the ceiling, or was it a half wall, or what?
Y la terraza suya del patio, ¿cómo es que usted la tiene con el screen, la tela metálica? ¿La tiene desde el piso hasta el techo o a mitad o cómo lo tiene?
Es hasta más o menos la mitad.
I would say it's more or less
Gracias.
about halfway, about waist high.
And what was the purpose of that screen?
¿Y cuál es el propósito de esa pantalla?
Parar que el perrito de mi hija se pudiera salir.
Well, in order to avoid my daughter's little dog from going out.
All right. So your daughter had a dog at the time?
Entonces, ¿su hija tenía un perrito?
Sí.
Yes.
Did the screen on your porch, did it outline the outside of the porch?
Esta pantalla que había en la terraza posterior, ¿era el mismo contorno de la terraza completa?
Sí.
Yes.
Let me ask you, if the sound that you heard, if you thought it was a gunshot, would you have run outside?
Déjeme preguntarle, si usted hubiera pensado que el sonido que usted escuchó era un disparo, ¿usted hubiera corrido hacia afuera?
Nunca.
¿No?
Nunca.
No, not at all.
When you got outside, Was the crying sound that you heard coming from your right or your left?
Cuando usted corrió hacia afuera, el llanto que usted había escuchado, ¿venías de la derecha o de la izquierda suya?
De mi derecha.
From my...
Just to clarify, I think the timing of the sounds that she just testified to, I would ask for clarification.
Okay, if you'll please clarify.
Yes. The sounds that you heard originally in your kitchen, as you're facing the back of your residence in your kitchen, were those sounds coming from your right or your left?
El ruido, el sonido que usted escuchó originalmente desde la cocina, cuando usted está mirando desde la cocina hacia la parte posterior de la casa, ¿le quedaba ese ruido hacia la derecha o hacia la izquierda?
Derecha.
To my right.
And when you got outside, did you look in that direction? That is to your right.
Y cuando usted salió al exterior, usted miró hacia esa dirección, hacia la derecha.
Correcto.
That's correct.
Did you see any people when you looked to your right?
¿Usted vio alguna persona, vio gente cuando miró hacia la derecha?
Sí.
Yes.
How many?
¿Cuántas?
Dos.
Two.
You know, I may approach again? Let me show you states 139 again.
Déjeme volver a mostrar la pieza de evidencia 139.
And 2831 is your residence?
Y la 2831 es la casa suya, ¿verdad?
Does this figure right here, is that the approximate location of where you saw the two people when you got outside and looked to the right?
Esta marca que vemos aquí es el lugar aproximado donde usted vio a las dos personas cuando usted salió al exterior a mirar hacia allá?
Sí.
Yes.
And the porch you were looking at would have been back here?
Y la terraza donde usted estaba mirando sería por acá?
Sí.
Yes.
For the record, Judge, I indicated the porch at 2831.
Record will so reflect.
Yara, could you dim the lights for one moment? Ms. Moore, if I count 1, 2, 3, is this the approximate location of your residence?
Si yo cuento 1, 2, 3, la cuarta sería aproximadamente el local donde queda la residencia suya?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you got outside on your back porch, did you hear any more of the crying?
Cuando usted salió a la terraza posterior, ¿usted oyó algo más de ese llanto?
No.
No.
How were the two people positioned that you saw?
¿Cómo estaban ubicadas las dos personas que usted vio?
Había uno en el suelo.
One of them was on the ground,
Y el otro estaba encima en una posición encaballada.
and the other one was on top in a position like a rider.
Like riding a horse?
Como si estuviera montado en un caballo.
Sí.
Yes.
With one leg on each side?
Con una pierna en cada lado.
Sí.
Yes.
The person on top, could you tell if that was a man or a woman?
La persona que estaba arriba, ¿usted podía distinguir si era hombre o mujer?
No en ese momento.
Not at that point in time.
And in what direction was the person on top facing relative to you?
¿Y en qué dirección quedaba mirando la persona que estaba arriba desde el punto de vista suyo?
Él está mirando hacia donde está los botes de basura.
He was facing towards where the trash receptacles are located.
May I approach you? And by trash receptacle, do you mean the dog waste receptacle?
Y por bote de basura tú quieres decir donde se ponen los desperdicios del perro.
Sí.
Yes.
All right. So they're facing in this direction.
O sea que estaban mirando en esa dirección.
Correcto.
That's correct. No te pegues tanto de distorsión.
Could you tell whether the person on top was white, black, Hispanic, or what?
¿Usted podía distinguir si la persona que estaba arriba era blanco, negro, hispano o algo?
La poca luz que había en ese momento no me permitía mirar mucho los colores.
What little light there was at that time did not allow me to see very well what color.
Could you see anything about the clothing of the person on top?
¿Usted podía distinguir algo sobre la vestimenta de la persona que estaba arriba?
Lo único que puedo decir es que tenía algunos patrones entre negro y rojo.
The only thing that I could say is that it was some sort of a pattern between blacks and reds.
And where were the hands of the person who was on top when you got outside?
¿Y dónde tenía las manos la persona que estaba arriba cuando usted salió?
En ese momento no podría decirlo, pero tenía que tener, o sea, sus brazos estaban apoyados sobre alguna parte de esta persona que estaba en el suelo.
Well, at that point in time, I couldn't really tell, but he must have been supported on some part of the person who was laying on the ground.
La parte que yo podía observar era su costado.
Because the part that I was
derecho.
able to observe was mostly his right hand side.
And what do you mean he was able to support himself? What do you mean by that?
¿Y qué quiere decir usted que él estaba apoyado? ¿Qué quiere decir?
Porque estaba casi que en la misma posición, agachada.
Because he was
sobre el
almost
otro
in
cuerpo.
the same position, you know, like stooping over, like the person who was on the ground.
Did you hear the person on top say anything at that time?
¿Usted escuchó a la persona que estaba encima decir algo en ese momento?
No.
No.
The person on the bottom, how were they positioned?
La persona que estaba abajo, ¿cómo estaba ubicada?
En ese momento no lo podría describir.
At that point in time, I couldn't describe it.
All right. Was the person laying down?
Pero la persona estaba acostada?
Sí.
Yes.
Could you tell if the person on the bottom was a man or a woman?
¿Usted pudo distinguir si la persona que estaba abajo era hombre o mujer?
No.
No.
Could you tell if the person on the bottom at that time was on their back or their stomach?
¿Usted pudo distinguir si la persona en esos momentos, la que estaba abajo, estaba de espalda o estaba de lado?
No.
No.
Did you see any movement from the person on the bottom?
¿Usted vio algún movimiento de la persona que estaba abajo?
Sí.
Yes.
And what was that?
¿Cuál fue?
Un poco sus piernas. Un pequeño pateo.
A little bit of a leg movement, like a shudder.
Did you say anything to the two people when you went outside?
Cuando usted salió al exterior, ¿le dijo algo a esas dos personas?
Sí.
Yes.
What did you say?
¿Qué dijo?
¿Qué está sucediendo?
What's going on?
Did you say it loud enough so those two people could hear you?
¿Lo dijo suficientemente alto como para que esas dos personas la pudieran oír?
Sí.
Yes.
And did you talk to them in English or Spanish?
¿Y lo dijo en español o en inglés?
En inglés.
En English.
Can you say for us in English what's going on or what are you doing?
¿No podría decir qué palabra usó?
What's going on?
Did the person on the bottom respond in any way when you said that?
¿La persona que estaba abajo respondió en alguna forma cuando usted dijo eso?
Nadie respondió.
Nobody answered.
Did the person on top respond in any way?
¿La persona que estaba arriba tampoco respondió?
Solo me volteó a mirar, pero no hubo respuesta.
The only thing was that he turned to look, but I don't remember anything else.
No.
Perdón.
Lo que dije fue que me volteó a mirar, pero no hubo respuesta.
Ok. ¿Tú te volteaste a mirar?
Él me volteó a mirar a mí,
Él se
pero
volteó a
no
mirar.
respondió.
The problem is that in Spanish the pronouns are sometimes omitted, so the person turned around to look, but did not respond, did not issue a response.
All right, and are you talking about the person on top now?
Y tú estás hablando de la persona que estaba arriba en ese momento.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you say anything to the person on top when they turned and looked at you?
¿Tú le dijiste algo a la persona que estaba arriba cuando se volteó y te miró?
Volví a preguntar, ¿qué pasa?
I asked again what's going on.
And did that person answer you the second time you asked?
¿Y es la segunda vez que preguntaste, esa persona te contestó?
No.
No.
Did you ask again what's going on?
¿Tú volviste a preguntar what's going on?
Sí.
Yes.
And did anybody respond to you that time?
¿Y en esa ocasión alguien te respondió?
Sí.
Yes.
And who responded to you?
¿Quién te respondió?
La persona que estaba arriba.
The person who was on top.
And what did the person on top say?
¿Y qué dijo la persona que estaba arriba?
Solamente llamé a la policía.
Just to call the police.
Did you ever hear the person on the bottom say anything?
¿En algún momento escuchaste a la persona que estaba abajo decir algo?
No.
No.
At any point, did you see either the person on top or the person on the bottom get up?
¿En algún momento tuviste a la persona que estaba arriba o la persona que estaba abajo levantarse?
Sí.
Yes.
Who did you see get up?
¿A quién viste tú levantarse?
El que estaba arriba.
The one who was on top.
And what did the person on top do when they got up?
¿Y qué hizo la persona que estaba arriba cuando se levantó?
Caminó, dio unos pequeños pasos de donde estaba el cuerpo
He walked, he took a few steps from where the body was
en dirección hacia el basurero de los perros.
in the direction towards the dog, the rubbish receptacle.
All right. Could you see whether or not the person who was up right now, who had been on top, could you see whether or not at that point there was a man or a woman?
En esos momentos tú pudiste ver, una vez que la persona ya estaba levantada, la persona que había estado encima, ¿pudiste distinguir si era hombre o mujer?
Sí.
Yes.
And what was it?
¿Qué era?
Hombre.
A man.
And what did the man do after he got up and started walking towards the dog waste receptacle?
¿Y qué hizo esta persona una vez se levantó y caminó hacia el bote de la basura del perro?
Caminó unos cuantos pasos.
He walked for a few steps.
Regresó. Mientras hacía este recorrido, tocaba su cabeza
And
con una mano.
he walked towards the receptacles, then he walked back, and while he was doing this pacing, he would put his hands up on his head.
Una
Once.
mano, la
One
otra la
hand.
tenía en su cadera, ¿no?
And he had the other hand on his waist.
All right. Can you stand up for us and just place your hands how the man had his hands when he was walking around?
Tú puedes, por favor, entonces ponerte de pie y poner las manos en la posición en que la tenía el hombre según iba caminando.
Así.
Like this.
All right. And Judge, for the record, her right hand was on her head and her left hand was on her left hip. Miss Moore, when the man was upright and walking back and forth, did he appear to be having any trouble walking?
Señora Mora, cuando el hombre estaba ya parado y caminando hacia adelante y hacia atrás, ¿aparentaba tener alguna dificultad en caminar?
No.
No.
Did you ever see the man stumble or stagger when he was upright walking around?
¿En algún momento viste al hombre tropezarse o tambalearse según estaba caminando?
No.
No.
Did you hear the man who was walking around say anything when he was walking around?
¿Tú escuchaste a este hombre que estaba caminando decir algo mientras caminaba?
No.
No.
When the man on top got up and started walking around, could you see the man on the bottom or the person on the bottom better?
Cuando esta persona se levantó y estaba caminando, ¿tú pudiste ver a la persona, el hombre o la persona que estaba abajo, lo pudiste ver mejor?
Sí.
Yes.
Could you tell at that point whether or not the person on the bottom was on their stomach or their back?
Y en ese momento, ¿pudiste distinguir si la persona que estaba abajo estaba boca abajo o boca arriba?
Estaba boca abajo.
He was face down.
And after the man on top got up and was walking around, did you ever see someone out there with a flashlight?
Y después de que este hombre que estaba arriba estaba parado y caminando, ¿tú pudiste ver a alguien por allí con una linterna?
Sí.
Yes.
And what did you do when you saw someone else out there with a flashlight?
¿Y qué hiciste tú cuando viste que había otra persona allá afuera con una antorcha de mano, una linterna?
En ese momento, por mi amiga que estaba gritando desde la parte de atrás, había sido una bala.
Well, at that moment, because of my female friend who was screaming behind me that it had been a gunshot,
Ya quise entrar a mi casa, pero antes
I felt like going back inside the house, but before that,
una de las vecinas del lado del frente iba saliendo
one of the female neighbors from across was coming out.
y le grité que se devolviera, que aparentemente eran tiros.
And I screamed at her to go back because apparently there was shooting.
All right. You know, may I approach? Show this one more time. Miss Moore, if you would show the members of the jury, please, approximately where the female was that you saw step outside.
¿Le puede explicar aproximadamente a los miembros del jurado dónde fue que usted vio a la señora que dice que salió?
Del 1251.
From 1251.
All right. And at that point, you turned around and ran inside?
Y en ese momento usted se volteó y corrió hacia adentro.
Sí.
Yes.
And I believe you said that your female friend said that was a gunshot. Were you speaking about Mary Kuchar?
Y me parece que usted mencionó que su amiga dijo que había sido un disparo. Eso, usted se refiere a Mary Kuchar.
Correcto.
That's correct.
And what was Mary Kuchar doing when you got back inside?
¿Y qué estaba haciendo Mary Kuchar cuando usted se regresó adentro?
Estaba el teléfono en el área de la sala comedor, que es justo
She was on the
en el
phone
primer piso.
in the area of the living room, dining room. You know, it's one area.
And do you know who Mary Kuchar was talking to on the phone when you got back inside?
¿Y usted sabe con quién estaba hablando Mary Kuchar cuando usted se regresó adentro?
Con el 911.
911.
Did you and Miss Kuchar stay at your residence that evening?
¿Usted y la señora Kuchar se quedaron en la residencia esa noche?
Sí.
Yes.
And did the police come to your residence that evening?
¿Y esa noche la policía vino a la casa?
En la parte de atrás estaban cerrándolo y un policía, ella era la que más estaba hablando con el agente.
Well, they had closed up the back area of the houses, and there was a police officer, and she did most of the speaking with the police officers.
And when you say she, are you referring to Mary Kuchar?
Y cuando usted dice ella, se refiere a Mary Kuchar.
Correcto.
Correct.
At some point, did you speak with the Sanford Police Department in this case?
Pero en algún momento usted habló con miembros de la policía del departamento de policía de Sanford en este caso.
No esa noche,
Not that night.
pero el agente nos entregó un documento, un
But
papel,
an agent gave us a document, a piece of paper,
en el cual nos solicitaba que si queríamos escribir algo, lo hiciéramos en ese papel y lo
which
devolviéramos.
requested that if we wanted to write something down, we should do so on that piece of paper.
And what did you do in terms of writing something down? Did you write out a statement, or did you have Ms. Kuchar write out a statement, or what?
¿Y qué hizo usted? Usted, en cuanto a esto de poner algo por escrito, ¿usted preparó una declaración por escrito? ¿Le pidió a Mary Kuchar que preparara la declaración por escrito? ¿Qué hicieron?
Mary lo hizo porque yo estaba más ahí tratando de comunicarme con mi ex esposo
Well, Mary
para
did
que
so
no me trajera los niños en ese momento.
because I was trying to contact my former husband so that he would not be bringing the children back home at that point in time.
All right, and at some point, did you speak with the police in person?
¿Y en algún momento usted habló con la policía en persona?
Fue tal vez como unos 4 días después, tal vez.
That may have been about 4 days later, maybe.
And did you tell the police what you had seen and heard that evening?
Y usted le dijo a la policía lo que usted había visto y había escuchado esa noche.
Sí.
Yeah.
Ms. Moore, had you ever met a young man named Trayvon Martin?
¿Usted alguna vez conoció a un joven de nombre Trayvon Martin?
Nunca.
Never.
To your knowledge, had you ever met a man named George Zimmerman?
¿Que usted tuviera conocimiento, en algún momento conoció a un hombre de nombre George Zimmerman?
No, nunca.
No, never.
And had you lived in that same unit continuously since 2007?
¿Y usted había estado viviendo en esa misma unidad continuamente desde el 2007?
Sí.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Mr. O'Bara, Ross?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
That night that we're talking about, you were in the kitchen cooking?
Esa noche de la que estamos hablando, ¿usted estaba en la cocina cocinando?
No.
No.
What were you doing?
¿Qué hacía?
Estaba alistando para preparar un café.
¿Perdón? ¿Un café? I was getting ready to prepare some coffee.
Okay. Were you doing that in a location in the kitchen so that you were facing the back window?
¿Y usted estaba haciendo eso en un lugar de la cocina que quedaba mirando hacia la ventana de la cocina?
Mi cafetera estaba ubicada
de tal manera
de que la ventana estaba a mi derecha.
Well, the coffee maker was located in such a position that the window was on my right-hand side.
Right-hand side. So, for my purposes, this is the window.
Así que para propósitos de él, la ventana queda aquí
Coffee machine over here.
y la cafetera está allá.
Sí,
Yes.
And that's what you're working on?
Y ahí era que usted estaba trabajando.
sí.
Yes.
The first thing you heard was what you identified as cries.
Lo primero que usted escuchó, lo que usted identificó como un lloriqueo, como un llanto.
Sí.
Yes.
May I approach the witness for a moment, Your Honor? We're going to use this again. This is your apartment, correct?
Este es el apartamento suyo, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
Sí.
This is your porch area?
Y este es el área de la terraza.
Correcto.
Correct.
I see right there a little L-shaped. That's a column, correct?
Y yo veo que aquí hay una columna, una forma de L que hay una columna, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
And we'll get to this in a moment, but you actually reached out over that column to see what you saw later,
Y
correct?
vamos a entrar en más detalle más adelante, pero usted tuvo que
Later.
sobresalirse por encima de esta columna para poder ver lo que estaba pasando más adelante, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
This is the kitchen area,
Este
right
es el área de
here?
la cocina aquí, ¿verdad? Correct.
And the window sort of in the center.
Y la ventana queda como en el centro.
Sí.
Yes.
Bushes, the bushes were here?
¿Hay arbustos allá afuera?
Sí, bajitos.
Yes, low.
And there's bushes everywhere here, correct?
Y aquí hay arbustos por todos estos lugares, ¿verdad?
Correcto.
Correct.
Okay. Low, this high?
Bajito
Sí.
como así,
About 3 feet high?
como de 3 pies.
Correcto.
Correct.
With what you heard, you didn't see anything the first time, correct?
Con lo que usted
Correcto.
escuchó no vio nada en ese momento por primera vez, ¿verdad?
And what you heard,
I'm sorry.
Correcto,
Yes.
sí.
Correct.
did I not wait? Sorry. And what you heard came from this area,
Y lo que
correct?
usted escuchó vino de esta área.
Definitivo.
Could you
I'm
tell,
sorry.
could,
No te pude escuchar. Could you repeat?
Definitivo, sí.
Definitely.
could you tell how far down the noise came from?
¿Tú pudiste determinar como a qué distancia venía ese ruido?
Son sonidos y no podría predeterminar distancias.
It was just sounds. I was not able to predetermine a distance.
Además, porque no era algo a lo cual estuviera prestando atención, simplemente llegaron
In addition to
en
the
el
fact that it
momento
wasn't
que yo estaba en la
something
cocina.
that I wasn't paying attention to, it was simply something that reached me while I was working in the kitchen.
Could have been from this area right here, correct?
Pero pudo haber sido de esta área de acá, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Correct.
Could have been from this area here, correct?
Y pudo haber sido de esta área más arriba, ¿verdad?
De mi casa para arriba, cualquier punto.
From my house upward in that direction, anywhere.
Thank you. You only heard 2 screams though, correct?
Y tú solamente escuchaste como 2 gritos, ¿verdad?
And I'm sorry, I said screams, you said 2 cries,
Y
correct?
perdóname porque dije gritos, pero tú dijiste que era un llanto.
El sonido que describo como un llanto, sí.
The sound that I have described as a cry, yes.
2.
2.
Sí.
Yes.
You've listened, since that day, you've listened to the 911 calls that have the screams on it, correct?
Luego de esa fecha, tú has escuchado una llamada al 911 donde se oyen unos llantos, ¿verdad?
Por supuesto.
Of course.
Did any of those screams on the 911 call now to you sound as though they may have been 2 of the cries that you heard?
¿Alguno de esos gritos que se escucha en esa llamada al 911 ahora te suena como los llantos que tú escuchaste esa noche?
Podría ser.
It could be.
Okay. On that 911 call that you did listen to, you didn't hear your voice at all, did you?
En esa llamada del 911 que tú escuchaste, no escuchaste la voz tuya en absoluto, ¿verdad?
No es algo que le estuviera prestando mucha atención, la verdad.
Well, it wasn't
Pero
something
no
that I was
nunca.
really paying much attention to, you know?
Pero no nunca.
No, but I never did.
Okay. I'm curious because you said that you yelled to a neighbor across the courtyard.
Me está curioso porque tú mencionaste que tú le gritaste a una vecina que queda al otro lado de este patio.
Correcto.
That's correct.
You didn't hear that on the tape though, did you?
Y eso no lo escuchaste en la grabación de la llamada.
Lo que digo, no he prestado mucha atención al detalle,
Well, as
pero
I
puedo
said,
decir que no.
as I have not paid much attention to those details, but I could say no.
And I'm not saying by that you didn't yell to your neighbor across the way. I'm just saying that having yelled to your neighbor across the way, it just didn't make it onto that tape, did it?
Y yo no estoy diciendo que tú no le hayas gritado a la vecina que queda al otro lado, pero lo que te estoy diciendo es que aún habiéndole gritado a la vecina, eso sencillamente no se escuchó en la grabación.
Depende de cuál grabación, porque no existe solamente una.
Well, that would depend on which recording we're talking about because there's not just one.
Y si hablamos de las que están más lejos de mí, posible y no se escucha. De
And if we're
pronto,
talking about anyone who was further away from me, then it's possible you can't hear it there.
la única que podría haberse cogido más cercano sería la llamada que Mary estaba haciendo.
The only one that could have picked it up from closer was the call that Mary was making.
Correct.
Correcto.
Do you know, just so we're clear, you had yelled to your neighbor before Mary Kutcher got on her call, didn't you?
Pero para que esté claro, ¿tú estás consciente si tú le gritaste a tu vecina antes de que Mary tomara el teléfono?
Todo ha ocurrido tan rápido que no podría yo asegurar eso.
Well, everything happened so quickly that I wouldn't be able to assure you of that.
When you heard the noise that you now know to have been the gunshot, you did not know it was a gunshot then, correct?
Y cuando tú escuchaste el ruido que tú ahora sabes que fue un disparo, tú en ese momento no sabías que había sido un disparo, ¿verdad?
Correcto.
Correct.
I think you said you thought it was like a child's longboard, like a skateboard?
Y tú mencionaste que esto es como un longboard de lo que usan los niños, un skateboard, una patineta. Yes,
slapping on cement?
Dándole al concreto.
Correcto.
Correct.
And that's what you thought you heard?
Y eso fue lo que tú pensaste que había escuchado.
Así es.
That was so.
Is that because kids play out there sometimes and you've heard noises similar to that in the past out in that same area?
Eso es porque a veces los niños juegan allá afuera y tú has escuchado ruidos de esa clase en esa área.
Así es.
That is so.
So it made more sense that it was a noise from a child than a gunshot, correct?
Así que a ti te hacía más sentido que fuera un ruido de un niño a que fuera un disparo.
Por supuesto.
Of course.
Now, when you did hear that noise, thinking that it was a child, you went to find out what it was, correct?
Y cuando tú escuchaste ese ruido pensando que había sido un niño, tú saliste a ver qué estaba sucediendo.
Así es.
That is so.
Okay. And you left the kitchen area,
Y saliste del área de la cocina,
went to the sliding glass door,
fuiste a la puerta corrediza de cristal.
and that, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
And that was partially open, but you had to open it the rest of the way to go out, correct?
Y ya estaba parcialmente abierta, pero tú tuviste que abrirla por completo para poder salir, ¿verdad?
Estaba abierta de tal manera que yo podía cruzar.
It was open so far that I was able to come across.
Without opening it further.
Sin tener que abrirla más.
No.
No.
Okay. So, I'm going to ask you to demonstrate for me something,
Voy a pedirte que me demuestres algo.
because I'm wondering if you can tell us, and that I want you to show us in the courtroom, when you heard the noise,
Porque lo que me estoy preguntando y quiero que nos lo demuestres y nos muestres en el sala cómo sería, es que cuando
What
tú escuchaste el ruido,
what you did in the kitchen or with the coffee,
¿qué tú hiciste en la cocina con el café o lo que fuera?
how you left the kitchen,
¿Cómo saliste de la cocina?
got to the sliding glass door,
¿Cómo llegaste a la puerta corrediza de cristal?
got through it,
¿La pasaste?
got to the patio,
¿Llegaste al patio?
and looked down.
Y miraste en aquella
Can you do
dirección.
that?
¿Lo puedes hacer?
Por supuesto.
Of course.
Your Honor, I would ask that the witness step down.
Te voy a pedir que pases entonces al frente y hagas la demostración.
As we do this, I'm going to presume that you were not wearing high heels.
Voy a asumir que esa noche no llevaba puesto taco.
I either apologize for asking you to do it in high heels, or I suggest that you take them off.
Te voy a pedir excusas si lo quieres hacer en los tacos altos o si te quieres quitar los zapatos.
So, to set this up, I need your help.
Porque
To
para
tell me
establecerlo necesito tu ayuda.
where the whatever area, kitchen if it works, sliding glass door if it works,
Tú
you
escoges el
set
área.
the stage and tell us where you were and then what you did and what you had to get around to do it,
Tú
okay?
preparas la escena, lo que tú quieras escoger como si fuera la cocina, como queda el área de donde está la puerta corrediza, donde está la terraza. Tú preparas la escena y entonces nos describes qué fue lo que tú hiciste.
Lo más parecido a la arquitectura
Well,
de
the
los-
most similar to our architecture
es que la puerta podría estar en este sector.
would be that the sliding door could be in this area.
Esto
Like
es el
here.
sliding
This
door.
is the sliding glass door.
Exacto.
Exactly.
Okay.
Column.
The column.
So,
And,
here is the
excuse me?
column.
And then you go out and look that way, correct?
Entonces tú saliste y miraste en esa
Okay.
dirección.
This is the kitchen.
Column. Just, I don't want to be the one testifying, so you do it.
Si lo puedes hacer tú porque
Here
no
is the
quieres.
kitchen.
Okay?
They have it like, perdón.
Either way, if you can say it in English and you're comfortable, tell
Aquí
us.
está el mesón.
This is where the counter is.
So, si este es el mesón,
There, you have the counter here.
aquí está hacia el otro lado. Esto está, hay un muro.
And there's a wall here on the other
Yes.
side.
Y este es el área de trabajo donde está el sink.
And this would be the work area where we have the sink
Correct.
and the window.
Okay,
Esta es mi posición.
And this was my position.
correct. So, here's what I'm going to do. As close to the speed as you think you did.
Así que lo que voy a
Don't
hacer
rush
es que
it.
a la velocidad, lo más cercano a la velocidad que tú piensas
Don't
que lo
rush it
hiciste.
and don't go slow.
O sea, no quiero que lo hagas demasiado rápido ni que tampoco muy lento.
I'm going to clap my hands.
Pero él va a hacer.
And if you looked at the window when you heard the noise, I want you to look at the window. If you had a cup of coffee in your hand, I want you to put it down. You tell me what you did and do it in the timing as best you can that you did it, okay?
El agua ya estaba en la cafetera.
The water was already in the coffee maker.
Coloqué el vaso.
And I put the cup.
En ese momento estaban los llantos.
And at that moment, I heard the cries.
Okay, you.
Terminé de colocar
I'm sorry, I'm going to stop you for a second. The point that I'm at is when you heard the noise,
El
not
punto que yo
the
te-
cries.
El punto que te
okay?
quiero llevar es cuando tú escuchaste el ruido, no el llanto.
sonido.
The sound,
Corro.
I ran,
Cross. And I grabbed the column. Cogí la columna.
I held onto the column,
Okay.
Hice así.
and I went like this.
Okay.
Agarraba la columna.
I went like that
Right.
to look around.
And I'm going to have to ask you to do it again.
Te voy a pedir que lo hagas otra vez.
Because I just want to make sure that the jury has a chance now that they know what you're doing, to just watch you do it one more time in about the time that you did it.
Porque quiero estar seguro de que ahora que el jurado sabe qué es lo que estamos haciendo, que ellos puedan medir el tiempo y ver la
La
posibilidad.
otra persona que estaba en la cocina era Mary.
Well, the other person who was in the kitchen with me was Mary.
Okay?
Estaba de este lado.
She was right on this side,
Recostado.
like reclining.
Okay.
Escucho el sonido.
I heard the noise,
Corro.
I ran,
Cruzo.
I went across,
And grab.
and I peered.
Great. And then when you peered out, you looked. Thank you very much.
Muy bien, gracias.
You heard the noise.
Tú escuchaste el ruido.
It took the time that it took you to get out, as we did, and then you looked down, and that's when you saw the people in the area that you've talked about already,
Tú
correct?
tomaste el tiempo que te tomó en salir, dar la vuelta, cruzar, salir afuera, y entonces miraste en la dirección, y ahí fue, cuando miraste en la dirección donde escuchaste el ruido, ahí fue que viste a las personas que tú dices que viste.
Correcto.
That's correct.
And I think you said, at that point, was it still dark?
Y me parece que dijiste que en ese momento estaba oscuro todavía.
And I think that
Yes, correct.
I think you testified that you could not see very well, correct?
Me parece que testificaste que no podías ver muy bien.
La poca luz que había de las casas no permitía ver con claridad, pero se veían los
Well, what little light there was from the different houses did not allow you to see clearly, but you could still see
la silueta.
the silhouettes, the shapes.
Yes. And the silhouettes you saw, I think you testified to, was that there was a person crouching down over another person?
Y las siluetas que tú dijiste que viste fue una persona agachada sobre otra persona.
Correcto.
Correct.
And did that person, you're looking from the back perspective, you'll see his back, is that
Tú estabas
correct?
mirando de una perspectiva de la espalda de él.
Yeah.
Tú estabas mirando la espalda.
So you see that person like this, correct? Not on his knees, but standing like this,
Tú ves a la
correct?
persona así, no que estaba de rodillas, sino así parado de cuclillas.
Me parece más que he siempre dicho porque vi más la parte de las rodillas en el piso.
Well,
Los
I have always
brazos,
said, it seems to me more that what I saw was the person with the knees on the ground.
Ujú.
The person on top with knees on the ground.
La persona que estaba arriba tenía las rodillas en el suelo.
Sí.
Yes.
And you said that they had their hands on the person who was underneath?
Y tú dices que tenían las manos sobre la persona que estaba abajo.
Tiene que tenerlas en alguna parte, en alguna posición de la otra persona. Por
He
el
must have had
equilibrio
it-
que estaba haciendo.
He must have had it in some part, on some part of the other person, because of what the person was doing,
Por el equilibrio más.
in order to maintain a balance.
Okay. The way he was leaning over?
La forma en que estaba reclinado hacia el frente.
Correcto.
Did
Correct.
you also say that you thought he did something with his pocket?
Me parece que mencionaste algo del bolsillo.
Nunca.
No, not at all.
Did you say that in deposition? That you thought that he had done something with putting something near his pocket?
Absolutamente no.
No, absolutely not.
Then the person who was on top, could you see if they were moving, the person on the bottom is moving their hands or their arms at all?
I'm
Could you
sorry,
see
Counsel.
that?
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. Person on top. Could you see if that person on top was moving the hands or the arms of the person on the bottom?
La persona que estaba arriba, tú no pudiste distinguir si estaba moviéndole los brazos a la persona que estaba abajo.
No.
No.
And the person on top did not respond to the first two times that you called to him, correct?
Y la persona que estaba arriba no respondió las primeras dos veces que tú lo llamaste, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
And then the third time he said, just call the police.
Y la tercera vez lo que dijo fue solamente llama a la policía.
Correcto.
Call the police. Correct.
And he then got up, correct?
Y entonces se levantó, se paró.
Correcto.
And you said he
Correct.
was walking around.
Y tú dices que caminaba.
Caminó en dirección de los botes de basura y regresó
He walked
hacia
in
el
the
cuerpo.
he walked in the direction of the trash cans, and then he returned to the body.
Puedo asumir que lo hizo tal vez unas 2, 3 veces antes de que apareciera la persona con el flashlight.
And I would assume that he did it about 2 or 3 times before this person with the flashlight showed up.
And he was putting his hand on his head.
Y se estaba poniendo la mano en la cabeza.
Correcto.
Correct.
How did he look to you? What did he look like he was doing?
¿Cómo se veía? O sea, ¿qué te pareció a ti que estaba haciendo?
No es cuestión de yo opinar, ¿verdad?
Well, it's not a matter of me giving an opinion.
Well,
Permiso.
Excuse me.
Pero tenía una mano en su cabeza.
But he had one hand on his head.
Puedo asumir que en una posición tal vez como preocupado.
I would
Podría
assume,
expresar así.
like in a position like a person who's concerned.
Just a moment, if I might. Was he acting as though he was confused?
¿Estaba actuando como una persona confundida?
No lo entiendo así.
Not to my understanding.
Do you remember in a deposition, we asked a question
¿Tú recuerdas que en una
About-
deposición le hicieron una pregunta
your impression that he might be confused about what just happened?
sobre si te dio la impresión a ti de que él podía estar confundido de lo que acababa de suceder?
Es posible que sí sea. Ujú.
It's possible that was so, yes.
And do you remember your answer?
¿Y recuerda lo que contestaste?
he mencionado que para mí él estaba en tono sí como preocupado.
Well, I have mentioned that for me, I would think he was acting like concerned.
Sort of like he couldn't believe what just happened?
Judge, I object to that's call for speculation.
Well, then I'll approach with her answer to the deposition if I might.
If she needs it to refresh her
Sure,
recollection.
I'll do that. So if I might approach the witness. Let me do this and show you, this is the deposition that we took of you.
Déjame mostrarte porque esta fue la deposición que te tomamos.
Focus your attention on page 25.
Voy a traer tu atención a la página 25.
Starting with line 6. Let's start there.
Comenzando con la línea 6. Vamos
So
a
if
empezar
you
por ahí.
would. Have you had a chance to review that?
¿Ya tuviste la oportunidad
Sí.
de revisarlo? Yes.
In that statement, did you say, how would you, the question being, did you see him go back towards the body? Yes. And how would you describe?
To this still as calling for speculation.
While it may be speculation, Your Honor, she testified to it in her deposition. I'm refreshing her recollection. I want to now
Well-
question her about that.
Well, but the proper way to refresh somebody's recollection is to say, have you now read it? Does that refresh the recollection? And see if it gives her an ability to give an answer.
Okay, then I'll just answer that way. In response to a question, how would you?
asked her if that has, by reading that, has that refreshed her recollection?
I thought I did that at the bench, but I'll do it
No, you
again.
didn't.
Did that refresh your recollection in what you said in your deposition?
¿Con esto te refresca la memoria de lo que dijiste en la deposición?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Now, so let me ask you, Ken. How would you describe his behavior?
Déjame,
Again, I object to this calling for speculation.
Well, it's her description overruled.
Yes. How would you describe how he acted?
¿Cómo describirías tu comportamiento? ¿Cómo actuó él?
Si no más recuerdo, acabo de decirlo en español que como de una manera preocupante.
Well, if I remember correctly, and I have just mentioned it a little while ago too, he was acting like in a concerned manner. I mean,
Realmente es de una manera como que pasó confuso.
well, it really, in a way, like what just happened, like confused.
Okay.
En mis palabras pudiera utilizar muchas otras para describir exactamente la misma manera en la que se pudo apreciar
And
desde mi punto de vista.
in my own words, I could probably use a lot of other words to describe, from my point of view, what it appeared like.
Is it accurate to say that he looked confused to you?
Pero sería justo decir que a ti te pareció confundido.
Podría ser.
It could be.
And that he walked away from the body and he walked towards the dog. And did you say he had his hand here? You said here at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Also here, correct?
Y tú dices que tenía las manos acá, allá.
Por la silueta, las sombras.
From the silhouettes and the shadows.
Definitivamente una mano estaba tocando su cabeza
He definitely had one hand touching his head,
y la otra la parte de sus caderas.
and the other one was around the waist.
Was it like this, somewhere here or here?
Pero era aquí, en algún lugar aquí o acá,
And a hand over here?
y una mano acá,
And walking?
y caminando.
Pacing, you said?
Tú dices que caminaba hacia adelante y hacia atrás.
Caminó en dirección, regresó, volvió a caminar, volvió a regresar, caminó, el hombre de la luz apareció.
He walked in that direction, came back, then he walked in that direction again, came back again, and then he walked in that direction, and the man with the flashlight turned up.
Walked up, walked back, walked up, walked back, walked up, and the man with the flashlight came?
Dice que él caminó hacia allá, volvió, caminó hacia allá, volvió, caminó hacia allá, y ahí fue que apareció el hombre del flashlight.
Correcto.
Correct.
Was that part of what led you to believe he was acting confused?
¿Eso fue parte de lo que te hizo pensar a ti que él estaba actuando como confundido?
Puede ser.
It could be. Ajá.
I think you were asked if you had known George Zimmerman before that night. Had you?
Y te tengo que preguntar si tú habías conocido a George Zimmerman antes de esa noche. ¿Lo habías conocido?
Nunca.
Never.
Did you ever, when the man with the flashlight was there, did that flashlight allow you to get a better look at who you now know to be George Zimmerman?
Cuando llegó allí el hombre con el flashlight, ¿esa luz del flashlight te permitió ver mejor a esta persona que ahora tú sabes que era George Zimmerman?
No.
No.
Never saw him again that night or?
¿No lo volviste a ver ni esa noche ni nunca más?
That night.
A la persona de la
Esa
luz
noche.
o a Zimmerman.
You mean the person with the flashlight or Zimmerman?
George Zimmerman.
A Zimmerman.
Nunca lo he visto en persona.
I've never-
Solamente en las fotografías que se han expuesto de él.
I've never seen him in person. I've just seen the photographs that have been shown of him.
On TV and whatnot. Could you ever see him good enough when he was leaning over the body or when he stood up to see any blood on the back of his head?
¿En algún momento lo pudiste ver suficientemente bien cuando estaba recostado, reclinado sobre el cuerpo o cuando estaba parado y caminando como para poder ver que había sangre en su cabeza?
No.
No.
How about any blood on his nose as he was walking back those 2 times that you saw him walk back?
O sangre en la nariz cuando venía caminando de regreso, en esas 2 ocasiones que tú dices que lo viste caminando de regreso.
Como dije en el principio, estaba tan oscuro que las pocas luces no permitían describir con precisión.
Like I said from the beginning, it was so dark that what little light there was would not allow you to determine the details and precision.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Thank you. Redirect.
Yes, ma'am, just briefly. Ms. Moore, do you have any idea what was going on in that man's mind when he was walking around back and forth to the body and to the receptacle?
¿Tú tienes la menor idea de qué estaba pasando por la mente de ese señor cuando estaba caminando, yendo y viniendo del cuerpo al zapacón, al basurero?
No puedo, no me siento en la capacidad de yo poner palabras sobre lo
Well,
que
I
estamos hablando.
can't. I don't feel capable of putting words into his mouth or his thoughts.
All right. Ms. Moore, let me ask you to look at the screen again, stage 37. Judge, could you just hit this one more time?
Te voy a pedir que
Thank
mires
you
a
so
la
much.
pantalla.
And Judge, I don't know if I referred to this as stage 37 the first time I showed it to her, so I'll do that now for the record.
Y no sé si
Ms.
me
Moore,
explico, la 37.
do the bushes I've circled, although not the ones in front of your or behind your residence, are those the same height as the one behind your residence?
Estos arbustos que se ven aquí, que se mencionó que hay unos detrás de tu residencia, estos que están aquí son como de la misma altura de los de tu residencia.
Exactamente, y también la división plástica que hay entre arbusto.
They're exactly
y
the same,
plantas.
as well as that plastic divider that there is between the bushes and the
La otra casa.
the porch
Sí.
All right.
on the side.
And the columns behind your residence, are they the same as the columns on the rest of the neighbors' yards?
Y las columnas que hay en tu residencia son iguales que las columnas que hay en los demás patios de los demás residentes.
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. May Ms. Moore be excused?
She may.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. You are excused.
Ok, muchas gracias.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess for the evening. We'll start again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And before we recess, I'm going to give you my instructions again. During the overnight, you are not to discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. You're not to read or listen to any radio, television, or newspaper reports about the case. You're not to use any type of an electronic device to get on the internet to do independent research about the case, people, places, things, or terminology. And you're not to read or create any emails, text messages, Twitters, tweets, blogs, or social networking pages about the case. Do I have your assurance that you will abide by these instructions? Okay, with that, put your notepads down, follow Deputy Jarvis. Have a good evening. Mr. Guy? Thank you. Is there anything that you may be seated? Is there anything that we need to take up before we recess for the evening?
No.
From the defense?
We did have this one matter I wanted to talk before we earlier we discussed with the deposition of the witness. The deposition was taken, although it was not able to be taken with defense counsel and the client present. I'm awaiting the recording of that to provide to counsel. It's possible that we'll be able to have that issue resolved. But I want to update you on the status. We got it almost all the way done. I'm going to hand them the videotape later today.
Okay, well, let me know the progress of that. Anything else?
Just a quick review of when he's leaving.
He is gone, and that's the reason it had to be taken when it did. Is he left for 6 weeks hiking in the New Mexico desert. Although there is a possibility that he will be potentially reachable by Skype, depending on when we try to get in touch with him if that becomes necessary.
Okay, well, if you'll let me know how that progresses. Anything further?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Court is in recess till 9 a.m.